We are ready, Mayor, when you are.
Welcome, calling this meeting to order. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker. Councilmember Board Member Becker.
You're muted. Anthony.
You may be transitioning.
Yeah. Okay. Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, here. Okay. Public comment. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment regarding any of our closed session items? Assistant City Clerk, do you have any members that would like to?
We have a hand up right now.
Okay.
Name is Lisa.
All right. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, good afternoon. I am mom to 3 children who have participated in Roberta Jones Junior Theater. My oldest joined the theater program in 2014 when she was 8 years old. Her first production was Successor, where she played a zebra and a clown. These were small ensemble roles, but these were the roles that began her passion for musical theater, singing, acting, and performing. Since then, she has participated in 13 productions, working hard to achieve supporting and lead roles in several shows. Her favorite memory is playing Cinderella and Cinderella Kids in 2019. She loved meeting all of the young audience members following each performance, talking with them and posing for photos. For my daughter, participating in RJJT has not only been about performing, it has also been about community. This group of children and adults is her primary community. During rehearsals, the kids see one another almost daily and form incredible bonds. During the pandemic, my daughter and her theater friends made every effort to see each other weekly. They mean a lot to one another, and this program is largely responsible for that. My 11-year-old twins have also participated in theater tech crew for years. Their first production was Beauty and the Beast, and my younger daughter's job was pulling off the petals off the Beast's rose. This was a huge responsibility that she took very seriously. This is the kind of opportunity that RJGT has provided for children, opportunities to be responsible, to work for the whole, to learn and carry out the technical aspects of a production. At age 9, my son operated the spotlight for Honk. Since then, he has worked on lighting for several RJGT productions and other CRC events. In fact, he just operated the light board for the dance program's spring recital. At 11, I'm not sure that he would be offered this opportunity anywhere else. Roberta Jones Junior Theater is an invaluable resource for the children and families of this community, and we desperately want it to be funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Our public comment is for items that are in closed session, but I let it go because I know you're probably wanting to speak on our budget item tonight, which is later on in the agenda. So we heard your comments, we appreciate them, and thank you. So are there any other public members that want to speak on items of closed session? Assistant City Clerk?
There's another hand up. Ken?
Okay, Ken, if this is an item for closed session, on the closed session items. Ken?
Ken, you're muted.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi, my name is Ken Blodgett, and you have a proposed refuge rate increase.
Ken, that's on our regular agenda. We have a public hearing actually on that item. So that'll be later on this evening. That's an actual public hearing.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay, but please join us later.
Oh, okay.
We open that public hearing.
Oh, I see. Okay, very good.
Thank
okay,
you.
Thank you.
Ken. Anyone else on closed session item?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, so we will now be adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of the City Council and Authorities Concurrent Meeting to order. So could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the statement?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. I have the opening statement to make as well, and I'm hoping it won't be too much longer that I'm making this. I'm hoping we'll be back in person very soon. But good evening and welcome to today's City Council and Authorities meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow the public participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are items that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. I want to thank all Santa Clarans for all of your efforts in following the very serious steps we are taking as we shelter in place and conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. So I'd like to now move on to the council agenda. But the first item that I would like to ask the council is to have a moment of silence at the city council meeting this evening, remembering the life of George Floyd. So before we begin today's meeting, I would like to take a moment to remember the life of George Floyd, who was murdered 1 year ago today by former police officer Derek Chauvin. We have all seen the video images of this unspeakable act of brutality. The last moments of George Floyd's life will be forever etched in our consciousness. On May 25th, 2020, the world lost a kind and beautiful soul. George Floyd touched the lives of all who knew him. Known by his friends as Big Floyd, his brother, Phileas Floyd, said, "To know my brother is to love my brother." When the verdict in George Floyd's murder trial was announced, the country and indeed the world saw a glimmer of hope in the fight against racial injustice. This is not the end, but the beginning. Accountability is the first step. Let us now observe a moment of silence to honor George Floyd and focus on the continued need for the transformation of our collective conscience. We will never forget the life of George Floyd and must put all our energy into affecting the fundamental and lasting change that brings an end to racism and racial injustice in our country. So please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you, council, for that moment. Okay, next we have reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. Council took no reportable action in closed session. However, I also need to note for the record that Vice Mayor Chahal recused himself on item 1E, which was the matter of City of San Jose versus Dollinger Lafayette Associates, because of he owns a property. He has an interest in property within 1,000 feet of the property that is in the litigation.
Okay, thank you. Next, continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations. I know we have a few to consider, but let's go with the ones that are on our agenda first. The first is action to continue the discussion on consideration of the sale of the Loyalton Ranch property to August 17th, 2021. Is there a motion to continue?
Motion to continue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this, or any member of the public want to speak on this item only?
Mayor,
Yes,
we do have a hand raise. I don't know if it's for this item, but
okay.
okay.
Can you,
Tia?
is it for this Loyalton property item? Did you say Tia?
Yeah.
Okay, Tia?
You're muted, Tia?
Tia,
Tia?
are you there?
We can come back later.
Okay. All right, so Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. The second item to continue is action to continue the adoption of ordinance number 2030 to reinstate the International Exchange Commission and amend the powers, functions, and duties of the Cultural Commission. There's a recommendation to continue this item also to August 17th, 2021. May I have a motion, please, for that?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Vice Mayor Chahal, second by Councilmember Jane. Any discussion on this, or any member of the public on continuing the International Exchange Commission item? Simrat, is there
We
anybody?
have no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you. And that is passes unanimously for that continuance. Then City Manager, you have to help me with the rest of them.
I do.
Okay.
I have a couple of items.
Yes, okay.
The first is item 6L. That is a written petition request from Bloom Energy. And we did receive a submittal today asking that the item be deferred by one meeting to June 8th. That went out as post-meeting material. Do you want to take each item one by one, or should I
Yes.
just keep?
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
so that's
go
the
on.
first request from the submitter.
Okay, that continued to the next
June
meeting.
8th, yes.
Okay, all right, do we have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I heard motion by Councilmember Part, second by Councilmember Watanabe. All right, any member of the public regarding the Bloom Energy issue 6L?
I don't see any hands, Mayor.
All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. City Manager?
The second item is 6M. That's an informational report on Stadium Authority meetings and the corresponding minutes. That should have been placed under the Stadium Authority consent calendar. So I just want to note that for the record as a exception to the agenda. Just it should have been properly placed under the Stadium Authority.
But there, we don't have to take action on that?
No, no.
Okay, all right. That's
And then
noted.
the last item is 6Q. A letter came in from the submitter. This is the Republic item and the request for an ENA or for council consideration to schedule. That has also been, the submitter withdrew the request stating that there was a violation of Council Policy 030. However, I just want to correct for the record that there was no violation. The policy calls for no staff analysis, not no staff recommendation. And so that item is requested to be withdrawn.
Do we have to vote on something that where they request to withdraw their own item?
I
We
would
don't-
defer to the city attorney.
Do we actually vote on that? What if we vote?
I would-
They
I would-
they want
I
it
would-
withdrawn?
I would treat it as a motion to drop from the agenda.
Okay,
Okay.
so is there a motion to withdraw this item from the agenda?
So be it.
Okay, I'll take that as a, so be it.
Yeah, my
Um,
motion.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to disclose that I have had communications with the applicant.
Okay, all
I
right,
have as well.
thank you, thank you. All right, so we have a motion and who did the second?
I did.
Who?
Or-
Councilmember
Hardy.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy to, that this item is withdrawn. Any discussion from the rest of the council? Or the, any member of the public?
I don't see any hands, Mayor.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, roll call?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. If we keep doing this, we might get through the agenda. Is there anything else, City Manager?
No, that's it, Mayor.
Okay, all right, we're off to the races. All right, here we go. All right, the next item I'm actually going to take out of order is we're going to do our special orders of business because we have some special guests this evening. And so we're going to take all of our special orders of business before our study session on the joint, on the budget. So the first item we have is, let me pull this one here, Proclamation of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So as a special order of business, I am pleased to proclaim May 2021 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Santa Clara. Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month is observed annually in May to celebrate the contributions that generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have made to American history, society, and culture. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have a rich heritage thousands of years old and have both shaped the history of the United States and had their lives dramatically influenced by moments in its history. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have endured hardships throughout history, including exclusionary laws surrounding housing, marriage, immigration, and naturalization. More recently, there has been increased violence towards Asian Americans. A study based on police department statistics across the major US cities found a nearly 150% surge in anti-Asian hate crimes in 2020. On March 23rd, 2021, the Santa Clara City Council adopted Resolution 21-8953, affirming the City of Santa Clara's commitment to stand against and condemn violence and hate crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We are proud to have such a large Asian American and Pacific Islander population in Santa Clara, and we honor the history and the significant contributions made to our city and nation by our Asian American and Pacific Islander community. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce Miss Elise Pham of the Santa Clara University Asian and Pacific Islander Student Union to accept this proclamation. So Elise, are you on?
I am. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. I'm Elise, and I'm the co-chair of the Asian American and Pacific Islander Student Union at Santa Clara University. And this month is so important to our community to celebrate the diversity of our experiences, our culture, and our languages, and to share our pride for who we are. Even more than that, this is a month to amplify our voices, especially given the record incidents in hate crimes in the past year and the recent Atlanta, Georgia shooting of 6 Asian American women. Now more than ever, it is important for us to be able to amplify our voices, share our experiences, and for all of us to educate ourselves on the history and culture of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders living in the US. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Elise. And I'll make sure personally that you get this so that you can give it to your student union to show the support from the City of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck the rest of your student year at Santa Clara University. Thank you. All right. The next item we have is a very special item as well. As a special order of business this evening, the City Council and I would like to honor local student Akuta Buchu. Akuta has the distinction of having attained the fastest recitation time recorded by the Telugu Book of Records in India for all 50 US states, as well as the names of 196 countries by continent. So let's hear her recite the 50 states, and I think we have a video to play. Here we go.
Okay.
Hello, this is Dr. Anita Karun. We are from Improve Memory Institute, Hyderabad, and today our student Akita, she is going to recite United States names. Start, Akita.
California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Hawaii, Alaska.
Wow. Oh, unbelievable.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is amazing. That is just unbelievable. So congratulations to you and your family. And we have a certificate of special mayoral recognition that we'll make sure that you get to honor you and your amazing talent. It's really, really wonderful. I'm going to call on Councilmember Kathy Watanabe, who brought you to our attention so that we could introduce you to our city. So Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Gosh, I got tears in my eyes. I've watched the video before, but I'm just so amazed by Akita's, just her talent, her focus. I mean, you should hear her recite the 196 countries from around the world. She's just phenomenal. So I'm so glad that your teacher, Miss Williams from Don Calajon School, reached out to me and said, you need to recognize this wonderful child in my class. And she has achieved this Telugu Book of Records and Super Kids of India award. And so I was so honored to be able to be asked to do this. And the mayor and the city council joins us with in supporting you and congratulating you. And I'm so happy that your grandparents were able to be on the call tonight from India to see you receive this proclamation, mayoral proclamation, along with your parents, Akyuta. So please keep up all the good work and keep reciting, keep memorizing. And I hope to see you one of these days in person to be able to deliver the mayoral proclamation to you shortly. So thank you for being here tonight and sharing this wonderful achievement with us.
Akuta, would you like to say something, or your mom and dad?
Yes, I'm honored, and I am honored, and thank you so much.
You must be very proud of her, mom and dad.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for all the recognition, and special thanks to you, Miss Gilmore, and Miss Watanabe and Miss Williams. Thank you so much.
We're really proud of you. You are now our super kid here in Santa Clara, okay? Congratulations. Thank you for joining us tonight, and we will make sure you get this in person. All right. Thank you, and to all your family in India as well. She's very, very special. You all should all be very proud of her. We are. We are. Thank
Mayor?
you. Yes.
We do have Miss Williams on the line. And
Oh, Miss Williams. Yes, we'd love for you to say something.
Thank you, City Council, and thank you to Ms. Watanabe. I've been a teacher in Santa Clara for 23 years now, and I'm just so honored and thankful to you guys for your leadership. It was so wonderful to hear the API recognition today, and to be able to uplift a student who is of Indian descent in my class and represents so much of the diversity of Santa Clara, and also for recognizing the murder of George Floyd and the life that he lived, and promoting that diversity that we value so much in Santa Clara. And I just wanted to thank the City Council also for recognizing another Don Calajon third grader for authoring a book. And I wanted to let you guys know that Akyuta has also authored a book published on Amazon. And so if you guys follow through and have a section in the Santa Clara Public Library, I think there are just so many more young authors waiting to add to that collection. And as a teacher, I'm so excited about that opportunity. So thank you guys so much. I am so lucky and blessed to be here in Santa Clara, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Miss Williams. And I don't know what's in the water out there, but all these young authors are just popping up right and left, and all the talent is just amazing. I have to say, this is the fun part of our job, to hear this and see this and experience this. This is what makes Santa Clara such a wonderful place. So thank you for your part in it as well. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, just saying, I'm so glad Miss Williams was able to be here tonight as well. And I know there is another recognition coming up. I think it's June 23rd, of another author from Don Calajon School. So I don't want to give any names away, but I'm, like the mayor said, I don't know what's in the water out there, but you're just putting out a lot of authors, and we need that special section in our libraries for our Santa Clara authors.
A lot of energy too, I can tell in Ms. Williams' class. Akyuta, you've given us something to aspire to. I'd like to get even a third of those states to be able to recite them. That's amazing what you do. So thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, moving on. We have a verbal report from our city manager regarding COVID-19 pandemic. And I know there's a lot been going on in since we last met. So city manager.
Good evening. I'm going to ask Lisa Schoenthal to make the report this evening, given all that has occurred, and just to make sure we have the most current information available to the public. Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This status update on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. So yes, there has been a great deal that has happened. We'll try to provide some highlights for you today, including some highlights from the Board of Supervisors meeting this afternoon. New COVID cases and hospitalizations have steadily declined. Before I provide COVID data, I'll describe important announcements made last week. Last Wednesday, May 19th, the state placed Santa Clara County in the least restrictive yellow tier 4 of the state's blueprint for a safer economy, Santa Clara County also issued a new public health order that was also effective on May 19th and rescinded the county's previous October 5th risk reduction order. The governor also announced last week that California will adopt the CDC's mask guidance for fully vaccinated persons on June 15th, when he plans to fully reopen California's economy. So we'll start with a slide on the May 19th county public health order. The first slide shows a summary of changes in the county's order. Telework is no longer required, though the yellow tier still encourages telework. Businesses and government no longer need to submit social distancing protocols to the county. Employers are required to determine the vaccination status of their employees, including contractors and volunteers, by June 2nd, 2021. The next slide is on the yellow tier, which provides for capacity increases for a number of sectors. As the slide shows, indoor capacity for restaurants, bingo operations, gyms, and movie theaters is increased to a capacity of 50%, and outdoor gatherings are allowed for a maximum of 100 people. The next slide, for more information on the county order, visit scc-covidconcerns.org. This should be very familiar to everyone. If we can go to the next slide, from that home page of scc-covidconcerns.org, you click on the Learn About the County's Response to COVID-19 in the top right corner, and that will take you to an abundance of information, I bet more than even people would be interested in. And then the next slide on the COVID-19 yellow tier, for more information about that, visit the state's website, which is covid19.ca.gov. For COVID data, it's really looking great. Supervisor Mike Wasserman said today that this was the greatest, most wonderful report received from the Public Health Department in the past 14 months, and I cannot disagree with that. The 7-day average of new daily COVID cases yesterday was 45. New daily cases have been in the double digits for the past 3 weeks and have steadily declined. New daily COVID hospitalizations have been in the single digits for most of May. From Friday, May 21st until yesterday, there was a total of 4 new COVID hospitalizations. As of yesterday, only 5% of ICU beds contain COVID patients. The county has reached the cumulative total of 2,116 COVID-related deaths. The COVID test positivity rate has been below 1% since May 2nd, and Dr. Cody shared today that it was actually 0.5% positivity today. The City of Santa Clara's cases are updated weekly on Thursdays. Last Thursday, the county reported a total of 5,578 COVID cases in the City of Santa Clara, which reflects 0 additional cases from the previous week. The next slide shows an update on vaccination percentages, which is really significant, especially since we last spoke. The percent of residents who have completed at least 1 vaccine dose as of May 24th, who are 12 and older, so now we can go down to the 12-year-olds, is 74.5%. And 1 dose completed for those who are 50 and older is almost 80%. I mentioned 50 and older because that is our most vulnerable population. 80% of the deaths in our county have been for those over the age of 50, as Dr. Marty Fensterscheib emphasized again today. The percent of residents who have completed vaccination as of yesterday who are 12 and older, 61.3%, and 50 and older, over 70%. And the next slide, everyone hopefully recalls scc-freevax.org or 211 is the how to access drop-in appointments or same-day appointments are available at this website or 211. This is still the information the county is promoting for those to schedule vaccine appointments or learn about where they can just drop in to get vaccines. The next slide is on COVID testing. Beginning June 1st, 2021, the county is combining 2 of their existing community COVID-19 testing teams and decreasing city site testing to 1 time per month. Testing continues tomorrow May 26th at the Central Park Library, but June 9th is the only testing day next month. That June 23rd date is canceled as part of the county's new schedule. And we're confirming the dates for July and August when testing is expected to continue. Appointments may be made up to 7 days in advance at sccfreetest.org. And finally, in conclusion, a summary of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. As the slide shows, a total of 192 households, including 591 people, have been assisted so far from phases 1 and 2 of the application process. The total amount of subsidies issued so far has been $915,381, with the average subsidy of $4,768. Approximately 30 applications are still in the process of being reviewed from phase 2 of the application process. And for phase 3 that closed on April 23rd, approximately 150 eligible applications have been received. We expect to assist 80 to 100 of those applicants, as some do not follow through with all of the documentation submittal. And this concludes my update.
Thank you very much. I'm amazed to hear the 0% where you talked about the 0% infection rate in Santa Clara.
Infection is 0.5%.
Or 0.5. That's pretty amazing. So we're moving in the right direction. I wanted to ask you, Lisa, about the high schools, because I saw a really big line the other day at Wilcox High School for those people getting the vaccines. Do we know if there's more plans to be out in the high schools? Because I know how convenient that is when they're actually in the high schools.
Yes, I cannot confirm that right now. We did reach out to the county, which I believe is what resulted in the Wilcox vaccine clinic. So I would hope there would be more going forward. But again, the county has especially been emphasizing those areas that have low vaccination rates. And with the exception of, well, I was going to say with the exception of our Santa Clara University campus, it's really non-applicable for the data. Our vaccine rates are pretty good in the city of Santa Clara.
And we're still giving from the 12 to 16-year-olds, are they still doing vaccines at Levi Stadium for the 12 to 16-year-olds?
They are, yes, the Levi's clinic is still open, but that it was just those 3 evenings where they were really having a special outreach for our youth, those youth vaccination clinics, those 3 evenings.
Okay, so with the combination of that, and if we can get them in another high school like Santa Clara High School, or that would be wonderful. Because when I saw that line at Wilcox, I was inspired that it was so close to everyone's home that they were getting the vaccine. So, okay, is there anyone else that has city council members that have questions or comments for Lisa? City manager, is that the end of the report? I'm going to go to the public to see if there's any comments.
That is the end of the report.
Okay, is there any member of the public that has a question or comment regarding this report? So I don't
see any hands.
I don't see any hands. Okay, well, thank you very much. Again, it's good news. We're going in the right direction. I know I would like to get back into the city council chambers pretty soon too, so in person. So I'm hoping we're taking steps to at least get that done and open up City Hall as well. Okay, next we're gonna move back to our study session. And so I'm gonna open this up for the joint study session to review proposed fiscal year 2021-22 and fiscal year 2022-23 biennial operating budget and fiscal year 2021-22 capital improvement budget adjustments, and to review the proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 municipal fee schedule. City manager.
That is a mouthful. Thank you, Mayor.
Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Ken is going to share his screen, and I'm just going to introduce the topic and then hand over the remainder of this slide deck to Ken. So let's go to the agenda. And I want to start by, this is the third budget that has been impacted by COVID-induced impacts. And so when we look at this budget, it really needs to be through the lens of a recovery budget. As Lisa just summarized the improvements that we have made over the year with respect to COVID. We are beginning to shift from response as what we did last year to a recovery, and much is our budget as well. So for today, we want to go through by providing a fiscal update, review the operating budget and the service proposals, evaluate revenue opportunities for the council to consider and to provide input and ultimately direction, as well as look at our next steps from here through June 22nd, when the budget will be proposed to council for consideration and adoption. Let's go to the next slide. Let's keep going. So this budget continues a lot of managing the unknown, allowing for us to recover as well as to be fiscally responsible based on COVID-induced impacts. It recognizes the abrupt end of the longest economic expansion in our US history. And it also recognizes that we've had increases in unemployment as well as declines in economic activity. That has caused for a lot of unknown with respect to projecting revenue as well as managing our expenditures during a time when residents needed resources more. That said, all of our response and recovery has been focused on being well-paced and making strategic decisions so that we meet the needs of residents while at the same time facing our fiscal realities. I'd like to also share that it's been very well stated as we begin to reopen and recover that there is projected economic growth and recovery expected in the later part of 2021. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a chart of a revised 10-year forecast and the general fund net operating margins. I want to recognize the council for the work that it did earlier this year by addressing 30% of the shortfall through phase 1 of budget actions. Through the proposed operating budget before the council, we continue to address the budget ongoing deficit and have a proposal that makes additional service reductions and expenditure reductions at 6.8 million. And through the 10-year forecast, we are able to address a $41.7 million shortfall and get that to 14.6 million by 23-24 fiscal year. The economic conditions, as I stated, are expected to increase and improve favorably given the vaccine rollout and the beginning of what was pre-COVID normal activity. I just want to note on this chart here that when you look at the 14.6, if you recall, we were estimating about a 13.3 million in January, 13.6 in January 2020. And so over the year, we have had to manage the unknown as well as the shortfalls that have been associated with COVID. And let's look at the next slide just to see how far we've come over the last year. We started in January 2020. In April 2020, we changed our forecast from 13 million to 34 million. By January 2021, after the peak and the prolonged reality of COVID, we made an adjustment to 42 million. And with April 2021 and phase 1, we got that down to 29 million. Our ongoing shortfall with the proposed actions, as I previously stated, would get that back down to 14.6 million. Next slide. So this is what the economic conditions for improvement look like. And clearly you can see on this chart that the recovery and the growth become stronger in the second half of 2021. It's important to note that not all recovery will happen at the same pace or in the same industry or economy sectors. And as in past performance, the Silicon Valley is likely to be stronger comparatively when matched with other regions in the state as well as the nation for economic growth. However, time helps us understand what level of recovery, what level of different service and economic industries are made and what is ongoing, as well as any options for us to make continued strategic decisions and solve the ongoing fiscal impacts. Next slide. From an unemployment rate, we obviously saw our national employment go up it was at 6% and it spiked up to 14.7%. California has regained nearly 44% of the 2.7 million jobs that were lost due to COVID in March and April 2020. And the regional unadjusted unemployment rate was 5.2 in March 2021, well above the pre-COVID level of 2.6. And so we're watching our unemployment rates going down. We are watching some reopening. We are also observing the very media covered topic of the shortage of employees. And so there's still a lot to observe here and a lot that can help us with making informed decisions. Next slide. The last time you saw this slide, I believe it said 88% of our TOT was down. Since that time, it has moved 1%. However, what's important is our TOT has a different projection for recovery. And I want to spend a little bit of time on this because we do have a recommendation ultimately for the council to consider related to TOT as we go through the different revenue options. So let's go to the next slide. The hotel industry is one of the most heavily impacted sectors, and the decline was most significant with our TOT revenues and the steep drop. We also know that the tourism and the hotel industry is likely to recover at a much slower pace than other industries. We have projections and forecasts expected for improvement in the second half of 2021, with levels returning up to 2024. Santa Clara itself is projected to reach pre-COVID levels by 2026. And so when we talk about managing the unknown, this is very important for us to understand that our TOT, we've been able to get some good information and study from an economist standpoint that it is likely to recover at a slower pace, recognizing that business cities and those relying on international travel will have the lowest gains. And our TOT was often generated through business travel during weekday travel. So let's go to the next slide. And what are implications for our TOT and the slower rate of recovery? When we last presented the TOT and what the percent means, knowing that Measure E was successfully passed for our voters by 73.57%, at the time we were making projections that a 1% or a 2% value was 1.75 or 3.5 million. So when we talked about increasing the TOT by 2%, we were looking at revenue projections at 3.5%. Because this industry is less likely to recover at a pace that of other economic sectors, we are now looking at the value of 2% at 1.7 million. So that means any direction from the council to establish the 2% increase for our TOT would only generate 1.7 million. It would not generate the 3.5 million. And we'll want to make observations around any changes that would help us to revise the revenue projections. What you'll see as part of today's discussion is that we are seeking council input on bringing back an ordinance to authorize the 2% increase and begin to generate additional revenue as early as January 1st, 2022. So let's go to the next slide. And here I'm going to hand it off to Ken. And I'll be back to answer questions as Ken and I respond to either the community or council's questions. Ken?
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Santana. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Ken Lee, Director of Finance, and appreciate the opportunity to talk about some of the details in the two-year budget. And before I do that, I wanted to acknowledge the hard work and many late hours of our budget division in order to put out the 660-page document, as well as the collaboration and professional recommendations from all our city departments. This is a group effort across all departments of the city. So I wanted to acknowledge their work in the document itself. As far as an overview, as City Manager Santana's talked about as far as our COVID-19 impacts, our general fund shortfall addressed in this proposed budget is a $29 million shortfall projected for next year. It combines new revenues, expenditure reductions of about $5 million that I'll talk about in further detail, as well as the use of one-time reserves that the city had built up over the last several years. This budget balances our competing goals of aligning ongoing revenues and expenditures, as well as minimizing service delivery impacts to the community. We know that the services that our community receives is very important, and so this budget factors those priorities, as well as looks at our revenues and expenses to balance that. This budget is part of a multi-phased approach. I presented phase one that the City Council approved in March of this year. And so this is the second phase of an incremental strategy that will continue beyond this budget process as well. As far as one-time solutions, the budget contemplates the use of approximately $26 million in federal stimulus funds, and that's a key component of the balancing strategy. This use of one-time funds allows for us to monitor the rate of recovery as well as reduce the reductions that would have otherwise been necessary in order to balance the budget. And on the right there, I wanted to talk about the language that was included in the stimulus bill, and it specifically talks about government services to the extent the reduction of revenue for cities such as ours that were impacted over the last fiscal year. So the use of one-time dollars as it's recommended in the budget aligns very closely to the purposes that it was designed for at the federal level. As far as one-time dollars, the budget, the two-year budget recommends the use of our budget stabilization reserve, 17.5 million over 2 years. That would bring it down to the 15% level that the council authorized in February of this year, as well as it starts to tap into our land sale reserve, another reserve that we have in the general fund to the tune of $3.2 million. On this slide, I wanted to remind the council of our general fund dollars, and it's a slide that a chart that I had showed in March, and for the public, what it represents here is in the orange in that chart, about 30% of our general fund budget is what we call non-discretionary dollars. And so these are dollars that regardless of the activity we're required to pay, and that includes our unfunded liability for retirement, mandated costs, our debt service payments, as well as some of our chartered requirements. Phase two of the budget, or this proposed budget, includes the elimination of 17 positions that, as a result of the recommendations, would result in no layoffs or reassignment of employees, protecting the value that the City Council has in our city employees. And those 17 positions generate an ongoing reduction of approximately $5 million to our budget deficit. When you combine the proposals that were approved in March as part of phase one and this budget, a total of 60.5 positions being either defunded or eliminated, resulting in 43% of our budget deficit being addressed through these reductions. So a lot of hard work to get to that point to balance the budget. And then it eliminates approximately 10% of the discretionary budget across all city departments. And I'll have a slide in a couple slides to detail what that means. I want to spend a moment on this slide. This is a slide in working with our consultant on our municipal service fees around our parks and recreation programs and fees. And in talking and working closely with the Parks Department, the approach that the department used for their recommendations included an evaluation of where the highest individual benefit for those specific classes or for those specific areas targeting 100% cost recovery from a fee perspective, all the way down to who receives the benefit when it comes to the services provided by parks. And with the bottom there, if it's a community benefit that benefits the whole city, targeting in this case, a recommended 0 to 10% cost recovery. And this is important for a couple of reasons. One is from a strategic perspective, the recommendations included in the budget through our Parks Department were reflective of these values of having community-wide benefited programs as the highest priority for our city. The second important factor is our budget, our balanced recommended budget does assume an increase of cost recovery fees. And so as part of the action before you, we're looking for direction with regards to parks and recreation cost recovery fees. If this is an approach that the council supports or has feedback. Currently, the fees for parks and recreation programs are subsidized by the general fund to the tune of $12 million. And so the second year of our budget assumes about a $500,000 recovery in terms of cost recovery. And those specifics with regards to those fees will be brought forward as part of a work plan later this year. Other revenue measures that are important to consider, and the council has directed me to come back with some information around tax measures, specifically the business tax. So I have some of that information, as well as other cost reductions that are necessary in the budget. Some of the numbers with regards to the budget before you, over $1 billion of proposed activities across the general fund, as well as the other enterprise funds, special revenue funds, and other fund accounting classifications. One thing to note, the number is slightly down from the 2021 adopted budget. These figures do not include the capital funds that will be recommended to the council for carryover as part of the June 22nd adoption. And when you consider those funds, the budget would probably be around $1.2 billion across all funds. So a lot of activities across many of the different funds in the city. With regards to funded positions, the walkthrough from our current adopted budget of 1151.5, the changes in the budget with regard to our base budget and phase one position reductions, the 17 positions that I talked about earlier, as well as 5 additions that are not general fund funded, that are in our building fee program and our electric utility. Overall, a 5% reduction with regards to funded headcount in the proposed budget. When you spread those FTEs across the city departments, you'll see that almost all of the city departments here are impacted when you crosswalk the proposals that were included in phase 1 and phase 2. I'll note here that SVP, there were no changes in the budgeted positions. A separate recommendation will be brought forward to the council for consideration that aligns with their growth plan strategy and substation agreements. I want to spend some time on this slide. This is our 3-year approach to balancing the budget. As I mentioned before, our shortfall going into this July 1 budget that's presented to you was it was a $29 million shortfall. And I'll want to talk through the first column as well as the rows from top to bottom. And so the budget before you includes expenditure actions that reduce our expenditures to the tune of $5 million ongoing. It includes new revenue sources, $1.3 million. So some of those fees are recommended in the municipal fee schedule before you, as well as a year 2 assumption here around parks and recreation fees of $500,000. So when you combine the first year solutions on an ongoing basis of $6.3 million, that leaves us with a deficit of $22.7 million. Our proposal here around one-time dollars, primarily through our federal stimulus dollars, almost $26 million to help reduce that deficit, the use of a one-time budget stabilization reserve. And then in the case of our special liability fund, the funding need of $5.2 million, that gets us to a balanced budget for the first year. If we carry over the portion of the budget deficit that was solved on a one-time basis to the next year, and you combine that with the surplus that we had projected as a result of recovery, as well as the new revenues, our remaining shortfall at the end of year 2 is just shy of $19 million. Again, our recommendation here is to close that gap using one-time dollars, our budget stabilization reserve and land sale reserve, leaving us with a balanced budget in year 2 and a forecasted budget when you combine, again, with this surplus in year 3, a forecasted deficit of $14.6 million. So this is important to note that we still have some work to close the budget deficit. That work is ongoing, centered around both the ballot and other cost reduction measures. But from our $42 million level, this is a 3-year snapshot of a 2-year balanced budget with regards to the item before you. When you look at some of the dollars included in the budget and combining it with phase 1 and 2, a lot of numbers on this slide, but I want to focus us on the bottom right. 10.2%, that's the average the average discretionary budget reduction across all city departments. You'll see here that the reductions in both the fire department and the police department of 9.5% and 7.2% respectively reflect the high value in our public safety from the city council. And with regards to some of the other departments or strategic support departments, including our city manager's office, our clerk's office, finance, HR, and IT, have higher reductions than some of our line level departments. Over the next several slides, I wanted to talk about the investments and some of the good news in the budget with regards to what's included, and it's organized here by our council approved strategic pillars. So in the area of promote and enhance economic housing and transportation development, the budget includes significant dollars that continue the programs around CDBG and our housing programs, such as tenant-based rental assistance, low-income housing, and as well as homeless. About a week and a half ago, we also did receive word that we would get another $1.6 million in home funds that would help us towards low-income housing. So significant dollars with regards to our housing issues. With regards to the convention center, a phased-in approach to add back staff, increasing it from 2 to 19 in the first year and up to 32 in the second year. Our projected events, working closely with Spectra, are projected around 211 events for the first year, almost doubling to 374 events and $250,000 in attendance. So the good work of the vaccine rollout is assumed here, and some activation with regards to our conventions. And then last but not least, the downtown master plan, as identified by the downtown task force, the budget does include an allocation of $300,000 to advance that work plan. Around the area of delivering and enhancing our high quality, efficient services and infrastructure, the focus here is really our community development program, the building fee program, which supports our development sector with regards to plan review and inspections, adding 4 new positions for development services and shifting 1 position from planning to building, adding additional third-party plan check and inspection services, support for our permitting system, as well as a new building development fund that would help us account for and segregate the revenues and expenses from that activity. In our electric utility, our investments are included in the budget to ensure compliance with our regulatory requirements, updates of our operations and CAD drawings and manuals, field audits of our distribution system, as well as automating some of the processes included in SVP. Around the city attorney's office, a position with regards to some of the legal support from SVP. Around the strategic pillar of enhancing our community sports and recreational and arts assets, the budget includes investments in the Maywood and Warburton Park playground based on health and safety improvements needed in the play structures, as well as entrance and parking enhancements at Central Park. The Reed and Grant Sports Park, which is a beautiful new facility, includes 5 sports fields, 4 turfs, grass, concessions, and a playground. And so the dollars in the budget support that facility, that it will continue to be up and running. With regards to enhancing our community engagement and transparency, funds are included for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, $50,000 in each of the 2 years, with the mission statement there, signifying just the importance of that work as they develop their work plan. With regards to enhancing compliance with Measure J and Levi's Stadium, a lot of the dollars related to the stadium were approved as part of the Stadium Authority budget in March of this year. The dollars as it relates to the budget before you are primarily centered around our public safety staff, as well as our general and administrative staff. So those dollars flow from the city budget through to the stadium budget as far as activities are concerned. And then I wanted to spend some time to talk about our workforce capacity and our resources. So the next several slides highlight some of the impacts from the position reductions that are recommended. And I wanted to start this portion of the presentation to know that none of these proposals were recommended lightly. We know that a lot of the services are critical, and with regards to the recommendations provided by our city departments, these are recommendations after reviewing the proposals that are included in the budget before you. For the police department, the focus was to protect our sworn positions, and in this case, the recommendation here is to eliminate 3 positions. One of 6 jail service officers that would adjust some of the hours around the transport to the temporary holding facility around the peak hours. 1 public safety dispatcher position. This is not currently a call taker. It was remained unassigned for 2 years. And 1 vacant community service officer. This is in the property division. This is 1 of 2 positions currently vacant. In the fire department, the proposal is to reconfigure the rescue and hazardous materials specialized apparatuses to realign the dedicated staff. Currently, there's 1 dedicated staff on each of those apparatus that would, under this proposal, move to the relief pool, save minimum staffing overtime, and responses to rescue and hazmat calls would continue through trucks and engines with certified staff on existing resources. And then the 3rd bullet on this slide, resiliency training for the fire department is included in the budget. Around the area of parks and recreation, reduction in our facility hours, recreation facility hours, reflecting the high demand areas and reducing hours of lower demand. A reduction of our adult sports programming, our theater program, therapeutics programming, and cultural commission community grants. Around the community grants, a consolidation of the grant dollars administered through the city manager's office through an application process. One-time reduction of our Art and Wine Festival and replacing that with a 4-hour family-friendly event around our Central Park, as well as reductions in our programming for Montague Pool and Junior Giants. In our library department, the focus was to preserve our library hours, assuming that post-COVID, the hours pre-COVID would continue. But the dollars here reflecting Footsteps to Brilliance. This was a 5-year agreement with the school district, acknowledging that the agreement has expired. Elimination of 4 1/4 vacant positions keeps the hours the same, reduces some of the staffing. Vacant positions in adult and youth services, technology and mission branch, as well as needed staffing and library materials. In the public works department, 5 vacant positions in the street division. This would reduce our maintenance around median islands, as well as right-of-way and street maintenance. As needed staffing on a one-time basis with regards to our city hall facilities, field services, land and property development, and traffic. A reduction of our transfer to the downtown parking maintenance district, recognizing that we've collected and accumulated a balance in that fund that we can dial back that transfer for 2 years. The next bullet here, a win-win with regards to our sustainability and our general fund savings through electric greenhouse gas dollars. This proposal would convert for the next 2.5 years the city fleet to electric vehicles, about 70 vehicles that were slated for replacement over the next 2.5 years. With regards to the city manager's office and non-departmental activities, a combination of our community grants, championship teams, budget, and leaving about $100,000 through an application process, reduction of Miss Santa Clara, and also our Triton Museum allocations. In the area of strategic support, 1 3/4 positions in the HR department, around recruitment, vacancy savings related to the city auditor position, city position and contractual position in the IT department, as well as some as needed dollars. With regards to the strategic pillar, promote sustainability and environmental protection, the proposals here include several program enhancements around the greenhouse gas program. Battery storage program, bike pathway and park program. I mentioned the EV program for our vehicles, as well as distributed energy management. Accelerating some of our sustainability goals. So this budget is an operating budget, but typically we bring forward adjustments to our two-year capital budget as part of this process. So highlighting some of those dollars are in the fire department, additional dollars for some of the equipment, the defibrillators, the AEDs placed at city facilities, the diesel exhaust systems in our fire stations, as well as additional dollars to improve our alerting system and assess our training tower in the fire department. In the parks area, adding grant funds for the Maywood Park Playground Rehab Project and shifting funds to the Henry Schmidt Playground because of some critical safety issues at that park. And then around our SVP capital program, as the CEO had presented a month ago with regards to the growth plan, some of the adjustments to several projects based on timing, as well as the needs to enhance capacity because of growth. Those are recommendations included in this budget. I mentioned the downtown master plan, so CIP dollars here used to advance that work plan. A modest amount for COVID safety improvements, $100,000 as we reopen, as well as a grant for Bassett Bike Lane project. On the revenue side, in the general fund, I wanted to highlight a couple changes in the budget. A limited number of new public works engineering fees that currently are not cost recovery are recommended before you. Adjustments to our fire operational permits, our CUPA program, as well as enhancing the cost recovery of our late payments in our utilities once those are assessed. These are all recommendations that were done as part of a consultant review of the fees as it relates to cost recovery. Additional fee recommendations will be brought forward later this year around parks and recreation. The budget also includes dollars that are generated by our utilities with the assumed rate increases here. These rate increases are here highlighted just because they're included and assumed in the budget, but they are approved separately by the City Council. With regards to our general fund reserves, our budget stabilization reserve, the proposal here is to use about $17.5 million, bringing our reserve down to $40 million, which would still leave us with about 15% or so of operating expenses. Around our land sale reserve, bringing that total down from about $25 million to 21.5, so using $3.2 million. And then, as I talked about on the prior slides, to fund the capital projects, a portion of the capital projects reserve. So I wanted to spend the next section talking about revenues, and in the February priority setting retreat, the council did highlight one revenue opportunity around business tax. And so the next several slides does include some discussion around our business tax as well as our municipal fee schedule. I wanted to start off with the budget principle related to cost recovery of fees. And so with limited exceptions, our principle states that we should establish fees based on cost recovery where individuals or businesses are, rather than the community at large, are benefiting from city services. So this very closely aligns with that upside down triangle chart that I showed when I talked about some of the parks and recreation fees. This preserves the limited unrestricted resources for providing services that benefit the community as a whole. By way of background, our fee schedule is reviewed by a consultant typically after every 2 years. And so the last study was completed in 2019. Fees were adopted as a result of the 2019 study that targeted cost recovery and then also highlighted almost $20 million of subsidies where we, with this budget, are targeting some specific areas. For the fee schedule before you, most fees are adjusted to reflect annual inflationary changes. So that's a 1.27% for most fees. In some cases, alternate inflators, as they're described in the document itself, or determined by legislation, are also included in the fee schedule. There are several changes to fees being introduced here with regards to new fees. In the public works area, fees related to the review of applications for storm and solid waste construction. In the community development area, building conformance fees. So this is as plans are brought across the counter and seeking advice on conformance, as well as the Coupa fees I talked about earlier and the late payments in the finance department. With the focus of 100% cost recovery for our fee-related services, the fee schedule before you includes our building fees at 100%, engineering fees at 100%, and then planning fees with the exception of certain requests, such as single-family review. Most of those fees are at 100%. And then housing and fire with the proposed fees before you would also target the 100% level. In the areas of police and finance, with the exception of false alarm fees and some of the adjustments included in the document, those areas are 100%. And then the areas where full cost recovery has not been attained by policy, the area of library, 35%, approximately 200,000 or so are absorbed through the general fund. And then in the area of parks and recreation, currently a 17% cost recovery, approximately $12 million in costs absorbed in the general fund. So our fee schedule continues. It's currently in process. This first part of it brings the bulk of the adjustments are CPI related, with the exception of the new fees I talked about. The focus of the next portion of the fee study by the consultant will be around the parks and recreation programs for cost recovery objectives. The plan here to engage our committees, our communities, and the council to determine priorities as listed here, some of the fees around parks and recreation. Now, changing gears or switching gears, as part of the retreat direction, I wanted to spend some slides on the business tax or potential ballot measures. And so the council expressed an interest in updating the business license tax as a potential revenue generator for the November 2022 election. So today's discussion starts with the education or the foundation of our existing structures, an overview of how it's structured, and then some benchmarking with other cities with regards to our business tax and the work plan proposed. So in many of the cities around us, business taxes are structured in one of several different ways, the most popular being employee count, and our current tax is structured as such. Some other business taxes also include assessments on square footage, for a parcel tax type assessment, gross receipts based on a revenue of a business or payroll. Santa Clara's business tax was last updated in 1992, and it currently ranges from $15 to $500, so the cap per company or per license. Currently, no cost escalator is included in the business tax, and it generates just shy of $1 million of revenue. This chart shows, based on the type of business, commercial, industrial, professional, and manufacturing, the sliding scale of our current business tax, starting with $15 for those businesses with one employee, and capping out at $500, again, depending on the type of business, and the number of employees indicated on the left of each table here. When you look at some of our neighboring cities, such as Cupertino, it's square footage based. The list here shows the types of business license applied and whether it's specific, it's designated for specific uses or for general uses. And so across the board, you can see about 2/3 of them are employee based, just like ours. What's interesting on this slide, the annual rate charged for each of the jurisdictions. You'll see Santa Clara starting at $15 is by far the lowest from an entry point, and then at the top end of the range of business taxes, $500 capping out, shows that we're well below some of our neighboring cities, and then the associated dollars in the budget just shy of $1 million. That comparably, Mountain View and Sunnyvale, 2 to 3 times that amount. And so some of the considerations for a potential ballot measure around business tax for the November 2022 ballot one is whether to establish or increase existing taxes, the structure, whether it's a general tax as it is today or a special purpose tax. General taxes are generally levied on any program or service or need within the government. So that typically requires or does require a 50% voter +1 approval, of which would be approved for a general tax. With regards to special purpose taxes, if it's dedicated for a specific purpose, or function that's other than the general fund, it would require a 2/3 majority vote. These are typically taxes levied on properties, excluding ad valorem taxes, but including parcel taxes. So some of the considerations with regards to the council policies around a potential ballot measure is the tax method or the unit of the tax as I described, whether it's employee-based or some of the other methods that other cities use, a specific tax or a general tax, the exemptions, the rate structure. So a lot of details going into the study and bringing forward a specific recommendations to the council. So in order to target a November 22 ballot, staff would need additional resources around the financial analysis, depending on how the tax is structured, voter education and polling, and then outreach and engagement. And this is just the first check-in as part of a work plan to consider and fine-tune the council's direction around taxes. As far as time frame, here is our first check-in as directed by the priority retreat. To target a consultant that would assist the city in the summer or fall, and then bring forward another study session specific to either a business license tax or other ballot measure in the fall, and then continuing work next year with the goal of bringing that forward about 1.5 years from now. So the recommendation around business tax directing us to begin work on the ballot measure with the proposed discussion topics for a fall 2021 discussion, the type of tax, the method of tax, exemptions, rate structure, sources, and revenue assumptions around the tax. Other ballot measures, now this will be limited based on the priorities of the city council with regards to the ballot, does include our utility, a potential utility users tax, or charter clarification around SVP, documentary transfer tax, or a geo bond around our capital projects. Some additional background information as the council considers taxes were governed by Prop 218, which restricts the ability for cities like ours to impose assessments or property related fees except for specific circumstances such as our utilities. Later in the agenda, we go through a Prop 218 notification process for specific fee increases, such as solid waste that's later tonight. We are also governed by Prop 26 that was passed by voters in November of 2010. This broadened the definition of what constituted a tax with regards to our fees. And so our municipal fee schedule does include alignment to Prop 26 and is reviewed by our city attorney's office. So as far as next steps, this is the first of 3 check-ins on the budget. We welcome questions and feedback on the operating and capital budget changes, as well as the municipal fee schedule. There's another check-in on June 8th scheduled, and then the city council adoption on June 22nd. And then still to be determined here tentatively, potentially July 12th or a different date, a mid-year check-in on our priority setting matrix that we discussed in February. So the recommendations before you to provide feedback for the June 22nd recommendations will include approval of the budget in June, direction on the transient occupancy tax, the 2% that City Manager Santana had presented, approval of the municipal fee schedule, direction on parks and recreation, cost recovery policies, as well as the ballot or business tax recommendations mentioned earlier. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to present the information before you, and both city staff and as well as myself are available for any questions you may have.
Wow, thank you, Ken. I'm just always amazed at the work that you've done and your staff has done and our city manager has done with this tremendously interesting budget, and it just has so many elements to it, and to put it all together and to do the best you can for our community to keep the deficit down is just truly amazing. So first of all, thank you so much. I know you've probably not slept for many nights trying to do this between March and now. So I just don't want to pick at your budget very much at all. So I'm only going to do it a little bit. Okay, so not in some areas that I would like to have some further information on that I feel are important. And I know there's so many areas of our budget that are important, but sometimes it's the small things, and I'll call them smaller, elements of the budget that are important, and especially the community facing items in our budget. So there's 3 areas just for me to start that I want to get some further information on. And just like the March budget, I want to drill down a little bit more on the police and fire, public safety being front-facing front-facing units in our city. And I know we still have public works and other SVP and others as well, but it's one that has direct contact with the community on a daily basis. And so I want to make sure that, we're hearing from our police department and our fire department on the proposed cuts, just like we did in the March timeframe. Because I know that things are, every day we get notices, we get the alerts, we hear, police, fire, there are constant issues in the city. And I'm hoping that things will get better when people start getting back to work and the pandemic is over. But I just want to make sure that we are protected all the way around, and our residents are protected. So I want to drill down a little bit more on those cuts. And then one of the issues that's also important to our community, and I'm going to call it one of the smaller yet more powerful issues in our community, is the Parks and Recreation Department, and it's the Roberta Jones Community Theater, the Junior Theater. And I know that council members, we've all gotten a lot of emails about that, because that program, although it does not have a lot of children like sports and other Parks and Recreation Department programs may have, but theater arts in our community is extremely important. And I knew Roberta Jones, and how much, time and effort and love she put into that program, and how that program has affected so many children in our community for so many decades. And some of the children are now adults, and their children are part of the Roberta Jones program. So I want to find what options we have, whether it's our reserves or however we can fund that program to keep that program. I want to make sure that we do that in this budget session. So those are the three areas that I'm concerned about, that I want to hear more about, and especially options for funding the children's theater. So I'll go on to other council members. I know we're going to have more budget study sessions on this. So we'll have a lot of time to drill down on some of these things. And then I'm also interested in the revenue generating, any kind of taxes that are going to our community. I want to be able to weigh in on that. So I'm going to go down the line. Councilmember Hardy, followed by Jane.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. I have two parts that first off, I want to look at the business tax options. To me, that's very important. The fact that we have not changed that since 1996. I like that we have a very low threshold, but the fact that we have a cap at $500 is almost embarrassing, to say the least. And the fact that we are, maybe you could say, even subsidizing some very large companies, and that does bother me. I like that we're business friendly, but that's maybe a little too friendly. I want to piggyback on what Mayor Gilmore said about the Roberta Jones Junior Theater. And I'm going to try to stay factual. I too knew Roberta very, very well. Two of my daughters grew up in her program. We have to recognize what a gem we have here. That junior theater is more than 50 years old. The number of children that have gone through that program and it has helped is tremendous. Nowhere else will you find a community theater program for 8 to 18 where children from very young ages up to through high school work together to do musical theater. And the fact that the program she set up works so well, and she knew that she was teaching responsibility and leadership. I will never forget the very first parent meeting we had. She said, "We are here teaching children. In the process, we put on a show." So to say that those performances are not worth anything is embarrassing. And when I talked with some of the staff, and they said, well, the numbers, what you're not thinking of when you think of numbers is all the audience members also. All those children that get to go to a live theater performance put on by the children in our community. Also, they're the same students who do all the face painting at all our different city events. They are wonderful that way. My own daughter did her master's thesis on the Roberta Jones Junior Theater mentoring process, and how the older students are taught as they're younger, and then they become the mentors as they grow up and are the teenagers. Where else can you have teenagers being mentors? I will tell you that even the All-American City Award that we won in 2001, 20 years ago, it was the director of the junior theater then, Kevin Cornelius, who helped all of the city staff to put together the presentation, and only 10 cities a year received that designation. And our city manager then, Jennifer Sparacino, said it was because of the help and the expertise that the junior theater director gave them that they even got that award. There are so many different, I could give you names of students who have turned their life around because of what they learned in that theater. I will not let it be defunded. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, Ken, thank you for the great presentation. I wanted to understand Silicon Valley Power really is about a $500 million enterprise within the city, but it seems like there's some conflict with our charter that needs to be revised. And I'm wondering, how much do you think a utility user tax would generate? It seems like it would be more than a business tax for the city, given that it's such a big program, and also given that 95% of the energy used in the city is not by residents. So you're generating a lot of money from a utility user tax that would then benefit city programs. Then I have some one-time programs that I think we need to invest in. When I was on Planning Commission, we approved a lot of projects, but the concern was, hey, we're building all this housing in Santa Clara. We can't widen the roads. What are we going to do about all that traffic? And so we implemented transportation demand management programs. This is where the developers have to provide bus passes and shuttles and bike parking and so on. And we required them to present these TDM plans, and then they were supposed to report annually on the results, the trip reductions that they would get from these programs. Well, it turns out that of 12 projects that have certificates of occupancy, only 7 have even submitted their TDM reports. And when I looked at them, I thought that they were not very good. They weren't consistent, they were incomplete. So in talking with staff, it seems like we need to invest in coming up with a set of rubrics for how people report on their transportation demand management. We're building somewhere between 20 and 30,000 new housing units. We're not basically going to widen a single road. So how do we prevent traffic Armageddon? So we need these TDM plans. We need to have a program. And so I think staff said that it would cost between $100,000 to $150,000 for a consultant to set up a good TDM program. So I would like to propose that we somehow add that through budget stabilization reserves or so on. And then another program that I think is important is that we're building a lot of housing near the train station. And there's a lot of horns that go off. These trains have horns that are 110 decibels. And to build housing next to noisy trains is really imposing a lot of pain. You know, we've already got residents complaining about data center noise and noise from a residence hall at Santa Clara University. So I know Milpitas and San Jose are looking at establishing quiet zones where trains can't blow their horns. So that's a program that I believe would require maybe $300,000 to do a study and figure out if we can establish a quiet zone. And in terms of the Roberta Jones, I've heard from a number of people that this is an extremely transformative program for the children involved. But we have to figure out how to somehow get grants or something to help with this program, because it's about a $200,000 basically subsidy from the city for 192 students. So I think that, like Children's Musical Theater is a nonprofit, and they are funded through grants and other programs. But I certainly want to somehow prevent this program from dying. But we just need to be creative about how to do funding for it. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken, and thank you to all the staff for all of your hard work. Glad we're getting to the end of the budget season. This has been quite a budget cycle for all of us. So I have just a couple of questions. Ken, you mentioned the community grant program, and I just wanted to confirm, is it going to stay at $100,000? It's being reduced from 140 to $100,000.
That's correct, Councilmember Watanabe. In the, I believe in this through the city manager's office, currently when you combine I think it's the championship teams and the community grant pot is 140. And so that in this budget, allocation of $100,000 would be available to through an application process for any groups that would seek city funding through that.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I know that was a great program available to the nonprofits, the city's nonprofits in the past. So I didn't realize it had gone up to 140 because I think initially it was set at 100,000. So that's good to know. And regarding the public works, the new fees schedule that you showed, those are all new fees for public works and some community development fees?
So my understanding in the area of solid waste and stormwater as part of the plan review process, there are dollars spent to review some of the plans, but these are areas where currently there is no fee in place. So these are new fees. With regards to the community development department, there's one fee that's proposed, the building conformance fee. This would be a fee as and I'll tee it up, and if Andrew or Craig want to expand on it, with regards to the review of some of the plans that come across the counter, there's advice that's given with regards to conformance of building and our structures, and so this would be a fee to help collect that. So Andrew, I don't know if you want to expand.
Yes, thank you. I'm Andrew Crabtree, a Director of Community Development, and just to elaborate on that a little bit, with each, with not every, but with many of our building permit applications, there is a process where one of the planning staff is reviewing that application for conformance with the zoning code, and that could be in the form of consistency with the prior planning approval, many of which have permit conditions that are implemented during the building permit process, and so require sort of monitoring and follow-up throughout that process. Or it could be, in the case of other ones, that just require a review for a consistency with the zoning code to make sure that the proposed use or structure is in conformance with the zoning code. And there's really quite a few numbers of staff hours that are allocated to that work, and they've not been reflected in prior fee analysis in terms of the cost recovery for the planning program. So this is a way to address that sort of gap in our cost recovery model.
Great. Do other cities charge that fee? Do you know?
Yes, they do. The fee consultant that was working with us had other examples, and we looked at that in terms of the approach and we are following one that was consistent with what other cities are doing.
Great. Okay, thank you for answering those questions. Appreciate it. Moving along, Silicon Valley Power. where do I start? Uh, well, in the north side, North Santa Clara, we had a power outage on Sunday, and I know there've been power outages, around the city over, periodically, but this one had to do with, and I know Silicon Valley Power put out a statement on Twitter and I believe Facebook that it was a result of vandalism, and so, as we move forward, knowing that, these things happen, and on Sunday, 3,600 people were without power. I mean, thank you, Silicon Valley Power, for, all the staff that, work so hard to, find the location of the issue and turn everything around, and, electricity was on like within an hour and a half, and people were so appreciative. I mean, it's a Sunday afternoon. However, I have to say that it happened just as Phil Mickelson was making his final putt, and so a lot of people were really upset about that when their TVs went off. But if are there any allocations, in the upcoming Silicon Valley Power budget to look into those kinds of issues, to make sure that there's security, or maybe redesignating money to ensure that things like that don't happen again. I understand it. I think it's happened before as well. So if there's any money being allocated for that, that's my question, I guess.
So we had been paying for some security services. They run just under 40,000 a month for the security of that site. Over the weekend when this happened, Manuel and I did exchange some brief communications, and we need to revisit whether there could be any cost coverage sharing through SVP. And so that's actually something that we had talked about on Sunday in the evening once we had restored power and were assessing what had happened. So we could, if we can get back to you as part of the questions and answer process for the budget for the June 22nd, if not before, then I think that would be a great idea. It is something that's top of mind.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, City Manager. And then, moving forward, so we had Sunday, and then last night we had an incident out in North Santa Clara again, where there was, the police were required to address an incident, and that started at 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 11 o'clock at night. And I know it required a lot of support, and so it's, when things like that happen, again, and I know that the mayor talked about this as well, making sure that through these cuts that, proposed cuts that we're looking at, budget reductions, that, that our public safety is that there is enough public safety, and to address, be ready to address incidents like this when they occur. I know they don't occur often, but still, I mean, like yesterday afternoon until last night, it was quite significant. And so, for something like that, I know like the substation, the police substation, is closed as a result of the budget. And so, my concern is just that we have enough. And so let's see, moving on to the Roberta Jones has been discussed, amongst other council members and the mayor, and I totally agree. I mean, how many emails have we had from the public? I mean, so it's obviously very important program. It's near and dear to many hearts and has benefited so many people and families over the years. So I know, City Manager, we've had a discussion on this. So whatever we can do to explore, supplementing that cost would, whatever we can look at is great. And then finally, I have a inquiry regarding the municipal fees. One of the municipal fees, I believe it would be a municipal fee, for the food trucks, and I've had residents reach out because of number one, I guess there's a lack of food trucks, or not a lot of them are getting their permits or haven't signed up to get their permits. And from talking to some of the food truck operators, it sounds like, it's cost prohibitive, and plus the delay in between getting the permit and then getting the business license. There's quite a delay. And so with all of us being focused on, the recovery and businesses being able to get back up and running again, food trucks are a part of that recovery. And so I'm just going to ask if there is some way that we can look at the permitting that is in place for these food trucks to see what we can, what the city can do to help them, get back up and running as well. And whether it's, a reduction in the permit fee or and moving the process along faster would really, really be beneficial to a lot of these small business operators. And so I'm just going to leave it at that. That's all I have.
So I would like to respond to that last inquiry through part of the written questions and answers process, including looking at state funds available for small businesses and whether that's an option. So allow us for us to do a little bit more research, and we'll get a written response.
Great. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, my big concerns, I guess, Mayor Gilmore covered it and Councilmember Watanabe covered it. It's public safety. Going in what happened on Dorset Street, what happened on the north side, crime's been up. I don't think it's an appropriate time to really, and I think with the pandemic, it's created a lot of anxiety amongst the residents, especially with public safety. So that is, I guess, one of my big concerns. The other big, I guess, concern is, of course, the Roberta Jones Theater. That is something I do not want to see gone. As a person who was into the arts, I got my degree in film. I, basically started off in kind of theater program and drama. And I've always noticed in history that in schools, arts are always the first thing to be cut. These are programs that are places for people to run to, for people to find an escape and maybe find their niche. And to see how many letters we got, I think I could take all the letters that we got, I could probably line my entire street with them at the length of it. And it concerns me a lot that we are kind of cutting, I guess you'd say, programs that are essential to our community. That is something that I would not want to see gone. I think the arts are key to our future. Last night we were appointing a new couple cultural commissioners, and that is, I think, a very important factor is the arts. And I would not want to see cutting this, as we just appointed those two new commissioners to see a better future for Santa Clara. Other things I see in the budget, which maybe you can explain to maybe our residents, because I get residents that contact me, especially about the Roberta Jones things and certain cuts to our police forces and stuff like that. They ask me, why aren't there cuts in other areas, or why isn't there not voluntary pay cuts or forced pay cuts to do this? I usually don't have the right appropriate answer for that, and I think maybe that should be an answer that is given directly to the residents rather than from me, because I really don't want to mess anything up and make anyone look bad, to be honest, because that is kind of, I guess, a big pink elephant, you would say, in the room. When you talk to a lot of the residents, they have a lot of questions about salaries, and I really do not know how to cover that topic with residents, because that is something I think the city needs to talk about. But one thing that I think maybe Ken can answer is, when they bring up these things about cuts and so on, does that do anything in the budget that would help us in the long run, or is it just we're pretty much in the same situation regardless? And then lastly, I say that, there's a lot that we can make money on right now. I mean, I disagree with a lot of that. We're in a slow recovery. I see a lot of things are picking up really quick. People want to get out. I mean, the beaches in Half Moon Bay were full. Santa Cruz were full. People are on the road. People are traveling. Great America's open. I see a lot of, opportunities to promote our hotels. I really think that our marketing should be kicking in right now. Our, DMO, we have JLL out there. I think we should really be focusing on trying to get something going, make some revenue in the process, even if it's just peanuts. We can really use that. At the same time, we need that for our quality of life, I think, for our residents, because they need something to think about and go to. And I keep mentioning it over and over again about cannabis. That is something I think we should really look into the future. I know we've said no, but record numbers in 2020 in San Jose. I mean, the news story that came out last week, record numbers during the pandemic. And, I don't want to see an opportunity to fail revenue. Even if we just turn this into an opportunity for manufacturing or growing operations where there is no sale, but it's more by square foot taxes. Because remember, we have the best power in the area with SVP. So everyone's going to want to be in Santa Clara to have grow houses. The last thing I would also say too is look at other revenue opportunities. Filming locations. I mean, I hear a lot about where there's scouts out there trying to find locations to film. We have a stadium. We have, Great America. We have many opportunities in front of us. And I think that's ways we can make some extra revenue to cover, I guess, all the little holes that we have in our budgets and in the future too. But going back to my basic three things that I think are the biggest important ones, or the basic two ones, are the public safety and the Roberta Jones Theater, because you need public safety to keep people safe, and at the same time you need the Roberta Jones Theater or something for people to get out and do something and be happy in the community. But otherwise, thank you, Ken, for that great report. And if you could please give an answer to the residents for me on that question of what a cut or what any other cuts in the budget based on salaries would do to our budget, if it would make any difference, because I really had a hard time trying to explain that.
Sure. So I want to start in terms of the comments and cuts in other areas. We did have a couple of slides in the PowerPoint presentation that summarized the cuts by department. As stated, their average is about 10.2% per department. And as Ken stated, that we have kept the line staff or the front-facing service staff at a lesser rate of reductions than other services. And you'll see that as in the way that the numbers are distributed in the PowerPoint, and we can certainly bring that up. In terms of voluntary pay cuts, over the last couple of presentations, we have provided summaries of our success with negotiating concessions with many of our labor groups. As you know, and as the public, as we've stated before, all of our employees are covered through some sort of MOU, which guides the city's relationship with the different bargaining units. Bargaining is guided and governed through state law with respect to the process. And that said, our employees have participated in concessions through waiving merit increases for 2020. That means this year there are no merit increases, as well as step increases. Each year through MOUs, employees are generally eligible for a step increase as determined through the bargaining unit, the MOU. So in this case, our employees, a large number, and I'll look to Ken to express the value, but I know that we did share that publicly. In terms of forced pay cuts, I would ask Araceli to just walk through the process and some of the concerns, because that would be an unusual step, but she certainly can make comments about it.
I would just add, this is Ken again, just in relation to the dollar. So the budget does assume those concessions that City Manager Santana talked about. So for some groups that had approval for 2 years of, I think, 0%, so flat, no pay increases, the budget does reflect that. I think the dollars in the budget, if I recall correctly, were around $6 or $7 million to the general fund. So that was helpful to our budget in terms of saving programs and saving services with regards to those dollars. And the other comment, as Deanna suggested, 10.2% of discretionary budget reductions in average across all departments in the general fund. And so in some cases where departments had a 16 or 17% cut, those proposals are in the budget, both in this budget as well as the March action. And so across all city departments, the process to bring the budget forward involved every city department suggesting recommendations where we can generate savings across our city and maintain services. And so the balance of protecting the core essential services as well as reducing budgets across the board are reflected. And as I stated in my presentation, we've made a lot of headways to reduce our budget from $42 million down to about 14.6 in year 3. So we do have a balanced budget before you with some more work to do as well.
Thank you, Ken. I really appreciate that. And I also wanted to say last one thing is I do agree with Councilmember Hardy as well about increasing some of our business fees too. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken, City Manager, and all the team members who were involved in this thing. Yeah, it is balancing the budget and during these tough times is really, really actually tough. And we are thankful for the $25+ million stimulus package, which has really helped us out. But still, that is only one time as of now, but all the adjustments, all the thought after adjustment made are really going to help us out to balance the budget. Coming back to individual items, as you all know, we are inundated with the emails about Roberta Jones, and it's not only about the emails, it is something one of my sons has performed over there, so it's near and dear to me. And especially in a sense like it's only the performance we are cutting, and that is one of the part when you get some classes, and that's the best part. Basically performing is the best part of that, and if you're trying to curtail that, that doesn't make sense. And so we need to look out how we can make sure we restore that. And when I'm saying restore that, of course we want to restore that, but I would be happy if we can look at some public-private partnership. So that is has been one of my fundamentals going since I came to the council. Like, we have to engage our businesses into partnerships for such art programs or some of the non-profit organizations within the city, which can be supplemented by these multi-billion-dollar businesses we have in the city, because we provide them the best of environment to expand and do their business here. And I think it's their moral, social responsibility to come forward and help us out. And I'm glad that the business tax thing is on the radar right now, and it's being considered on the top priority. I remember, like, very first year I came to the council, I presented that we need to do this thing. Just getting a less than $1 million tax from multi-billion-dollar corporations who it's like pennies for them to give us more. Like, take an example, like you already mentioned that Mountain View has $4.4 million versus our less than $1 million. And it's not that it's going to impact our small businesses. We have to make it progressive, whichever way we want to make it. And I don't want to hurt our small businesses, but there are bigger businesses which can really help us out without impacting their bottom line. So that is one thing I'm very happy about it. And we need to get this thing done. Like, I know you gave a calendar event on that, how we will do it. So that is to be done, and I'm glad we are doing that. I'm glad we are trying to make sure our library hours are to be maintained and they are not being curtailed. So that's a good thing. Cuts to police and fire. I know these are tough times, and I'm glad that no sworn officer and the front-facing officers are not being touched. So that's important. Like we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. I know the 3 positions you mentioned, they are back office positions. So, but I'm equally, for me also equally important that we need to make sure our public safety, whether it's from police or fire, is maintained at the highest level possible, given the constraints we are in, basically. Utility user tax, that's another revenue source, like I think we should be looking at, especially because 95 or above 90% of power is used by industrial, like whether it's data center or whosoever. So my question on that, would that be based on the usage? Who is using what amount of wattage they are using? Is that based on, or there are different models on that? We can have that utility user tax.
Vice Mayor Chahal, thanks for the question. So on the topic of utility users tax, I mean, they could be structured in any different ways, but the primary structure that most cities have are a percentage of the revenues. And so in response to your question, it typically is based on revenue. So to the extent larger payers of or larger users of power would pay a higher tax based on their usage.
Okay, that helps. Yeah, so I would be tending towards that, like percentage of the usage of electricity being used by them, and we're tending towards that. And that brings me to another point, like revenue opportunity from the data centers. If our gap between what we are charging versus a neighboring city or within the Bay Area, Greater Bay Area, if the gap is very huge, so we should look at that. I know there are certain contracts we are signed with data centers, but going forward, we have to make sure we do not have that high a gap between what we are charging, what other cities are charging. We want to make SVP is a very good organization. We have enterprise organization, and we want to make it more profitable so that we can add more value to our city, basically, from that. So that's my other request on that. TDM programs, like just like Councilmember Jain mentioned, I have been advocating this thing since I served with Councilmember Jain and Councilmember Becker on the Planning Commission. So this is something I think this has been delayed a lot, like keeping in view traffic issues is one of the top quality of life issue for our residents. And if we need to spend $150,000, that's what mentioned by Councilmember Jain, $100,000 to $150,000 to mitigate the traffic and streamline the process of TDM penalties, that would be great. Like some of these cities like Mountain Views, I think Sunnyvale too, they have those TDM penalties and they're making quite a bit of money out of it. And that they just pour in back to the community and improve the infrastructure for the traffic, basically. I have a question on one of the municipal fee, which was photovoltaic fee of $432, which is a new fee. So is that like we were not charging any residential fee? That's on page 118 of the municipal of that. So is that the one fee which we were not charging initially and we are started charging now? And keeping in view the sustainability aspect of that, I want to find out, like, you may not answer that question right now. How much will that get to the city? And I don't want to discourage people not to put solar panels on there because of that. So I want to have a balancing act, like if we were not charging and why we are charging now, and what would be the impact of total revenues we are trying to get out of it. So you can get back to me later. That's not a problem. Small business help. This thing is, we need to look into this thing. What can be the resources to help our small businesses? I know our rental assistance program has some money left. And I even talked one-on-one with the city manager about that. I think Long Beach has used some of the funds which were dedicated from the state or federal for small business grants. So that is one thing we want to explore, because there are quite a bit of bigger percentage of small businesses who are suffering, and we need to make sure those. One last topic I would like to highlight is negotiation with the employer labor groups. I know we have achieved some good results with, I think, 5 or 6 of those, which has foregone their merit and other bonuses, whatever you are. And there are some more which we are still in progress. So I would try to put a little bit more priority on that, so that we bring equity to all the employee groups and everybody participate equally on that. And it can help us further into balancing our budget. So those are my comments. Thank you for, again, thank you for excellent work you and your team has done.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, I would like to thank Ken and his team for that report. And I want to assure the people in the audience that no city council member seems to have an interest in reducing the Roberta Jones Junior Theater Program, or any programs that benefit our children, to be honest. The pages of letters that we received in support of the theater program dwarf the staff budget report, and quite substantially. But I don't think we needed the letters to make up our minds to support the program. Cutting a program that targets about 17 of our population at most may seem wise, but that 17% is our children. And who knows what effect that will have longer term. And actually, we do know. Art programs contribute to higher economic growth. There are more success stories from places that have art programs. Arts contribute to language acquisition and education independent of other skills. They can help children learn to regulate their emotions, and they provide useful outlets for their emotions. They stimulate different parts of the brain and increase confidence and provide more options for different types of learners. And I think that this is something that you can't just measure and gauge the effect of. I would like to see a study of how the budget would be affected if our taxes, such as the business tax, were still low, but more comparable to modern fees. I have no problem with having a low cost of entry, but it seems that at the high end, $500 is not nearly enough for companies that may have hundreds and even thousands of employees. Right, $500 may make sense for a McDonald's or a Korean Spring Barbecue, but not for companies like NVIDIA or Intel. And it's not as if the companies in the city don't benefit from having improved services and infrastructure. Like we need to say, this is not just a cost to them, it's actually how we maintain services for everyone, including the companies in our city. And as society evolves, we need to look into how we can fund more and more diverse programs, especially as our population grows. And we need to look into how we scale our fees and keep pace with even just inflation to do it. As Vice Mayor Chahal mentioned, perhaps we can look into more public-private partnerships to get ideas on where we can grow and find sustainable funding. Councilmember Jane is also correct about setting up a good TDM program. We are not making the roads bigger, we're not making them wider, so there's going to be more use. And that means that the roads will degrade faster and they are not as safe for pedestrians and bicyclists because there are more users on the road. Also, road signs get old and can be destroyed by accidents, but we actually need more signs as the roads get more traffic. Spillover effects sometimes mean that we need traffic calming measures at aggregation points that may not even be in close proximity to the developments that bring in the increased traffic. And I think this is something that we need to study. I don't know if we actively look into this, but the effects on the local streets, at least in my area, are fairly clear to people who have lived here for many years. I had a very good talk with Mr. Avila, and I agree, I could not disagree with anything that he said. I've read reports about missing signs or signs that have degraded due to age, and we need a way to maintain and increase them, especially as the number of road users goes up, and to keep the busier roadways safe for non-vehicle users as we get more more walkers at night, more bicyclists, more scooter, and more e-bike, and more children. Keeping fees low should still be a goal, but the numbers should more closely align with the times and the increasing needs in our city, including basic maintenance, because it looks like our maintenance fees, we need to up those quite a bit as our city gets more and more people in it and we get more and more use. And lastly, Fire and police are a little like insurance policies. You hope you do not need them, but you're sure glad you have them when you have trouble. And we need to prepare for that trouble and not make it double by reducing our police and fire numbers. Even back office positions help out the front, and I would like to see if we can not just maintain those positions, but find ways to fill them. Thank you very much. I'd like to hear from the public, actually.
Thank you. Is there any other council member that has questions or comments? Okay, so I'm going to move to the public now. We'll start with Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle.
Good evening. I'm happy to talk to you tonight. Excuse the emotion in my voice. I'm coming to you as a participant, an audience participant of the Roberta Jones Junior Theater since 1975. I grew up in the program. I worked in the program. I have 3 children that live here in Santa Clara that are participants of the program. And I assure you, council member, that it is more than 168 people that are participating. And I'm concerned of how that was framed in this budget for you to consider that, this over 50-year-old program. And I would ask us to not only would we consider not taking this away, why aren't we trying to expand it? We have the diversity, equity, and inclusion program coming up. What better way to find plays and stories that could show these time-honored traditions and stories that are so important to our community? And I'm just concerned about the consultant that was selected. It's so cold, just a number to cut this during COVID, that the participants are waning. Is the director of the theater, the director of Parks and Rec just tired? If he saw a 50-year-old program waning, did he do anything to correct it? What surveys were put in place to the community to understand why? I just ask you to take this off of the table and go back and redo it. It should not be on the budget. Thank you again.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you for your suggestions as well. Will, go ahead, Will. You're muted. There you go. Welcome.
Hello, I don't know if you can see me, but it's good to participate in a meeting again. I'm here to talk.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. It has to be pretty important to get me back here, and it is.
Yeah.
That's a joke. You know, if Roberta Jones goes away, a whole community goes away, not just the performances. And it's, of course, the most important part of the community are the students. And you know, it's a place where, as Councilmember Beckett said, you know, people come to, it's a place where they find their voice, they gain confidence in themselves. It's where their community is, and they participate in play after play after play over the course of years, and you know, they grow up there. And the community includes the parents. We parents get to know each other over the course of years. We watch each other's kids grow up, and it's a place where it makes it feel like Santa Clara is a small town. It's one of those places. You know, just a little more technically, you know, I see that number 192. A kid, my son Michael's right next to me. A kid could participate in a play, spend 2 months of rehearsals, going there 4 or 5 days a week, evening performances, and and then do it again and participate in 2 or 3 or 4 plays every year. And that would count as just one kid, that would count as one unit. So I think it's important to take that number into consideration. And then lastly, you know, I know a lot of talk about budget. This is a group that actually does do some fundraising in addition to the fees. They sell tickets and they have fundraisers, so they do what they can to offset the cost as much as possible. Thanks. I think you guys get it, and I appreciate the comments I've heard so far.
Thank you, Will, and thank you for participating again. It's nice to hear from you. Danielle, go ahead, Danielle.
Hello, my name is Danielle Schmitz. I'm a senior at Santa Clara High School, a participant in Roberta Jones Junior Theater since 2011, and a recreation leader in the City of Santa Clara's Parks and Recreation Performing Arts Department. Tonight, I'm speaking as a Santa Clara resident to oppose item 21-524, which would cut the Roberta Jones Junior Theater Company from city funding, ending an over 50-year tradition in our city of making theater arts accessible to all children in our community. Over the past 10 years, RJT has taught me confidence, effective leadership skills, and the importance of having a community that supports you. RJT has given me lifelong friends, an opportunity I would not have had without it. On top of creating a supporting community, RJT has taught me invaluable theater skills and performing techniques that have allowed me to earn roles in competitive theater companies in the Bay Area. Tonight, you're probably going to hear a lot about the humanitarian effects RJT has on the Santa Clara community, but I want to talk about how RJT creates accessible theater for Santa Clara residents. Theater is a very expensive and time-intensive extracurricular for families to participate in. At other children's theater companies in the South Bay, such as San Jose Children's Musical Theater or Peninsula Youth Theater, participation fees range from $400 to $600, not including fees once participating in a show, such as hair, makeup, and costumes. In addition, families are required to put in extensive volunteer hours throughout the program. RJT, however, makes theater accessible to families who cannot afford the cost of these other theater programs, but still want their child to receive a high-quality theater education. With the cost of participating in a show being under $200, minimal extra requirements for families, and additional classes that work around the rehearsal schedules, Roberta Jones Junior Theater creates a theater environment that is accessible and welcoming to everyone who wishes to participate. I ask you, please do not take away the program that creates accessible and fun theater for not only Santa Clara, but all of the South Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate your comments. Olivia, go ahead, Olivia.
Hi, my name is Olivia Orr. I'm a senior at Santa Clara High School. I'm 18 years old and I will be voting in the next election. I am both a participant in Roberta Jones Junior Theater and I am an as-needed staff member for the Parks and Recreation Department. Today, I am here only as a Santa Clara resident and I do not represent the Parks and Recreation Department. Roberta Jones Junior Theater has been one of the best things in my life for the past 7 years. It is a necessary program for the community. I have learned so much from my time here, it could fill pages, trust me. But a few of them include, I have gained volunteer experience, employment experience, experience working with kids, so many more things. And these are things that cannot be gained through programs like a school theater department. One of the best things about RJJT is the fact that it includes kids from ages 8 to 18. This creates an environment in which the younger kids are exposed to role models and the older kids learn how to be examples. Participants learn how to work with people who are different from them. Besides providing an important community and a legacy that each kid who comes through the program is a part of, RJJT teaches life skills. These skills are gained through the performances that RJJT has and not necessarily through the classes that it offers. Cutting the performance budget would be gutting the program. When voting on the budget, I ask that you please consider not cutting RJJT's performance budget so that future kids may get the same experiences that I did. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olivia. The Caldwells, you're next. Caldwells. There you go.
My name is Ben Caldwell. I began participating in RJJT shows 11 years ago in Cinderella when I was 6 years old. Since then, I have done over 30 productions and loved every single one. The impact these shows and this program had on me was tremendous. I gained leadership skills, confidence, and responsibility, as well as learning what it means to be a member of a group working together. The environment of this program offers something unique to this community that you can't get elsewhere. They cast everyone who auditions, which helps younger and new actors build confidence in themselves. It allows kids to meet people outside of their usual school circles. It creates an environment of mentorship and friendship across age groups, and it provides a place for kids to be themselves and grow that they wouldn't otherwise have. It is especially important that this program remains because not everyone has access to something like a school play, especially in younger age groups and homeschoolers. This program's benefits reach far beyond just those who participate directly in the shows, but to those who participate backstage and to the hundreds of people who see the shows. For many people and kids, this may be their only opportunity to see live theater at an affordable price. My older brother found his future career at RJJT and is at college studying musical theater. I may only have 1 year left at RJJT, but this program provides an enormous amount to this community, and its loss would be devastating to me, my friends in the program, and generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lena, go ahead, Lena. You're muted, Lena. Lena, can you unmute yourself?
We can come back to Lena, Mayor.
Okay, Jen, go ahead, Jen.
Hi there, my name is Jen Milo Nunes, and I was born and raised in Santa Clara. I currently live in Council District 2 with my husband and my 2 young daughters, and I've been compelled to speak here today to ask that you reject the proposed budget that essentially kills Roberta Jones Junior Theater, like many other people here. I participated in the Roberta Jones Junior Theater from 5th grade until my junior year of high school. As you can imagine, those are some of the most important years in a child's life, helping to set a foundation for the person that you will one day grow up to be. During those years, RJJT was my safe space. I have amazing memories of performing in shows, painting faces at the Art and Wine Festival, attending Shakespeare in the Park, and taking part in the summer program Cats. It was a place where I made friends and learned interpersonal skills and the value of collaboration towards a greater goal. I learned about public speaking and communicating to a large group. I learned about improv, which taught me to think on my feet and be ready to adjust to constantly changing landscape, something that's been incredibly vital in my fast-paced career in Silicon Valley. But more than anything, I learned about community. There was a pride about putting on productions for members of the Santa Clara community. Knowing they came to see us perform and that this might be the only exposure to live theater that some kids in the audience would ever have was something that all of us cast members took very seriously. I still run into members of the community around town or at the Art and Wine Festival who I know through RJJT or met after a performance or even recognized from being in the audience. I chose to raise my family in Santa Clara because of this sense of community and the resources that I provided to the children here. As Mr. Lee mentioned in his presentation, RJJT not only provides an individual benefit, but one that clearly benefits the entire community of Santa Clara by instilling invaluable skills and lessons in kids who will continue to contribute to the future of Santa Clara. Therefore, I ask for you to invest in our community, invest in our children and their growth and development, invest in the arts, which this last year more than ever have proven to be vital. And please invest in Roberta Jones Junior Theater so we can continue to have thoughtful, respectful, and proud community members in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. Lena, can we try you again? Lena? There you go. You're unmuted. Go ahead, Lena. Hello, Lena.
Hi. Yes.
Yes. Go ahead, hon. Go ahead. Yes, we can.
Yes, I agree. I agree about the theater. I agree to be the safe for the kids because we've been around Santa Clara for the last couple of years, for 7 years. I see to be safe for the kids, the theater, I agree. It's a good thing. For all the stories I've been hearing, it's beautiful stories and it's be safe because it's a lot of things happen in the outside. And if we don't save our kids, if we don't do the best we can to keep the kids safe, theaters, art, anything, I agree with everybody else. I agree. I hope you guys can save the theater on. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Okay, Anthony. Go ahead, Anthony. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right,
Go
thank
ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Anthony Pasquale, President of your Santa Clara Firefighters, Local 1171, and a Santa Clara citizen myself. I would like to echo the previous speakers regarding the Roberta Jones Theater as well. This is an important program in our community. And as you know, your firefighters have a few programs in the community. We're always looking for ways to benefit the community. And this is one of those ways we'd hate to see it go. I'm also calling in tonight regarding some of the public safety cuts that I have very big concerns about. I spoke to you a few months back regarding the budget reductions to the fire department. A few months ago, the council voted to freeze 12 positions, which resulted in a reduction in daily staffing from 40 firefighters a day to 36. A reminder that we have 2 staffing studies which say our daily staffing should be at 40 firefighters a day. Today, what is before you is not just a reduction in overtime for the fire department. It's just not that simple. The fire department is short-staffed due to the hiring freeze. And what this leads to is a daily overtime in order to properly staff our fire department. The reduction in overtime, like what is proposed tonight, and I know you're not voting on it tonight, so I hope there's some time to make some tweaks, would equate to a reduction in staffing once again, but this time to 34 firefighters. So we went from 40 to 36, and now the proposal is to go down to 34. While this may not seem like that much, every single body taken away from the line makes it that much harder to accomplish our mission on a daily basis on emergency calls. It adds an additional load to the existing staff. These particular incidents, the hazmat and the rescue incidents, require a lot of people in order to have a safe and efficient and a good outcome. This is 2 less personnel available to accomplish these tasks. And this proposal removes the dedicated driver operators from these vehicles. This also is less personnel available on a daily basis for mutual aid. While the status of the city budget is not optimal, we do not need to make these drastic cuts. We still have a substantial amount available in the reserve funds. The cost of keeping these units in service would be very minimal over the 2-year cycle, a fraction of what is available. So what I'm asking you tonight is for 2 things. The first is to not reduce the overtime funds as proposed to you tonight. And the second is to unfreeze the positions that we have vacant, so that way we don't have the overtime that is proposed. They go hand in hand. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Anthony. Next, we have Annabelle. Go ahead, Annabelle. There you go.
Hello, Mayor Gilmore and City Council members. My name is Annabelle Gong, and I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Clara. I've been thankful enough to have been able to participate in city programs throughout my childhood and even be an employee of the city for 5 years under the Roberta Jones Junior Theater program. I am speaking to you today, obviously, in opposition of the budget proposal that will cut our JJT productions. As a shy kid, theater was the last place I thought I would find the second home and the family. However, in 2011, with the encouragement of my mother, I participated in my first theater production with RJJT, and I continued my participation until my final bow as the Scarecrow in The Wizard of Oz in 2016, but still continued to work as an employee, designing light shows and building sets for the summer productions. Within my 5 years as a production participant and 5 more as an employee, I gained the confidence and responsibility to become a leader. I learned public speaking skills through performing to sold out shows. I gained a better sense of time management through balancing homework and memorizing lines. And I had countless opportunities to mentor younger participants in the program. I now apply those skills with conviction as I start my career as an educator, a science communicator, and activist for diverse identities in STEM fields. There's no doubt that RJJT has been a valuable part of my growth in my personal and professional life. It breaks my heart to hear that a program so special to me could possibly be defunded. And so I urge you to join me in keeping RJJT Productions and its staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Katie, go ahead, Katie.
Hello, my name is Katie Rotterman, and I have been participating in Santa Clara Parks and Recreation programming since I was 4 years old. On the day I turned 16, I was hired for my first job as an at-will employee of the city of Santa Clara, where I remained for over a decade. Thank you to everyone who's already spoken in support of Roberta Jones Junior Theater today. I'm also here to speak in support of keeping the arts alive in Santa Clara. RJJT is not only an asset to the hundreds of children each year who grow up in the program, it's also an asset to the community. It provides affordable productions for families to take their children of all ages to. It serves as after-school programming where children can be safe for more than just 1 or 2 hours a week like many of the other classes. As an at-will employee hired to work for RJJT, I was trained in how to safely operate technical aspects of the theater to run other city events. If reducing the budget for at-will staff, who will be maintaining the Mary Lou Mello Auditorium? Who will work city events that occur in the theater? With a supervisor who supervises more than just RJJT and at-will staff who works more than just RJJT events, why are their salaries solely included in the RJJT budget? When I'm not participating in community theater, I'm a full-time public school teacher, so I know what it's like to try to best support children, sometimes without all the available resources that children deserve. I also know how to do quite a lot with very little. Roberta began this program over 50 years ago with almost nothing, and RJJT can do that again. I ask you to not completely eliminate the performance aspect of a performing arts program without allowing the staff and volunteers and community to work together to cut operating costs first. RJJT ticket prices and participant fees are lower than any other youth theater program in the Bay Area. We will come together to fundraise. There is room to produce more revenue if that's what the city requires. RJJT has always been in service to Santa Clara and its residents, and I hope you will work to make sure it always will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Hannah. Next, Hannah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Hannah.
Hi, my name is Hannah Brady, and I probably took every Parks and Recreation sport and class imaginable before I found Roberta Jones Junior Theater at 11, which is where I stayed and continued to participate until I aged out in 2012. I also worked through the city of Santa Clara in 2010, my first job, and then when I was 16 until 2020 when I was 25. As a participant of RJJT, I found a level of professionalism that paled in comparison to any other theater program offered in Santa Clara. I found friends my own age from different schools, different neighborhoods. I got the opportunity to mentor and learn from my peers 5, 6, 7 years younger and older than me. Even as a young child, I was treated as a collaborator with the staff and my peers. As an employee, I was allowed technical theater training that was not offered anywhere else. I got the chance to direct and even produce productions, which really opened my eyes to what I wanted to do in the future. As both a participant and an employee, I got to see a community come together from all over the city and outside of it to support a common love of art, of telling stories. I watched participants grow up through the years and then stay forever, myself included, because who would want to leave this amazing community? There are thousands of other people who have stories like mine, and there's a reason for that. This program deserves to be given a chance. As of now, it has not been given the opportunity to grow or change in any way since the last supervisor left. It has not been given the opportunity to make more income or even operate on a budget. I know that the community would still support this program regardless of whatever changes needed to be made. This council cannot deem a program unsavable or unworthy until these options are explored. Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for letting me speak today on the budget. After hearing all these folks speak about the RJJT, boy, anything to protect the theater and arts in the city of Santa Clara, I think should be try and figure out a way to do it. It doesn't sound like it's a big budget ask, and especially after hearing Katie speak about the opportunities to fundraise and maybe reaching out to that community to figure out how to save that program. Do whatever you can to keep investing in arts. It's a shame when you hear that those are the things that get cut quickly. Math and science are the priorities, and arts and culture is what makes community wonderful. So I hope that gets prioritized as well. I do hope as we get out of this pandemic that the Zoom capability that we're experiencing here is included in the future and is incorporated into the city's narrative so that it allows people to participate more easily remotely and allows people to continue to have their voice heard with the city in events like this, going down to council chambers, sitting to speak for 2 or 3 minutes for 6 or 7 hours while I may like doing that from time to time. I know most people probably don't have that capacity, and this provides that. Lastly, I do hope you continue to support the worker cooperative initiative that you've done. It was great seeing the mayor, Councilmember Park, and Councilmember Watanabe. And I think Councilmember Jane was also there. It was great seeing the four of you at the session today at noon that that the city put on with Project Equity and the Federation of Worker Cooperatives. I really, really appreciate the dedication that the city has into the worker cooperative program. And I do hope that you continue to support that going forward and continue to fund it as needed. You talked about a loan fund in the future. If that comes up as needed in the future, I hope that makes it on your plate coming up next year. Thank you so much for letting me speak on this.
Thank you, Kurt. Kathy, you're next. Go ahead, Kathy. You're still muted.
Okay, there you go. It took me a minute to get the mouse to work. My name is Kathy Smith. I am a parent of a program participant, as well as being the musical director for the theater.
Kathy, you're a little bubbly. You're a little, okay.
Okay, is that better?
Okay, keep talking. Go ahead.
Okay.
We'll start all over. Start her all over.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Kathy Smith. I'm a parent of a former participant, as well as the musical director of the Roberta Jones Junior Theater for 40 years. And everything you're hearing just warms my heart. And it's all true. So I will tell you though, if you think 192 participants a year, 40 years has given me access to a number of children, as you can imagine. And all of them, as adults now, will tell you the same thing that you're hearing from these people who are participants and recently former participants, past 10 years or so. One of the things that I love about Santa Clara is the diversity, the inclusion of all peoples, the acceptance of all peoples. And I'll tell you that starts as children. And if they can't be involved in sports for whether they want to be or not, this is an avenue where they are taught that same thing. They all work together for a common goal. And you can't get that in the classes. You have to have that working in, like doing a show, one common goal that they're all working for. The classes teach you things, but they teach you as an individual, not how to work with other people. So it's just, you know, the other things we have are there. I said the same things over and over when I wrote my notes. Yes, the Roberta started this program to teach responsibility and self-discipline and leadership, but that's not where it ended. It has become a very warm place. If you could be at auditions and hear all the brand new people who come in, get applauded by all the people who've been there forever. And I mean, these kids are scared. They're standing up there singing solos for the first time in their life. It's amazing. So please do not let this program die. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you for your testimony. Gabby, you're up, Gabby.
Hi there. Thanks for letting me talk. I'd like to offer my support to all the folks who have spoken up on the Roberta Jones program. I think performing arts is very important for children and adults alike, and so I sincerely hope this does not get cut from the budget. I'd also like to ask the council to make it a priority by ensuring budget is allocated to making our roads safer. I feel like there's just more speeding drivers and generally unsafe driving behavior. And as the city reopens, as kids go back to in-person school and more families are getting around the city by bike or scooters or skateboards and attend more activities in the city, it's really imperative that the council makes a commitment to making our roads safer, which creates a safe, inviting environment for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabby. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on the budget? If so, now's the time to come forward.
Madam Mayor, I have
Yes.
3 e-comments on this
Okay, could you
item.
read them, please?
Yes, of course. First comment is from Kimberly Vernon, which states, I oppose the proposed city budget due to the drastic cuts towards Roberta Jones Junior Theater. As a past performer in RJJT, I was given a safe space and community to grow and learn as an artist. RJJT is an asset to Santa Clara because the arts are a form of communication that fosters self-expression, creativity, empathy, and innovation, essentially giving us the resources we need to succeed in all aspects of life. Art builds community, and RJJT is a hallmark of our Santa Clara community. End of comment. The next comment was received by Sophia McDaniel. It states the following. As a 10-year-old participant of, oh, no, not a 10-year-old, as a 10-year participant of Roberta Jones Jr. Theater, whose sister was preparing to perform in Mary Poppins at the start of the COVID-19 shutdown, I oppose the city's proposal to divest from the program. RJJT shaped who I am today by providing excellent theatrical, public speaking, and leadership experience, as well as lifelong friends. While I understand the past year has been difficult budget-wise, I hope that the council will do the right thing and prioritize this priceless community. End of comment. And the last one was received by Claire Stone, which states, I am opposing the proposed city budget because it includes a drastic funding cuts to the Roberta Jones Jr. Theater. I grew up in Santa Clara, and RJJT was the most influential program I participated in as a child. It helped me gain confidence and feel comfortable with public speaking and taught me responsibility. It allowed me to be creative and have fun, and I built a strong community of friends. It would be a disservice to the Santa Clara community to remove funding from this amazing program. End of comment.
Thank
And
you.
that's all I have.
Thank you. I just have to say that we had very articulate public presentations from the participants and former participants of the Roberta Jones Junior Theater. And I think that's really a testament to the success of the program. So well done, ladies and gentlemen, that testified today. And we did have a few other comments about the budget as well. So there are a few other things. So anyways, city manager, give us our next step in the process.
Sure. So we had the opportunity to receive a lot of input. Unless there's any additional input, we will begin with our process of putting together the list of questions related to budget inquiries, as well as options for the council to consider on some of the funding requests that came up. We will be back on June 8th, and then we will also present on June 22nd. Okay. So lots of good input received. Thank you so much, everyone. And I particularly want to thank obviously the departments and everyone involved, and a special shout out for Ken, who's just really championed this effort over the last year and just has done a great job for the city. Thank you, Ken. And everyone.
I agree with you, city manager. And I do want to thank Ken because he sort of jumped in this position of the finance director rather quickly. And we threw a lot of work at him very quickly, and he's really risen to the occasion. And we do appreciate the excellent work.
Very even keeled and calm.
And the way he presents good news and especially the bad news. Yeah. So, you know, we appreciate that as well. Councilmember Jane, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we provide direction to staff. I know that on June 8th, there is another session, and then our final approval will be June 22nd. So I know council members and the public have made many comments. Do you feel like you have enough direction, or do you need us to motion something?
We're not making motions, but I believe we have individual direction. And
what we'll what we'll do is we, for instance, an example would be the issues of security and the cost. And as I answered to Councilmember Watanabe, how we are approaching funding security, we'll put that in writing. We'll provide some options so that either on June 28th, there could obviously be more conversation around the options. And certainly by June 22nd, the council can deliberate and determine whether it wants to withdraw from the budget stabilization reserve to cover some of the funding requests, such as the quiet zone or the TDM programs that you've requested that we consider for funding. We'll bring those forward. Council can have a robust discussion and then make a decision as to how to best proceed with the many different requests.
Okay. I had another topic that I wanted to have some discussion about, and that is that the related companies are now starting to develop their project, and we are building a massive amount of housing at the Tasman East facility. And I mean, we're looking at 10,000 people there. So I know that the related company has committed $5 million towards the Central Park North. And I'm wondering, at what point do we need to budget money to do a study for how to develop Central Park North on the related project?
I think that's a separate item, city manager, than the budget. So
Yes, we did provide some preliminary information last night as part of the questions and answers. As part of that response, there was a suggestion that if the council wanted to provide direction on obtaining access to the funding, there's $500,000 for some preliminary work for the design, that could be part of your June 22nd direction to staff to proceed. Of course, we would want to look at our own capacity given the reduced resources and come back with a workload plan as one of the first options in the August-September timeframe. So that one would need a little bit more work as suggested in the response, but certainly on June 22nd, we can receive that direction if that's the will of the council.
and that's an item that's going to need a lot of public outreach in terms of, you know, how we want to proceed with that park. So I can't imagine that we're going to have that discussion in public outreach by the 22nd of June.
No,
No, but that's why I want to start now.
It's
That's
definitely
awesome.
worth a study session to come up with a plan of how we're going to use, I don't know, the 5 million is, you know, it'll go really fast in terms of how we're going to use and how we're going to, you know, set out a plan for how we engage the community. So
we'd like to start with, obviously, if there's direction on the 22nd, with just a work plan, the different endeavors and efforts that would need to, oh, my lighting is off, the different endeavors that we would need to put into place so that we're all on the same page and we all have agreement in terms of the length of time and the schedule, Mayor.
right, and we do, as I said, something like a park like that on a large scale, which is going to require, you know, tens of millions of dollars. We need to come up with, you know, certainly have the public participate in that. Okay, anything else, council?
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
I can hardly see your hand. Okay.
Yeah, hiding over there. No, I was just going to just for clarification, the city manager mentioned about discussions last night. I was wondering if the park was discussed in the was there a Parks and Rec meeting last night that there was discussion about the Central Park North Park, or? Because I say that only because I would imagine that the Parks and Rec Commission would be very much involved with the development. And I had understood at one point that they were already having discussions about the development and of the park, what people would want.
So we responded to the budget questions for this item as part of the questions and answers process and provided information about the park and the use of the $5 million or
Great.
potential use.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much for the study session. So I'm going to ask the council, I'm going to ask that we go ahead and approve the consent calendar, and after, because I know we have consultants that are on right now, so we can take them off the timeline. And then after the approval of the consent calendar, we're going to take a break. And any items pulled from the consent calendar are going to go at the end of the agenda because we have 3 or 4 more public hearings that have to take place tonight. So next we have items on the consent calendar. I want to say for the record, I'm going to be abstaining on item 6H, which is a consultant for the downtown precise plan and its consulting services. My office is in the Franklin Mall, so I have a conflict. So I will be abstaining, City Clerk, for the record on item 6H. All right, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Madam Mayor, this was regarding the budget. I know.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. So I know the staff area was asking some direction on the TOT taxes, whether we want to do 2%, 3%. We did not discuss anything. So does that mean we are okay with 2%? What going ahead? That's the topic I was trying to touch base.
Okay, I think it's an ordinance that's going to come forward, city manager, for our discussion.
Yeah, so if there is support or consensus with a nod towards the 2% TOT increase, then we could be directed on June 22nd, and then we will come back with the proposed ordinance for the council to deliberate on in the August timeframe.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Back to the consent calendar. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I would like to pull item 6P. That's the CVRA report. I'd also like to pull 6V like Victor. That's the SBLs. I would like to pull 6N, which is the GIS report. And then I will be recusing of 6H because of an FPPC ruling.
What's 6H? Oh, the same as mine.
Yeah.
Okay, FPPC ruling. Okay. Let me ask anybody else from the council. Anyone else? Otherwise, I'd like a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a public comment email received on agenda item 6G. That is action on agreement with the County of Santa Clara for the countywide AB 939 implementation fee and countywide household hazardous waste collection program.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, read the comment.
This comment is from Adolfo Garcia. I request that the following questions be entered into the public record regarding countywide AB 939 implementation fee and the HHW collection program. Projected annual costs in 2022 is $2,541,568. What are the projected costs expected to increase in CY 2023 and CY 2024? 78.8% of projected annual costs are consumed by personnel, benefits, council, and county overhead. How many people are employed by this program? And what are the highest salaries paid out of this program? What can be done to minimize these expenses? Is the city compelled by law to participate? If yes, can the city vote to opt out? If the city cannot opt out, how will these new fees appear in the utility bills assessed upon residents and businesses? Thank you for entering these questions into the public record, and I look forward to receiving answers promptly to my questions. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. City manager, do we have a way to get the answers to these questions sent to this person that requested those answers? Because I know a lot of them have to come from the county.
Deanna, you're muted.
City manager? Or Manuel? Or somebody?
It's Craig Novak. Correct. Oh, I was just going to say, we will go back and look at all those questions. Certainly there's a number of them in there, and we'll have to gather up that information, and then we can report back to council. And if this individual left his contact info with the clerk, we can include the response as well.
Thank you. And before I go to the public, is there a motion and a second to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Councilmember Becker.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. And for the record, can I get a repeat of what items were pulled?
6P.
6P.
The CVRA, 6V, 49ers SBLs, and 6N GIS, and they were all pulled by Councilmember Jane.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the rest of the balance.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item or anything? Okay, Assistant City Clerk. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, noting my abstention on 6H. Thank you.
Duly noted.
And that That passes unanimously. So next we're going to have after is public presentations. The consent items pulled for discussion will be heard at the end of the meeting. And I'm going to ask council now, it's not 5 minutes to 9. If we come back at 10 minutes after 9. So we're going to take a break now to give our staff here time to have a break as well. All right, thank you. So 9:10. Started back again. So our next item on the agenda is public presentations, I believe. Hold on. Yes, public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Okay, so I see at least two hands. Bob, go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob O'Keefe, lifelong resident. At the City Council meeting on May 4th, 2021, during this discussion of censure for Councilmember Kathy Watanabe and the admonishment of Mayor Lisa Gilmore, Councilmember Hardy publicly stated that she had retained an outside attorney and had that attorney prepare a resolution of censure for Councilmember Watanabe and a resolution of admonishment for Mayor Gilmore. Later in the discussion, Councilmember Hardy read those resolutions publicly, thus entering the content of those resolutions into the permanent record of the meeting. Based on the information and specific charges contained in those documents, several governmental actions were then taken by the City Council. A motion, a second to a motion, and a vote to move forward and place the matter of censure for Councilmember Watanabe and the admonishment of Mayor Gilmore on a future council agenda. On review of the Santa Clara City Charter, Councilmember Hardy, while acting in her official capacity as a council member, violated at least one provision of the Santa Clara City Charter. In simple terms, she broke the law. Specifically, two violations of Santa Clara City Charter, Section 908E, which states, and I'll quote, "The city attorney shall prepare any and all proposed ordinances and resolutions for the city and amendments thereto." Councilmember Hardy violated this provision by reading the proposed resolutions that she had prepared by admission by an outside private attorney, not by the city attorney, into the public record of that meeting of May 4th, 2021. Furthermore, Santa Clara City Charter, Section 1801 states, and I'll quote, "The violation of any provision of the charter shall be deemed a misdemeanor," end quote. That makes these violations criminal in nature. Section 908F of the charter requires the city attorney to prosecute on behalf of the people all criminal cases for violation of this charter. Public officials must be held to the highest standard. Per the charter, the city attorney must initiate an investigation for the prosecution of Councilmember Hardy for the aforementioned violations of the Santa Clara City Charter. There are several reasons why it's so important to prosecute these violations, but I see that my time is running out, so I will close. And on a secondary note, Councilmember Hardy, by her actions, has shown a predetermined bias towards Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe and must be required to recuse herself from any further participation in the separate but related matter of the censure of Councilmember Watanabe and the admonishment of Mayor Gilmore. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I am, I guess I have a lot of questions, and I'd like to know where Mr. O'Keefe, what direction he plans to take as a result of what he has just shared. I know we're not supposed to ask questions, but I think it's quite important what he just shared.
Bob? I'm not even sure he's still on.
I see that he's on. Bob?
There he goes.
Oh, it just popped up, so I'm unmuted again. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you.
What a question.
The question where I'm going with this, it's pretty clear. The city attorney by law has to initiate an investigation, prosecution, and it's important that he does. Quickly, I'll just answer that question two ways. First of all, it's the law. We have many different laws and codes. There's federal laws, state laws, county laws, and city codes. And for Santa Clara, that includes our charter. All these laws are equally important, One law is not more important than the other. The state of California requires all these laws from the state level on down to be approved by the state legislature. Our charter has. Our laws have been approved by the state legislature. So it's not some little play law that the city just threw together. And how could we even think about enforcing our laws for everyone else if we don't even hold our public officials accountable? The charter, the law requires the city attorney to prosecute. Secondly, most importantly, if we do not enforce this violation of law, think about the precedent it would set. It would be okay for any developer, corporation, even the San Francisco 49ers to have their attorneys draw up an ordinance or resolution, give it to a sympathetic council member. That council member can bring it to the dais. It could be voted on and passed by other sympathetic council members. And what just happened? Well, that developer, that corporation or football team just wrote law for the city of Santa Clara.
Thank you.
Please don't dismiss that and say that
No.
can't happen, because it just might be happening right now.
No, I just don't want you to put in ideas in anyone's minds. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Chahal, you have a comment on this?
Yeah, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little bit disturbed, Mayor, that we are starting a new precedent of discussion on public presentations. The public presentation very clearly says the law does not permit action on or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda, except under special circumstances. So I'm not sure we are setting a new precedent. Any public presentation, we'll start a discussion on that 2 and 4th and putting in suggestions on those. That's my comment.
I think that a council member had a question and the public member answered it. So I don't see any action being taken. All right, Kurt Vartan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I didn't really get to speak at the last, to really provide my thanks and support to the city, to the dedication to the Worker Cooperative Initiative that took place today. The city has now held 3 of these workshops for the business community in combination with and partnering with Project Equity, the U.S. Federation of Worker Cooperatives, the Sustainable Economies Law Center, and Democracy at Work Institute. And Robin did a great job pulling all this together with those partners, and to see a majority of this council participate today in the session, I think was really great. It showed really a strong commitment to this. And I just wanted to, again, just celebrate the success that you guys have done so far, and just I hope you continue to support this going forward, and just as a general initiative. Thanks very much.
Thanks. And it was a great session today, and to have all the different perspectives being spoken, it was really wonderful. So thank you for participating, and thanks Robin Zahid from our office for facilitating that as well. Is there any member of the public, anyone else that would like to speak under public presentations? Okay, now we're going to move down to our public hearing general business, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 public hearings coming up. So the first one, I'm going to open the public hearing, is adoption of a resolution of formation of the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District under the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994. City Manager.
Excuse me. This item is going to be presented by Nancy Thome, and she has a brief PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Nancy?
Nancy, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. My screen kind of reset itself. Sorry, everybody. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. This is Nancy Thome, Assistant to the City Manager, and I have just a few slides to share as an overview on this public hearing item. Next slide. For a little bit of background, the existing Tourism Improvement District was formed in 2005 pursuant to the Parking and Business Improvement Area Law of 1989. As noted, the TID's purpose was to promote and support tourism in the TID area, and that was the area in and around the convention center, and currently consists of 11 hotels. The city collects and disperses TID funds for approved uses, and the TID receives $3,000 annually from the TID to cover administrative costs. Next slide. Back in January, staff came forward to council with a request from the TID to pursue the formation of the district under the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994. This request, which council consented to, also included a change in the TID assessment from $1 per occupied room night to 1.5% in year one, with the possible increase to 2% in year two. And the $1 per occupied room night had been the same assessment since the TID was established in 2005. Next slide. Currently, we are going through the process required under the 1994 state law for the formation of the new district. This process was initiated by the submission of written petitions from hotels that collectively pay more than 50% of the assessment. And we received 76.51. And on April 6th, City Council approved the resolution of intention to form the new district. The next step was for the City Council to hold a public meeting to allow for public testimony. And this public meeting took place on April 20th. And there were no comments received at that time. The public hearing this evening is the final step in the process for council to approve the formation of the new district under the 1994 law. So in brief summary, there were no proposed changes to the TID boundaries and still includes 11 hotels. This will also include any future hotels that open within the boundaries. So those new hotels would automatically be subject to the assessment. The proposed assessment would be effective July 1st at 1.5% to start of gross rental revenue. And it is estimated there will be a fund balance of approximately $1.4 million at the end of this current fiscal year. And those funds will be used in turn to support the DMO's fiscal year 21-22 proposed operating budget of about $1.29 million. Next slide. The new district will be governed by the management district plan. And per the district plan, the Silicon Valley Santa Clara DMO is identified as the owners association that will be responsible for managing the funds and implementing the programs for the TID. The DMO will be required to provide annual reports to City Council to include any proposed changes to the boundaries. They'll provide a list of activities that were conducted in that current fiscal year, proposed estimated cost for the next fiscal year, and any surplus deficit to be carried over, including any estimated amounts of contributions from other sources, if there's revenue from other sources. Next slide. So with that, it is staff's recommendation that council adopt a resolution of formation to establish the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District for 5 years, starting July 1st, 2021, if there is no legally sufficient protest. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions from council first? Any questions? This is a public hearing, so it's open to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none, do we have any protests? I think that's the next question I need to ask. Staff?
We did not receive any protests unless any were submitted to the city clerk's office. There was none received by city staff.
Assistant City Clerk, do we have any protests that were submitted?
We did not receive any protests.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker, if you're looking at a motion, the first motion would be to close the public hearing.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Watanabe to close the public hearing. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please. Vote.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Councilmember Becker, do you have a motion to adopt the resolution? You're
Yes,
muted.
mute.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I do have a a motion to take the recommendation by staff. Alternative 1, adopt a resolution of the of formation to establish the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District, SCTID, for 5 years starting July 1st, 2021, if there is no legally sufficient protest.
Second.
And there's a second by Councilmember Watanabe. Any discussion on that from anyone? All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We have that underway. All right. Next is our item number 8, which is adopt a resolution approving the proposed charter amendment to enact council district elections and introduction of an ordinance establishing district boundaries to conduct by district elections in Santa Clara. Staff?
This item is going to be presented by Brian Doyle and Hossam Hagag.
All right, thank you. Brian, Hossam?
Sure, I'll start. Is Hossam here? Is he? I'm here. included? Yep.
Yeah,
So simply it's, this is the item that we heard last council session when we were directed to bring back a resolution to, with the ballot measure that we agreed to in the settlement with the Yumori Kaku plaintiffs. So we're back. I think, Hossam, you were going to do a short presentation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're just gonna talk about. I don't know, Brian, if you had a slide with the language, but this is a follow-up from the May 4th meeting. The city attorney and myself, we basically took the input and the feedback from council and the direction that was shared by council to draft the language that would be used in the ballot measure based on the feedback that was given. So just to recap the feedback that was given, we do need to set in the six districts that were ordered by the court. The idea is that we're going to be putting it here on the ballot. So you can see the language that Brian is sharing on his screen, the language that would modify the current charter provisions on how council members are elected to reflect the six single member districts for the council members, with the mayor and chief of police and city clerk still elected at large. And then, so we'll leave it here on the screen just for folks to read it. I think council, you also have the resolution language in your packets.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll pause here for a second, and Brian, if you don't mind scrolling down, just so we could capture all of that, also for the benefit of the public who may be watching. What you see here on the screen is just very explicit designation of, we're not changing any ordering. Usually we have in the gubernatorial, we have 2 districts that are elected, districts 2 and 3, just like we're done back in 2018. And districts 1, 4, 5, and 6 are in the presidential election cycles, like we had done just in 2020. We can scroll forward. Actually, I think that is it, right?
That's the
so
end of
yeah,
that
that's
one,
the end.
yeah.
Yeah, that's the end of that one. So I know there's also the language about the 30-day residency requirement. So the language that we have in the, yep, there it is. Thank you, Brian. So you can see here's the language that is added for the 30-day residency requirement, and you'll see 2 paragraphs for that. One for the at-large positions of mayor, chief of police, and city clerk require a 30-day residency requirement within the city of Santa Clara, anywhere in the city, because it's an at-large. All 3 of those are at-large positions. and also a 30-day residency requirement if there is an appointment to fill a vacancy. And then the second paragraph that you see at the bottom of the screen there is the 30-day residency requirement for each council member from within their district. So it is called out in a separate paragraph because the residency requirement is not a resident of the entire city, but a resident within the district for which they are running for council, a council member seat. So we have two separate paragraphs, one for the at-large, which is a residency requirement for the city at large, and then for the council districts, a 30-day residency requirement for living within that district. So we'll pause here if there's any questions.
Councilmember Jane, you have a question?
Yeah, I was curious as to why there was no provision to balance the number of council members elected in every 2 years, 3 and 3.
I mean, that's certainly something that we had discussed in the past Charter Review Committee, which you were the chair of, Suds, prior to being elected. That's something, if the city wants, if the council has an interest in balancing that out, that certainly can be done. For the purposes of meeting the settlement agreement by passing a resolution by June 1st, which today is the last regularly scheduled council meeting before June 1st. The recommendation from myself and the city attorney is to approve this. And of course, because that satisfies the settlement agreement requirement for having a resolution, passing a resolution to get 6 single member districts on the ballot. How you do those, that can be up for debate in a future meeting. If you would want to do that, as you're very well aware from the Charter Review Committee discussion that you were the chair of, if you would want to do that, you would need to plan out a transition period. So right now, you have districts 2 and 3 that are up for re-election in 2022. And so there's only 2 council seats. You cannot shortchange a council seat from the other 4 districts because they were elected for a 4-year term. So you would need a transition period that would span probably at least 2 election cycles, where at one point a council member running for election for one of the districts in the presidential years where you elect 4 districts would only be running for a 2-year shortened period. And then at the next election cycle, the gubernatorial, and 2 years later, then they would transition over into the other cycle. So then you would have 3 per election cycle. Definitely something the council can consider, can discuss and debate, and even put on the ballot language for this charter change. But the most pressing thing, time-sensitive thing, which is why this item needed to be heard today, was to meet the settlement agreement requirement of June 1st of getting a resolution passed that says we're going to be putting this on the ballot. If you want to modify things that are not related to the fact that we're going to 6 single-member districts, which in your suggestion does not, then we could do that at a future date, as long as, again, before we put it on the ballot. One of those items that we will discuss at the next meeting is the redistricting committee, how that's going to work for this year, since we just finished the census, the 2020 census, and we're going to be receiving the results later this year. So that would need to go in the charter amendment as well, but it is not a condition for the settlement agreement requirement, which is the June 1st date. So long answer to a short question. It's a good question, but just wanted to make sure that everybody understood the timeline and what's time sensitive and what is something that can be addressed at a future council meeting. Did that answer your question, Suds?
I did.
Thank you. Okay. One final thing that we discussed at the May 4th meeting was the map ordinance. So because we are the map that was ordered by the judge was, again, we're not discussing here. I think it was brought up in the May 4th meeting whether or not the judge's order from the judgment and the ruling from the CVRA case. We're not discussing whether that was restricted for the next 2 election cycles, the 2018 and 2020 election cycles, but we're talking strictly about the council district map for us to be able to have a starting point for the redistricting exercise, which is going to happen for the 2022 election. We need a starting point, and the ordinance is there that we're proposing in the report to council, and as we discussed on the May 4th meeting, to establish the district map that was ordered by the judge as a result of the CVRA judgment, to establish that as the starting point. And of course, like I mentioned, in the future, at the next city council meeting, we'll be discussing the redistricting committee process. But we need an ordinance here to kind of establish the court-ordered map as the starting point. So that is also part of this report to council. So the recommendation to the council is to, of course, you guys look at the language that is there for the ballot measure. If there's any questions about the language, we can take that, make minor modifications. If we need to overhaul stuff, which I would be surprised if we do, since we discussed this at the May 4th meeting and took your direction, then, you know, again, the idea is that we need to get a resolution passed before June 1st to meet the settlement agreement requirement. And then if we want to discuss and debate additional language or direction that would go into the resolution or in the ballot measure, we could do that at a future date. But the recommendation would be to pass the resolution as presented, with the making official of the 6 single-member districts and the 30-day residency requirement, and also as a separate action, pass the map ordinance to establish that as a starting point for the 6 district redistricting effort, which will happen later this year.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, you have a question?
Yeah, these are probably the minor changes that the city clerk was talking about. But when I look at the resolution exhibit A charter amendment, and I look at page 4, the changes I feel in section 700.1 elections, city council districts. In B, we've got a small typo in B1, which is the voters of districts. 2 districts is plural, and I believe it should be singular. And then in C, C, we actually have, looks like there was a copy and paste, but you've got the member for a 4-year term, and then there's a semicolon, and then it should be a semicolon again, remove the and, another semicolon for number 3 with the and then 4 should be the end with the period.
Yep. We did those on purpose to see who was paying attention, so you passed the test. No, those are good catches. We'll make those or minor changes. We can do that for sure.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? All right. Do we have any members of the public that would like to weigh in on this? I don't see any. Do you, City Clerk?
I don't either, unless there's
is there any e-comments? Do we have any e-comments?
I have nothing here on this end, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
There's 2 motions that we're recommending for adopting the resolution, and the second one is for approve the introduction of an ordinance for the council district boundary map for council member elections as the map to be used for elections beyond 2020, subject to changes required by the redistricting process. So
Can we do that in one motion? Or do we have to do them separately? 2 motions or one motion?
Why don't we do them
Let's just do
separately?
Let's
do them separately.
Okay, Councilmember Becker, did you had your hand up? It's down now? Okay, it's up again.
Sorry, it's like delayed reaction time.
It is. You are a bit delayed. I can tell when you're talking. So not you, I meant the Zoom.
Oh, yeah. It's okay, so yeah, I guess I could make a motion. I don't see anything that I don't see any other issues. So I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution directing the city clerk to bring back a resolution to call for a special municipal election on June 7th, 2022 for the purpose of placing one measure on the ballot that, if passed, would amend the Santa Clara City Charter sections 600, 700.1, 700.2 as set forth in Exhibit A in accordance with the requirements of Section 10403 of the California Elections Code.
Second that.
A friendly amendment with the changes then that Councilmember Park caught.
With the
Yes.
typos fixed.
With the typos fixed,
Yeah.
yes.
And the semicolons. All right. We have a motion and a second by Vice Mayor Chahal. Any other discussion on this? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously.
One
Next,
more.
we have Councilmember Becker. Do you want to make that motion?
Sure. The second part of this is approve introduction of an ordinance for the council district boundary map for council member elections as the map to be used for elections beyond 2020, subject to changes required by the redistricting process, which was explained just a moment ago.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Vice Mayor Chahal. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney.
Thank
and
you, guys.
Thank you, City Clerk, for preparing all this as well. So we met our obligations. Thank you. All right, next we have item number 9, which is a public hearing also. Adoption of a resolution setting rates for overall solid waste services and annual cleanup campaign in the exclusive franchise area. So I'm opening the public hearing. City Manager?
Yeah, so Craig Mobeck is going to be providing a presentation. And if
Okay.
you could share your screen or pull up the presentation.
Yep, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will pull up the
evening.
presentation and share my screen here. And okay, does everybody see my screen in the presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Now let me go back to the beginning. All right, so item 9. Thank you, Mayor. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And so I'm here for the solid waste rates for 21-22. And just to give you a quick overview, I'll run through a background of some of the agreements we have and what's led to our rates and the proposed increases. We'll go through the residential rates, both for on the residential side, we'll go through rates, and then on the garbage bin commercial rates, we'll discuss a little bit of the countywide rate analysis and how Santa Clara compares. We'll talk about services billed by Mission Trail Waste System. So there are some services that they provide that they bill directly, and we'll go through the increases to those. We'll touch on the rate assistance program. As you recall, back in March, Council directed staff to move forward with updating the rate assistance program for low income. And so we will share the increases to the assistance program there. And then Council also directed us to come back with a plan for reviewing some cleanup campaign alternatives. So we'll go through what's going to be required to take a look at those. And then lastly, I'll touch on the recommendations. So first, in terms of background, I just wanted to go through the solid waste rates and really what the services are that are provided. And those services are related to garbage, yard trimmings, residential recycling, as well as the cleanup campaign. And the rates for each of those services that a customer subscribes to are bundled together. And then that is the billing mechanism and what the individuals will pay. Obviously, there's some that do not get the yard trimming service or the cleanup campaign. So obviously, they will not be billed for those. We had talked a big time, a lot in 2017, and when we were going through the process for our new agreements, and we were looking at the various options for some of the changes in the requirements. And there was really 4 big factors that we talked about. And what we always mentioned was that rates were going up no matter what we did. We are coming off long-term contracts. And so there was a variety of factors outside the city's control that were going to cause the rates to increase. And so the first one being the increased regional labor costs. The labor costs far outpaced what our contracts had in them. So we fully knew those were going to reset and we were going to be paying the current market value. We also knew that on long-term contracts like these, very standard in the solid waste industry, that it includes replacement of fleets. And so both Mission Trail Waste Systems and Recology were in need of new fleets to service Santa Clara. So those were being handled through the contract. There was the item of compliance with SB 1383, specifically part of it dealing with organics and how we were going to deal with that in Santa Clara. And that was a big factor. As you recall, we went through pilot programs, extensive outreach, communication with the public, surveys to go through a variety of options. We also shared all the costs of those options. And ultimately, council made policy direction and directed staff to negotiate with green waste for the mixed waste processing. So obviously, there's a cost to do that. And lastly, the recyclables market. We've talked extensively about the China's national sword policy and the decline in the recyclable market, whereas you used to be able to, the recyclables were worth something, and now you're paying to dispose of them. So those 4 big factors led to the increases, again, that we had communicated and talked about extensively. In terms of our agreements, part of the direction from council was to enter into long-term agreements. And so the direction was for 15-year agreements with Mission Trail Waste Systems, Green Waste Recovery, Recology South Bay. And then the other contract that we have is Republic Services. Now that doesn't expire till the end of 24. So in the upcoming years, we'll be looking at that one as well. But that is an existing contract that is in place right now. So I wanted to touch a little bit on the estimates. We've been talking for a while on costs and really what all those new agreements were going to mean in terms of rates. And so back in 2019, we took some of the most common services that we provide and we projected out, okay, what are these rates going to be with all the increases that we know about and all the services that we're obtaining? And so you see in the first column there, those were the rates that were analyzed back in 2019 for the most common subscriptions. In the next column, fiscal year 21-22, the 2019 estimate. So that was the estimate done in 2019 where we projected rates might be for 21-22. As you recall, in March, we had met with council and at the March 10th meeting, we did a presentation on the rate study prepared, and that was to analyze all the various rates and contracts within the city. R3 was our consultant who led that study. And that was part of, again, entering into our new agreements. We wanted to explore, the rates and make sure that things are being charged equitably for the different size containers that residents or businesses can subscribe to. And as you can see through that rate study and what we talked about in March, the numbers are actually below where we thought they'd be. So in the next column over, you see the dollar amount difference. So 3 of those are less from $1.39 all the way up to almost $13. There is one on the 3 cubic bin commercial that was up about 1% where we thought it would be. But as you'll see when I go through the countywide analysis, you'll see our rates are still very much in line with the industry standards and actually below on those levels. So those were the estimates done in 2019 and how we compare. So we did very well in terms of our estimating and are very happy to be able to come with rates that are below what we thought they'd be for 21-22. So in terms of that rate study, let's talk a little bit about that. We went through that again. We wanted to make sure there was no subsidies going on, that larger containers weren't subsidizing smaller containers. We want to make sure everybody's paying their fair share. That's how the program is supposed to be set up. We came to council on March 10, 2021 to go over all the details of how the rates were established, what was included in them. And we presented the same rates that we're presenting tonight. And ultimately, council unanimously approved moving forward with the rate increases. And so based on that, we noticed the public per the Prop 218 requirements and set tonight as the public hearing. Again, those rates that were looked at in the rate study are all set up to be the true cost of service and are equitable. And each rate for the service incorporates the 3 main elements. It's the compensation to pay our service providers for the collection, also the payments for processing, composting, and or disposal, as well as the city program costs to run the solid waste program. So in terms of compensation adjustments, just want to summarize effective July 1, 2021, what we're required to pay on all of our contracts. You see here with Recology, who's handling our recycling, the increase is 12%, Mission Trail Waste Systems at 9%, Green Waste Recovery at 2%, and Republic at 2% as well. And, like we talked about, there's a number of things that go on at the beginning of these contracts. Purchasing a new fleet of vehicles is one of them. And so up front, there's negotiated increases to account for that. So you see that with the Recology and the Mission Trail Waste Systems increases. So let's talk a little bit about the residential solid waste rates that are being proposed. So I wanted to go through this chart with you. And 2 things I wanted to point out here on the left-hand side, the first column, you'll see the different container and garbage cart. When I'm talking about the garbage cart, I'm talking about the one that's in front of people's homes. There's the garbage cart, the recycle cart, also for the yard trimmings. This specifically is looking at the garbage cart component. And you'll see next to it is the percentage. So I highlighted in green the 32 gallon and the 64 gallon, because as you see by the percentages, that is representing almost 85% of the residents prescribed to those container sizes. So that's the bulk of what we're seeing in terms of subscriptions. And in the first column, you'll see the 2020-21 component rate for that. So that's what the cost is now. And then 21-22 being proposed, and then you see the change. Again, the top 4 rows just for the garbage, and then you see what the cost is for the yard trimmings going up $1.24. Recycling up 28 cents, cleanup campaign up 38 cents. So just on the garbage front, you're seeing the increases anywhere from $3.35 up, and a small percentage of people will see it at about $9. And so let's look at what the rates are when we say bundled. So bundled, the slide before I was talking about garbage. I showed all the breakdowns. Now let's look at how they're bundled together. And this is what the public sees when they get their bill. Again, on the left-hand side, you see the different cart sizes. I highlighted in green just to point out, because that is about 85%. So that is the big bulk of the city. Other thing I wanted to point out, you'll notice on yard trimmings, some are zeroed out. And those are affiliated with, you'll see on the left column, TH, I have SF and TH in parentheses, single family and townhomes. So townhomes do not pay for yard trimmings. They do not get the container, so we do not bill for them. And likewise, I wanted to point out on the cleanup campaign, not everybody gets the cleanup campaign. So if you don't get that service, you will not be billed for the service. And so when you look at adding up, again, all the different components that make up the bundled rate, you'll see the garbage. I've added in the yard trimmings, recycling, and cleanup campaign that you saw on the previous page, and that gives the bundled rate. And so these are the rates that people will see on their bills next fiscal year. And so let's take a step further and look at the percentages. Again, container sizes on the left, you see the 2021 bundled rate, the 21-22 bundled rate that's being proposed, and then you can see the dollar change and the percent change. So a couple things I wanted to point out here. First, on the 20 gallon. Now, in our rate study and in prior presentations to council, we knew the 20 gallon was being heavily subsidized. This was known, this was discussed. So we knew that percentage increase to be equitable, so they weren't being subsidized anymore. On a percent wise was going to go up a little bit more than the others. On the dollars, it fits in with the rest of them. But on a percent wise, that one's higher than the others. You focus in on the green, whereas the most common, 85% of Santa Clara has these. You'll see the ranges from about 11.2 to approximately 13% increases. And then you see 96 gallon along the same percentages there. So those are the percent change, again, related to the four factors that I mentioned previously. And this was projected. We had projected over the first 3 years that rates would increase about 54%. As I showed in the previous slide, we're tracking below that, which is very good. And we also know that for the mixed waste processing that was selected, that was about 14% was part of that 54% associated with that. So those are the percentages and dollar changes. And let's look about a little bit about how we compare countywide. Now, in order to do this comparison, I have to kind of do an apples to oranges. You'll see in green, I've highlighted the 2021-22 for the city of Santa Clara rates. However, I'm going to be comparing it on the countywide average for 2021. That's mainly because we do not have all the information for rates for next fiscal year from all the different cities and jurisdictions. We do know that a lot of them are being increased as well. There's no doubt about it. But for the sake of the comparison, it still shows that we're comparable. We did remove the cleanup campaign as part of this comparison because we know that the other jurisdictions do not have a level of service like the cleanup campaign. And so what you notice on the 20 gallon, 32 gallon, knowing that other jurisdictions are going to be increasing as well, very comparable. And then you note on the 64 and 96, we're actually below on the countywide average. Do want to point out the townhouse rate. You notice I have the red asterisks, meaning that it excludes the cleanup campaign, and then the double black asterisk, that the townhouse rate. Now, this is no other city offers the townhouse rate. It's cheap because they do not get all the services that the single family get. And you'll notice how big of a difference that means in terms of rates. And so if we did not have the townhouse rate like other jurisdictions, naturally that would artificially lower the single family rate a bit as well. So I did want to point that out. And next, I wanted to go and talk about garbage bin commercial rates. When I say garbage bin, it's what you'll see in front of businesses or multifamily, the bigger dumpster style. And so these rates also were part of the rate study, and they were set at cost recovery. Again, there is no profits being made here. We're simply paying for the services being provided. And the compensation paid for Mission Trail Waste Systems for the collection It includes the green waste recovery, mixed waste processing, and the Republic disposal costs. And it also includes the city program costs. And the primary reasons for the increases here were Mission Trail Waste Systems compensation increasing about 9%. And then the mixed waste processing, last year was only for 6 months, and this year is for 12 months. And so let's look at comparisons to 2019 estimates here. And you can see we have a couple rows. The estimated rates presented in 2019 is the first row. So you could see the 1920 baseline rate, the 2021 current rate, as well as the proposed. And then you can see the actual rates below. So you can see in 2021 and 21-22, our estimated rates were very close to the actuals. And again, when I show on the countywide averages, you'll see here that we're below on those averages. So very much in line with all the information that was presented in 2019 when we estimated the rates. And we can look at a little bit on that comparison, again, at the countywide average. And so I did highlight in green and blue, recognizing that the Santa Clara rate is 21-22 and the countywide average is for 2021. And one thing that you'll note, even though we're comparing our future year to the current year on the countywide average, our rates are lower. Again, we did our rate study to make sure everything was equitable on all these items. And so we're very comfortable with that. And so I do also want to point out that most jurisdictions are expecting rate increases here. So that that gap of what we're paying compared to the countywide average will continue to widen, with Santa Clara obviously having the lower rate. Next, I wanted to discuss the services billed by Mission Trail Waste Systems. So there are some of the services that they provide for our residents that they bill directly on. And so those are including commercial recycling, some voluntary organic waste service, as well as some loose and compacted roll-off debris bin service. So people set these up through Mission Trail, but the Prop 218 notices also cover the increases. And we know from the contract that the rates being collected for all these services is increasing by about 9% per our agreement. So that covers the rates and the increases being proposed tonight. I did want to touch on a couple other items that had come up in the past when we were talking about the rate study. The first was the rate assistance program, and council had a desire to help really increase what was being provided for low-income candidates. And as you recall, we follow the Silicon Valley Power Rate Assistant Program. We currently have about 400 current customers that qualify through that program. And council approved the increase from $3 to $10. So that increased by $7 per month, and that was done on March 10th. So the existing $3 that's already being funded by the Mission Trail Waste Systems tariffs will be increased by $7, which will be appropriating over $33,000 from the general fund. So that is a change, and that's providing additional benefit that council had requested for low-income qualifiers. And next, I wanted to touch on cleanup campaign alternatives. So council had also talked about during the rate study was, hey, let's look at and see what we can do about other options to explore instead of the current cleanup campaign. So can we look at different programs, different ways of rolling it out? And so we looked at what would be needed to do a study like that. We'd obviously need to obtain some assistance through a consultant, develop all the various alternatives that include all the costs, the service level options. We know people would want to see advantages, disadvantages. And a big thing was, we know that the customer surveys and the public involvement was going to be a big thing, especially for the cleanup campaign. There are a lot of opinions out in the public regarding it, and we knew it'd be a big collaborative effort on that. What we're trying to do is get everything lined up to be able to report to council in late spring. We're really pushing to meet that. I think that's an ambitious goal that we set, but ultimately we're estimating approximately $75,000 to cover those consultant costs. So what we'll need to do if this gets approved tonight is once it does, go through a process to select a consultant, establish all the scope, and then get that laid out and start moving forward with exploring those options. So that's something that you'll see in the recommendations. And I will go through those recommendations. In your report, there was 4 alternatives, and I'm going to show you alternatives 1, 3, and 4 that were part of the recommendation. Alternative 2 is not part of the recommendation, but that basically would be if council elected not to move forward with increasing rates and basically be covering that difference through the general fund. So that based on our rate study and the recommendations that came out of that, we're not moving forward with recommending that option. So what we're recommending is number 1, that the resolution is adopted to set the overall rates to be charged for the ratepayers for all the services that we provide, and that will be effective for the utility bills issued for services rendered on or after July 1st, 2021. We're also requesting authorization for the city manager to incorporate the transfer of that approximately $33,600 from the general fund to the solid waste fund. And that's to cover the new rate assistance program and the increased level of service there. And the last recommendation was number 4, and that was to direct the city manager to bring forward an amendment to the proposed budget for 21-22, 22-23, and that's to allocate the $75,000 from the solid waste fund, and that's to hire a consultant to develop the alternatives for the cleanup campaign that I mentioned. So those are the recommendations that are being proposed to council. And then obviously I'm here for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Director Mobeck, for that excellent report, and it's very thorough. Let's start with questions from the council. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, thank you, Director Mobeck. I had a question. I think the city is rolling out a new program for on-demand pickup of bulky items. Can you explain if that started and how that's going? And I imagine some results of that will be included in our analysis that the consultant is going to be doing. And then I was wondering if I think some of our costs increased for these litter, what are they called? Capture devices at all of our storm drains because of our cleanup campaign. And that was pretty expensive. Can you talk about that a little bit? And if that might be reduced if we change the cleanup campaign?
So in terms of your first question, and that was in regards to
bulky items.
Yeah, thank you. Bulky items.
Yeah.
So yes, we did. So the intent of that program, so we know that a number of residents cannot get the cleanup campaign. And so what we wanted to do is roll out a program to provide some other options for them. I know that's a program that is just getting developed and off the ground now. I have Dave Staub, Deputy Director of Public Works, on the meeting as well. And Dave, has that started implementation yet? Have we done any of those pickups?
So yes, we have started. It's an on-call bulky item collection program where residents interested in the service, they make arrangements directly through Mission Trail Waste Systems, and then they're charged a fee for the service. But we've only had a few, but it has started a few months ago.
Okay.
So that's the bulky item.
The trash capture devices?
Yeah,
for
so
stormwater?
trash capture devices is independent of the cleanup campaign. So we have a target to reduce what flows into the stormwater system. So that's a whole other separate program that is independent of the cleanup campaign.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, Craig, I was just on a call earlier this week over SB 1383 compliance, and a lot of cities were very, very concerned. And when I looked it up, we need to be in compliance by 2022. Does this program get us there?
Yeah, so the initial compliance was to have a program in place. And so obviously we have a program in place, and so we're complying with that component. There are some other parts of the compliance that we're working through with other cities in the county as well. But for having a program in place, yes, this meets that goal.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other council member that has any questions for Director Mobeck? Vice Mayor Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Director Mobeck, for presentation, and appreciate all the details. And I did prepare my own presentation, and let me at the outset be very open. My presentation is in no way challenging the staff. My presentation is more of challenging the policy decision which we made in 2019, basically going with green waste recovery, and how that base has increased our pricing to this level. Like we could have, say, one thing I may differ with you is you mentioned that going with green waste recovery option is 14% high, which I think is not. It is more than that. And I did prepare a presentation. I would like to have that presentation loaded, PowerPoint loaded, and I'll go through that for the.
So let me understand this. So we heard the staff presentation. So you are then, you made your own presentation. Is this the same presentation you showed us last year? Based on the 2019 decision? Is this, you did this before, so is this the same presentation?
Madam Mayor, you got a copy of it, and it does it. You did, Julie sent copy to every council member and to the mayor, so you should have a copy of it.
Did it come today?
Yes, it came today, Mayor. And it is comparing the data for 1920, 2021, and 21-22.
So we have our professional staff that does a presentation. So I don't understand why you're doing a presentation to contradict their presentation.
I'm not contradicting. I'm contradicting the policy decision which we made. I'm not contradicting
the one we made in 2019.
That is correct.
So, and you feel that we're going to be able to change that now?
I hope so.
Is that what you proposed that last year? I think like September, October, or July. Is this the same presentation? That's what I'm asking. Is this the same thing you tried last year?
Yes. So the councilman, Madam Mayor, last time the decision was 4-3.
In 2019, yes, it was, and it's and we've moved on since then. But you did this last summer. You did the same thing. Is this the same thing is what I'm asking?
If something impacts the residents for next 15 to 20 years, I would like to change that.
Okay, but you were told that, excuse me, Vice Mayor, you were told last year, because you know, this is wash, rinse, and repeat. You were told last year, we have agreements and contracts that we can't change. Yeah. So what's the difference between then and now? You're saying you still want to change contracts that we can't change.
We can change, and that's the disagreement.
Oh, you think we can change? So you're going to give us legal advice too? Okay, so you're going to give us public works advice and legal advice. Okay, go ahead. But I feel like we've been here. This is deja vu. We did this a few months ago.
That's okay. Like,
okay, all right, let's go.
I have the new data, so let me present that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. So this is the garbage rate hike, which we are facing not because of our residents, but because of some policy matters which we made by the council. And at the outset, I would just want to clarify, the staff has no role in these hikes, but it was a policy decision which has increased our rates. Next screen, please. So we saw the steep hike in garbage rate since 2021. And that was because the foundation of 1920 to 2021, we opted for an option instead of going with the split bin. We opted for an option going with the green waste recovery for a separation of garbage after collection. So whatever council decided in the previous year, that was greatly responsible for this hike, basically. And it was not residents who have played any role into it. And opportunity for the council to make amends to the policy. We have a new council, and if the numbers seems good, the council can decide what needs to be done and what action that we should be taking about it. And what should we do now to avoid burdening our residents? One reason I'm trying to tell this thing is this hike is not only for 1 year. This hike, because of the one policy decision, will be residents will be facing this problem for next 15 years, and there is a 5-year renewal period for that. We already gone with 1 year, so basically 14 years plus 5 more years of that. And so my option is, let's renegotiate with green waste recovery contract and also negotiate with Mission Trail Systems for the options we have. Thank you. Next screen, please. So here's the rate comparison for garbage carts only. So if you look at 1920 charges for our 20-gallon 32, 64, 96, $7.43. And then 32 is $14.98, 64, $29.49, 96, $44. And these jumped to $12.50, $20.80, $38.60, $56.50. So look at the increase we have from last column is 1920 to 21, further increase. Like 20-gallon rates have increased 134%. This is a huge, like more than double the rate we are paying right now, what we were paying 1920. 32-gallon, the rates from 1920 to 21-22 has increased by 61%, what's being proposed right now. 64-gallon, the rates have increased by 52%. 96-gallon, rates have increased by 49%. And these are the rates which our basic rates were very low. From that, these are the rate hikes we are getting over here. And if you look at the 21-22 rates, the 20-gallon rates increased by 39% and all other by 16%. So the basic foundation where we made a policy decision of going with green waste recovery, that has caused us the last column, 134, 61, 52, and 49% increase. And that is not what our residents expected, and that's what not our residents should be imposed with. Next slide, please. Can you go one before that? I think we missed one. Yes, okay, this one. So these are rate comparison for total. The first one was only for the garbage only, but these are the rate comparison when we include yard trimming, cleanup campaign, recycling fees. So look at the last column again. rate increase for 20 gallon, 47%, 32 gallon, 35%, 64, 37%, 96, 39%. So again, all double digit, very high rate increases. If I can get a return on that sort of return on my investment, that would be such a great thing to do. And increase from 2021, 19, 12, 13, 14. So the problem is not what we are doing this year. The problem was what we did in 2021. That is causing all our rates to jump so high on that. And that's the last column depicting from increase from 1920 to 2122. Next slide, please. Now let me explain why these rates are increasing for that. The first column is option with GWR, which we are following currently. All this data has been picked up from R2 study session, R2 study which our consulting group submitted to us. So right now we are paying Mission Trail services for resident. This is only for the residential part of it. So we are paying $3.7 million to Mission Trail for picking up the garbage. Then we are paying $2.683 million to Green Waste. That's just for the sorting, what we hired Green Waste for. Next is column with 50%, which is recovery rate. Let's say Green Waste says, oh, they will recover 50% organics out of the garbage they are being dumped by Mission Trail. So that 50% going to Newbie Island, and that charges $413,400. And next column pertains to second scenario, so I'll skip that. And city program cost is around $2.8 million. So the total in the current option, what we are opted right now, grand total is 9.6, almost $9.7 million. Now, going to the next column, if the council would not have decided to go with green waste recovery, and as per the meeting details on 9/17/2019, if we would have followed the split bin option, so this is the scenario where we would have been as of today. And even less than that, because in the 2019, the options of increase for Mission Trail were 4.5% for the first in July 1st, 2020. On July 1st, 2021 was 8% hike by Mission Trail, and July 1, 2022, 7%. Whereas the scenario I'm taking right now is with an option 3, where first year increase was 6% and subsequent year by 9%. I'm still taking 9% increase for a Mission Trail. So we are paying Mission Trail $3.7 million. And this was, I'm assuming if we had a split bins scenario. And we would have saved on this thing, but assuming that we had the split bin scenario. And this is subject to change because now we don't have a split bin, but Mission Trail waste system has some other options which we might be able to avail. So in this scenario, we would have completely eliminated green waste charges. And those charges were $2.683 million if we would have gone for split bin. And landfill disposal is because here the recovery rate of food scraps is 17%, which was presented by the staff last year. So here we pay a little bit more on the landfill disposal. And so instead of $413,000 in case of green waste recovery scenario, here we are paying $686,000. And this was the same recovery rate which was given by the staff last year, around 17%. Now, last column, we will incur some fees for Mission Trail waste system disposing of or processing our organic waste. And that is at the $1.90 per ton for food scraps. And that charge is $238,000. And city program cost also increased because staff told me last year, if we go green Mission Trail system, then we'll have to add $150K for educating our resident every year. So I added that to it. So now the grand total comes out to be $7.667 million. And if you see annualized basis, our residents are paying right now because of that policy decision. We are paying more than $2 million in the current green waste recovery negotiated contract, basically. And this is 26+% more than what we would have paid if we would opted for split bin. And this is a 15-year contract. So basically, residents are paying almost, as of today, in the current scenario, $2 million more, 26% more than the other scenario. And in 14 years, residents will end up paying $28 million more for this scenario where we are now. Next slide, please. So what can be done, basically? So proposed residential rate hikes are too steep and unacceptable, especially during the pandemic. Our residents may have to pay up to $2 million more annually for next 14 years in a garbage rates if we keep current green waste recovery option and do not explore our alternative options. The current GWR services option will cost residents up to $24 million in the next 14 years. So my point is, let's renegotiate our contract with GWR in accordance with the change in scope section in the contract and take out residential garbage sorting from the contract. So I'm not scrapping the contract. I'm trying to explain this thing to everyone over here, all the council members. I'm not trying to scrap the contract. The green waste recovery still keeps the contract, but we take out the residential component out of it and take care of it with the Mission Trail waste management. And this is the clause, Madam Mayor, you were asking, you cannot change it. We have a clause, we did put a clause in it. The clause specifically mentions change in scope in the event that the city or the contractor requests a change in scope to the services provided under this agreement. The parties shall negotiate in good faith an appropriate adjustment to contractors' compensation resulting from such change in scope, and a change in scope shall only become effective if the parties mutually agree on the scope of changes and adjusted or additional pricing associated with such a change. So we do have an option. We can negotiate this thing with them. And this is option in our contract. I didn't make it up. This is the option in the contract. So, and with the pandemic, with steep hike in the monthly bills, and we had an option to keep our rates low. So next slide, please. So what can the council do now? Despite mostly positive data from the lower cost split bin program, the previous city council opted to award the expensive multi-million-dollar contract to green waste recovery. I know we had an option not to give that contract, but we gave that contract, and the decision on that time in the council was 4-3. 4 councilors voted for it. Mayor Gilmore, Councilmember Watanabe, Councilmember Davis, Councilmember O'Neill voted for the contract, and 2 council members sitting over here today, Councilmember Hardy, myself, and Mahan voted against the contract. And at that time, very clearly, I did mention and that this contract will cost us more than $1 million. At that time, I didn't do the math, that it will cost us more than $1 million every year for our residents. And actually, that number is not $1 million. That number is, as per my studies, is $2 million. So I would request that pause this rate hike as proposed and ask the staff to renegotiate with the GWR and Mission Trail Waste Systems for options and bring back the findings to the council. And I'll be ready to make an motion, but I would like to hear the residents or whosoever speakers from the public first.
Wow. Okay. There was a lot of things left out of that report, but I'll go to Councilmember Watanabe. Go ahead.
No, I think we should hear from the public. Vice Mayor seems to have an idea that the public would like to weigh in on this. I'd like to hear from the public too, Mayor. I think it's very important. And I'm happy to save my comments until later because I agree with you. There's a lot left out.
Yeah, Councilmember Jane.
I know that under SB 1383, we need to get a certain amount of organics diversion. And by having residents sort into split bins, I've heard that our diversion rates increase because the organics don't get mixed in with the other garbage. Can somebody comment on that?
City manager or
yeah, this is Craig Lubbock, Director of Public Works. What I'll say is on mixed waste processing, which is what we have right now, they sort through the garbage and pull out every bit of organics that are in there. When it comes to the split cart, what we saw through the pilot, not everybody has to use it. And some people opted not to use it. Some people opted to cut their bin down the middle, so they didn't have a split cart because they were tired of the lost capacity. So you have no control over who's using it and who's not. So that is one of the things with split cart. Right now, there's no regulations and no requirement in terms of to what level you need to meet, but you know that's probably coming. It's like every regulation, it's incremental. And so you're not getting, it all with split cart because people don't have to use it. And then it gets into, well, how is the city going to police that? I think that's kind of an unknown as well.
Thank you.
City manager.
So I just want to remind the council, the action that is noticed today is a public hearing for adoption of a resolution setting the rates. On the agenda, there is no recommendation nor disclosure to the residents that there is a reconsideration of the contracts or a request to renegotiate. So there are limitations for which you can take action. If the council is interested, we could, Councilmember Shahal could present under Council Policy 030, or by motion, the council can direct that topic to come back.
All right.
Since it's not noticed, you should use caution with the extent of conversation.
Thank you. This is a public hearing on setting the rate. So let's go to the public. Kwong, you're first. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Kwong. You want to unmute yourself?
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Go ahead.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. I look at Raj's presentation. I also hear the director from the city. My question is why the 20-gallon bin, the price increased so much. I think we should encourage the residents to minimize the garbage, right? But you increase the rate on the 20-gallon bin the most. That really doesn't make sense. Another thing is the cleanup. For the cleanup, right now we have to use a plastic bag for the dirt. The reason is we prevent the debris go down the drain, right? But right now it's May. Maybe we can do that in June. So no rain. I don't know. I think we should save some plastic go to the field. Another thing is that's another question is for the yard trimming. Actually, I think we should encourage residents to split the waste before we dump it. Since if you it's much easier you split the waste at the beginning. When you mix them all together, you ask other people to sort it. I think it's not efficient. That's yeah. So I totally agree with Vice Mayor Raj Chiha on this point. Another question is for the yard trimming. Actually, I have a lot of friends. They are really try to reduce the garbage, so they do compost by themselves. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll go back to the staff so they can explain again why the 20-gallon bin raised so much. I think it was subsidized, but we'll go after the public presentations, Kwong, to get your questions answered. Frank, go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, I just got the unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
First of all, I want to commend Council Member Shahal for taking the time and effort to step back from just voting forward a rate increase without thinking it through and looking at some other options that could make things more palatable for the consumers and the citizens of the city. I do think that the type of increases that are being proposed, double digit 24, 25%, are far outstripping people's income levels, that their raises, their increase in income are not able to keep up with that kind of increase. And this is just in one area of utilities. All our utilities are going up. It's not just waste collection. So I know that a lot of work has been done here, and I know that there's been a very good case made for why the numbers are the way they are, but it bothers me deeply that such an onerous burden is being put on the citizens. And so I want the council members to be very savvy in terms of realizing that if you're asking for utility fees that far outstrip people's income abilities to match, that is not a sustainable model. And you're going to start pricing people right out of the area. So again, we struggle with gentrification. Again, we struggle with subsidies. We need to look at this hard, and we need to negotiate very savvy with these providers. One last thing that bothers me, I've been recycling for years, beautifully. Every year I read that a good portion of what I recycle ends up in the landfill anyway. So now, at this point in my life, I'm questioning, why do I recycle, and why are we paying for it if in fact it's just getting dumped? So I think we need as a city to go and take a hard look at that as well and say, are we getting the service that we think we're getting for the price that we're paying for it? I was happy to see that in the numbers that were presented that recycling is not the major cost of waste disposal, but nevertheless, it is a portion of it. So,
okay.
You know, I'd like to see that.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank.
Okay.
Thank you. Adolfo, go ahead. Adolfo?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I have two requests in addition to the email and letter that I'd sent in. Two requests and one question. The first request is a copy of Director Mobeck's presentation slides. The second request is a detailed breakdown by residential commercial billing units by cart and size. And then my question here, open forum, since the four entities that provide the services to the city of Santa Clara also provide the very same services to other communities around the county, does staff and council think monopolistic practices by these suppliers do not exist? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adolfo. Does anybody else want to speak on this issue? Okay, can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second. Okay, second. Motion by Councilmember Park, second by Councilmember Watanabe. Assistant City Clerk, it's a motion to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. So we're going to go back now to council comments. Hold on a second. Okay, Vice Mayor Chahal.
I think Councilmember Watanabe wanted to say something. I didn't lower my hand.
You're on, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Okay, I can go on for that. So it's a question regarding split card, and I know Councilmember Jane had that question. So City of Sunnyvale and City of Milpitas, they have a split card, and their diversion rate is perfectly going well, and they are in compliance, sort like 75% in compliance with the 1383. And I got some information from Sunnyvale. They are in line with the compliance with 1383. So that should not be a problem. And one other aspect which I missed presenting earlier, the food scraps which we are source separating is being processed as like food feed for the animals, or a high level of fertilizer for the farm. And that is at a much higher sustainability rate we are looking at. So those are my comments. And there is an option. Cupertino is looking at the option for adding fourth bin. Like if we cannot do the split bin right now, Cupertino is looking at the fourth bin option where the source separated organics can be put into that, and that can be collected. That's my comment. And after the comments, I can make a motion.
Okay, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. So the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Committee, held a meeting several years ago at the Senior Center to review the split bin implementation. And the feedback was pretty clear, especially from the people who were basically the guinea pigs for the split bins, which is we need more split bin options. Having a single option was unfair, as we treated the multi-generational households and families with children the same as single member households, and households that cooked like those who do not. And the split bin for organic shifted much of the space that would normally be used for garbage. And not many people dispose of enough organics to fill the organic side. So it just took away from the garbage side, which they did need. And my understanding was also that there were several bin sizes, several different ratios for the split bins that could be picked up by the same recycling vehicles. And my question was, why weren't these options offered to the residents? Instead, we went to no split bin options. In fact, I think one of the options was have a separate bin for organics that could be shared by families or shared by multiple households. But this is about rates. And I understand the desire to make the rates equitable amongst the different customer types, but perhaps we can do so less abruptly. It's not the height of the mountain that's dangerous, but the steepness of the slopes. And if there's going to be an increased cost, perhaps we can charge residents a smaller incremental cost to pay for changes over time. And if they're going to pay for something, maybe look into split bins to give them the garbage options that they actually want. Perhaps we need to enact an ordinance to limit the percentage change per biennial year or perhaps longer, like Prop 13, but for services. And we need to understand that seniors and retirees are often on fixed incomes, and having percentage changes that are larger than the cost of living increases may be an undue burden. In addition to that, I appreciate the rate assistance program, but we need to realize that there are many others who do not qualify for the program that are also on budgets, especially during and after the time of COVID. And I think that there is, again, I understand the desire to make the rates more equitable amongst the types of users, but I feel that we need to find a way to make the changes easier to support by people, again, whose incomes are fixed or who are in budgets that cannot support large large changes to the rates. And I would like to look into something like that. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So seeing that this is a lot about rates and the discussion about the rates, I would prefer, I guess, to be more in legal terms, to do what, as city manager said, of having another night where we can talk about this in a fuller discussion without worrying about legal issues. But going about the rates, that is something that has been basically a talk of a lot of the residents I've talked to. I've noticed that, you know, my rates are going to be going up for the trash I have. You know, a lot of people tell me, oh, well, shrink down to a different garbage can. Well, then when you go down to the smaller garbage can, you realize, well, then I don't have enough room for garbage. And then it's a vicious cycle. And so seeing the rates, it's harder and harder for especially people who are renters. So I'm very concerned about the rate increases and the long-term effects it will have on renters, especially with increases in renting too. So that's just my concerns.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Moback, thank you for the presentation. I did have a question regarding the, you mentioned the on-call bulky item program. And I was wondering, when the city goes forward in looking at cleanup campaign alternatives and doing a customer survey, would those alternatives include like developments where they don't have access to cleanup campaigns, or will the bulky item program be like a permanent program for developments that don't have access to the cleanup campaign?
So thanks for the question. So yeah, I think, you know, when we look at what the options could be, if we modified the cleanup campaign, certainly there's various options, I think, that we're going to have to get into with our consultant, with the public. In terms of, you know, the bulky item that's currently in place right now. So that's something that is paid for separately. But I think there's other options, you know, when we could look at the cleanup campaign. What is there something else that becomes just part of the rate, that you would get some type of service, whether it's access to bin or pickup or whatever. That's all going to have to be explored when we do that study on options.
Good. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Because I know a lot of folks, you know, out on the north side, I mean, it's not just Rivermark, there are several developments that don't have access to that, and they're always asking questions, you know, can we be part of the campaign? And you have to tell them the bad news. And so, so I know there is a lot of interest out there. So I hope that when a customer survey is done, that you will, you know, reach out to the areas that currently are not serviced by the cleanup campaign. So anyway, that's just a thought. But I do have to say the cleanup campaign, at least up in the north side, went very well this year, and I didn't hear any complaints, not like last year. So good job. Going back to the presentation by the Vice Mayor, I have a lot of concerns. And there's one question that I have regarding a statement that you made, Vice Mayor, and you don't have to answer it now. You can wait until you speak again. But I wanted to know if you made a comment about Mission Trail having options. They've talked about more options for the city. And so I was wondering, have you talked directly to Mission Trail about these options? And if so, when? And did you go with staff, or did you go on your own? And the other thing is it on your calendar? Because I'd like to know when you've had these discussions. But like I said, you can talk about it when you have your opportunity to speak again. When we were having the discussions in 2019 regarding the new contracts and the decisions that had to be made, it was not an easy decision to make. And I know that A lot of effort and outreach was done regarding the split cart program, and the split carts were not supported. Residents were not happy about the split carts, and I will also remind folks that Council Member Hardy actually ran on a platform that opposed the split carts. So, and she had pictures showing how bad the split carts were. I remember driving around looking to see how well the split carts were used in Santa Clara, and they were not, because it has been stated people were not happy because they lost the use of that portion of the cart. And so it was not a popular program, which is why we went with the single carts and continued to explore whether or which company we needed to use as a city, because part of the problem was Mission Trail was not able to meet the mandates that in time that were being implemented by the state. And it was why we ultimately, as you pointed out, the council majority opted to go with green waste, because Mission Trail was not able to accommodate what the city needed to do in time to meet the state mandates. And it was hard because we have a long relationship with Mission Trail. However, Mission Trail was still able to accommodate the city in a portion of that agreement to accommodate the needs. I have a question for the city attorney. I hear the vice mayor is talking about opening up basically a contract or renegotiating. I have concerns about that, whether, even though he pointed out a section of the contract, but I still have concerns about that. And finally, I just want to add regarding the program that you mentioned from Cupertino and having a fourth bin. A lot of people don't have room for fourth bins. And I would only imagine that there would be an additional cost as a result. So I don't know how you, I mean, why we would even consider or looking at such a program. But just in closing, I'm going to say that with all of the effort and all that we went through after we approved these contracts and what our staff put together to basically show how your presentation, there were inaccuracies in your presentation last year after we agreed to the contracts. And you but you still continue to second guess and question our staff. And I really take exception to that, because this is not something that's done just overnight. And I really find it insulting that you continue to bring this topic up and point fingers when it's over and done. But yet you still want to bring it back and point fingers, and I really take exception to it. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I'd like to be really clear that I was the only council member in the pilot area, and my concern was that the bins needed to be redesigned, which Mission Trail always agreed with. And the night we had this big discussion, I looked at, we have single family houses, we have townhouses, and we saw that the cost would go way up, that there was no option otherwise for multifamily and commercial, except for with the green waste and the way they would do the mixed, they would go through and sort. But I wanted to look at a hybrid and got shut down, not being willing to look at that, because I did see these terrible costs coming down the pike, and am worried about SB 1383, And what's interesting to hear that this wouldn't work. Well, the city of Palo Alto has just signed a contract with Mission Trail, and that's who they're using and are doing this separate situation. So I don't understand why that's not acceptable. I did hear about a cap and trade expenditure plan to try and help cities. That's coming down the pike, possibly in Sacramento, because this is falling very heavily on cities. But my understanding is, if I'm correct, we are already paying this higher fee. And so now we're trying to pass this on to our residents, if I am correct. That is part of recommendation 1. 3 and 4 are to look at our help to those who need it is 3, and 4 that's in the recommendations is to look at our cleanup campaign. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask staff, first of all, the rates and the costs for this program, it's a revenue neutral program, right? The city is not allowed to make any money on this, on these services.
That's correct.
Correct. So I just want to make it clear for either the council doesn't understand or the residents don't understand. We can't make any money off this. These are the actual costs that are there. And wasn't it, didn't the council unanimously put forward these costs earlier this year? Did we not do that?
So on March 10th, we brought the rate study presentation, which went through all the details on how the rates were established to be equitable. And then that's what we asked for council's approval to move those rates forward for the public hearing tonight. And yes, that was approved on March 10th by council.
Okay. And is it not true that we can't subsidize rates anymore? And that's why the smaller bins have a larger increase. They had that, I think it was 18%.
Yes, that's correct. And we talked about that several years ago. We knew the 20-gallon carts were being heavily subsidized. I mean, you could barely pay just to have Mission Trails waste collect them, let alone dispose of them. So we knew those were going to increase. And we talked about that again during the rate study, that had a higher percentage increase, not so much on the dollar side, but percentage increase,
right,
as it was being subsidized by the other carts. Correct.
So Director Robeck, Vice Mayor Chahal has really large numbers on increases in his report, but they don't seem to match the increases that you have in your report. So I'm just verifying, because you're our professional staff and I trust what you are presenting to us. I saw increases ranging from, I think it was 11% up to that high was 18, I think, percent for the smallest bin. I just want to verify those numbers because he had 30s and 40% increases in rates.
Yeah, that's correct. On the bundled rates that you'll be seeing and that were in the Prop 218 notices, those were in line with what I presented on March 10th, as well as what we presented again tonight.
Okay, very good. And when we did adopt these potential rates back, well, when we did adopt the new program back in 2019, just correct me if I'm wrong, because it was so long ago. But I think that based on our outreach to the public, and I know, anecdotally, the messages I got and the comments I got from our residents at the time, but I believe we had over 60% of our residents did not want that split cart option. So I don't quite remember what that was, but there was a vast majority of our residents did not want the split cart.
That's correct. I don't have the percentage off the top of my head, but yes, the percentages were that that they were in favor of mixed waste processing.
Right, and the recovery rate for mixed waste processing is much higher than the recovery rate from the split cart, the split bin. That was the information we received.
Yeah, on the split cart, you're basically relying on people to do what they're supposed to and split out the organics and separate them. What we know from the pilot and also feedback from the public was that's not always the case. With mixed waste processing, all that is processed, so you do pull it all out.
So it's better for the environment is when all the recoverables are pulled out of the way we're doing it now.
Certainly, you're not going to be putting that into the landfill. So from
Right.
that perspective.
And I'm sorry, I'm testing your memory because I'm testing my own as well. Back when, because it seems like there's been a different story told this evening, and I want to, get back to reality. Back when the pilot program we had, I think we only had 30 some odd % of people, even though they had the split carts, were actually using them in the proper way.
I don't have the percentages
Okay.
again off the top of my head, but
Yeah.
but correct, there was definitely not full utilization of that.
And I just want to say that of all the times that I have been in office, and it's been for a long time, that was probably the most number of complaints I received as a council member. And then mayor at the time was the split carts. They were designed poorly, they were heavy, they were not used properly, people hated them. And that's the reason we went with the other option. So getting to the rate increases now, and we put off rate increases, especially during the pandemic, during this last year. And we knew that this day was coming, at some point. But again, we're not making a profit off of this. This is what the actual costs are. What happens if we don't increase, don't increase the rates? What happens?
So yeah, if we do not increase rates tonight, what that means is there's going to be next year, for the entire year, there will be approximately a $5.5 million deficit in the program. So it's approximately about $450,000 a month that we would be deficient, and would need to cover that through the general fund most likely.
Okay, so yes, go ahead, Seema.
I would just like to add that on top of what Craig just said is that these are contracts that we have already legally executed and committed to. So regardless of whether the rates are increased or not, we do have to adhere to the contracts until whether there is a renegotiation process or agreement to change on both sides. So it will either have to come from the general fund, as Craig said. And Craig, I know I had asked you to prepare a slide. I don't know if it's worth sharing, because this is a very important piece of information, that it either needs to come from the general fund to make us whole and to comply with these legal agreements, or it needs to come from the ratepayers. But
I can share that slide if you'd like me to.
Yeah, I think it's worth just looking at it, because it doesn't mean that not increasing the rates means that we don't pay. That's the important part.
And so does everybody see that slide?
No.
No.
Okay, here.
Oh, it's coming.
Something's coming now. Okay.
Okay, so do you see that now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so that's kind of the breakdown. On the first column, you see the annual shortfall. We've got it split up on the solid waste, recycling, yard trimmings, cleanup campaign. So when you add those up, that's approximately the $5.5 million shortfall that I referenced. And then just looking over to the next column, that's what that shortfall would be per month.
Okay. So we would have to deal with that in this year upcoming budget.
Yeah, I mean, basically July 1, if the new rates aren't approved, that's what you start running into.
And here on after as well.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I just want to add that while we have this slide up, is that if you don't improve the rate increase and you can't get out of the contracts by renegotiating, then it just means that the cost to provide the service and the rate increases would need to be spread out over a shorter period of time, which means that the rates will go higher than what's projected right now. And if that doesn't make sense at 11 o'clock at night, I can try to say it a different way.
Yeah, I get it. And
Okay.
we
It's
gone
late
back,
and I wasn't sure if it made sense.
and had we gone back to 2019 and gone against the residents' wishes with the split cart, our rates are still going to be higher because there's all the requirements, regardless of what cart we use. There's still increases in costs and requirements that we had to comply with. So they're still going to be higher. And you know, at the end of the day, we're still lower than the county rates. And I'm not sure what choice we have at this point. You can go back and try to renegotiate contracts, but these companies have purchased fleets. They have, you know, invested in their programs, and they're a year into it. And you think they're going to renegotiate their contracts for something completely different? I'm not sure. You know, the reality of that is pretty unrealistic at this point. So so our options are to, you know, have our ratepayers pay what, you know, what the cost is. Again, we're not making any money, or the general fund subsidizes it, all of it or a portion of it. Those are our options at this point. Whether we have any kind of cart situation. And if you're talking about adding another cart, you think that's not going to cost money, and, you know, different fleet, different routes, all of this stuff is pretty unrealistic at this point. So anyways, I just wanted to get some of the facts out there, because that's the kind of thing we talked about, and the public didn't want it. So you cannot leave that out of the narrative, because that's an important part of what we did in 2019.
And
All
Mayor,
right.
I did want to,
Yes.
so Dave Staub, he was looking into the details on those surveys and the questions you asked
Okay.
about the percentages. So I just wanted to provide you that info.
Thank you.
The second survey showed approximately 20% of the residents not using food scraps side of the split cart. And then the over 63% preferred the mixed waste processing over the split cart. And we had referenced the rates being about 14% higher in order to have the mixed waste processing.
And that's where we fell, right?
Yeah, those were from the survey results when council asked us to go back and survey all of our residents, because we knew we had to make a decision. You wanted that, the council wanted that data. So that's what we had.
Okay, well, thank you for verifying. I was close of what I thought. So thank you very much for that. Okay, let me go back to council members now. I got a bunch of hands up. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, let me touch base now that we are fresh on the surveys. So we had 3 surveys done. The 2 surveys were done from the respondents who were using the split bins. The first survey was done with the people who actually using the split bins, and 1,402 respondents were there. And out of that, 53% mentioned they're satisfied, some were satisfied. So majority of them were satisfied, let me tell you. That's the survey result of the city. And this is Director Mobeck can verify that. It's from the city side. There was a second survey done for the same respondents, people who were actually using the split bins. 1,254 respondents. And this survey was done after the first one. The satisfied people who were using the bins were 57%, increased by 4%. And the third survey, which you are mentioning, Madam Mayor, it was done from the general public. It had people who would never use the split bin, and they were the part of that survey. So imagine like which survey will be more accurate, people who are using a split bin or people who are not using a split bin. Like, how can I comment on some particular, how can I comment about Tesla if I've never driven a Tesla? And I say, oh, no, it's not good. Whereas somebody who has actually driven Tesla would be able to give you this survey result. So those are actual survey results which were presented by me last time also. And this is actual numbers. I'm not talking about fictitious numbers here. I'm giving the exact number of respondents and exact number of respondents for the second time. And the survey which was done by general public had only, I think, close to 600 respondents replying to that survey versus 1,400 and 1,200 to that survey. So that survey results are, if you take into the real scientific, that inclines that they were good to go with the split bin survey, majority of that. Now, let me come back to other questions posed to me by Council Member Watanabe. Did I had a meeting with Mission Trail? Yes, I did had a meeting with Mission Trail, and it will be on my calendar. Rest assured, it will be on my calendar. And our main reason for myself and Council Member Jane were, both of us visited the facility. And our primary goal was to visit the food scrap, how they're processing the food scraps. That was the main goal. And during that time, Mission Trail did mention that Cupertino is looking at the option for fourth bin option. And that's what I'm saying. I did not negotiate anything with Mission Trail. I do not want to negotiate. I know this is not my domain and I should not do that. And that's what I'm asking. I'll make a motion that we should be directing the staff down the line to do that, whatever negotiation needs to be done. So to answer Councilor Watanabe's answer, yes, I did visit and it will be on my calendar for sure. Split bin, Councilor Watanabe's second question was related to the surveys, which I already explained, that survey results were more inclined towards going with the split bin. Question number 3, which Councilor Watanabe mentioned, Mission Trail not able to mandate accommodation the needs of SB 1383. That is wrong. Mission Trail is doing for Milpitas, split bin. Mission Trail is taking food scraps from Sunnyvale, and Councilmember Hardy mentioned they're working with the Palo Alto. So if these cities, Sunnyvale has split bin, Milpitas has split bin, and I talked to Sunnyvale's staff, and they said they are in adherence with 1383. So I don't know how Councilmember Watanabe mentioned that they were not able to accommodate that. That was not the reason. And other question, always the pilot programs are to improve the programs. There were lacunas in the program. I agree with that. As Councilmember Hardy mentioned, there were lacunas with the program. And they were redesigning their cards. I'm not saying split cards were the best one at that stage. No, they were not. There's a reason we do a pilot program so that we can improve the system, we can find out the lacunas, and then we can go with the fixing the problem and go down the line for that. Councilmember Watanabe mentioned my figures were wrong. So let me tell you, last year when I presented my figures were off, I told the difference would be $2.4 million between the two programs. And staff came back, and I agreed with them. Staff came back that figures should be $1.9 million difference. So as per staff last year, the submission I made, the difference of residents paying per year more in green waste recovery program was $1.9 million. That is staff's report, and we can check it, you can check it, and Councilor Watanabe can check it. And when I submitted today $2.2 million comparing, I'm ready to, I'm not an expert on that. I'm saying that I'm ready to listen to staff if I made a mistake on that. But they are in the tune of around $2 million difference, what we are paying right now more. Okay. Discussion. Rate increases for the resident. Okay. Director Crabtree showed that, Director Moback showed that 5 million hole into the budget. I'm not asking to change the program for whole city. I'm just asking for residential program only. The residential program is fraction of what we are doing for the whole city. The total tonnage for the residential as per the R2 consultant projected study is 15,600 tons only. So there will be a hole in the budget, but it's not the whole. That I'm not trying to change the whole scenario of the budget. I would like to ask how much would it impact if we just do the residential change part of it? And I would like to see that number, not the whole city number if we don't approve this thing. And I'm okay with any other approvals on the rate increase, but I'm only talking about the residential part of it. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we halt the garbage hike for the residential program for next 6 months. We keep the rate whatever it is right now and do not increase any rate for next 6 months. And second motion I would like to make is that request staff to agendize the item to renegotiate contract with GWR and Mission Trailway Systems and hire an outside consultant if needed. And this should be brought forward in the, instead of doing 030, council can decide right now, this thing can be brought back to the council for detailed discussion about it, and we can go from there.
City manager.
So I would like to suggest that the motion as stated is not sufficient in that the rates cannot just, it isn't possible to not increase the rates. The rates are tied to the legal agreements that the city has to comply with. The option is if you don't increase the rates, you do have to find a funding source to fill in to honor the legal contracts that we have. So it wouldn't, the motion would be incomplete without having a company appropriation from a funding source to keep the agreements legally in place. The other is I'd like to just call on Craig. There's a couple pieces of information before we close the public hearing. This is a rate increase that is bound by Prop 218, and as part of the process before going to the motion, we do need to report out on the Prop 218 results.
Okay.
And the amount.
Did we close the public hearing already?
I don't think so. I think that
Okay.
Vice Mayor Shahal just went to a motion.
All right.
And so
Okay.
there is a process that we need to follow in that we report out Prop 218. I think those will be very enlightening with respect to the outcome of level of protest. Now that the residents had a chance to vote actually through the Prop 218 process on the rate increase.
Okay.
And then we can go to the motion, and if that's the pleasure of the council, it does have to take an additional appropriation. We can't go on without having the accompanying resources. But Craig, I do want to allow for you to make some additional comments.
I know there was a number of comments on the survey that the mayor and vice mayor had, and there was data received from 2 surveys that were straight from only the pilot program participants. I do want to mention a couple of things because I think it is pertinent to the data. And one is that, through that process, city staff ended up upsizing over 100 carts because of the complaints that we just gave them a bigger cart and weren't charging them for that. And that probably wouldn't be something we'd be doing if we rolled out a big program. And I do also want to make sure everyone's aware that after the second survey, there was a lot of problems with the split carts. Parts couldn't be obtained by Mission Trails to make repairs. And that's when we really heard a lot from the pilot program participants about how they felt about the cart. So again, that was after the 2 surveys and after all the data was reported. So I wanted to make sure that we're all clear on surveys since there were so many questions asked. And then I know there was a lot of information brought about numbers and everything. And you know, we spent a lot of time on March 10th and we went through the rate study. We've been very transparent about our agreements, what those costs are going to be. You know, when it comes to a split cart, I'll be honest, I can't tell you what that cost is going to be. Our consultant can't tell us that. We've talked to them. You know, we stopped negotiating in 2019. New fleets have been purchased, new processes in place, new carts have been distributed. It's a different market. COVID has hit, and firms have provided pricing based on a negotiation process and competition. So, you know, that was 2019 under a certain set of circumstances. We never finalized agreements, and there is no agreement saying this is what the cost is going to be for mixed waste processing. So I do not have those numbers to share. And so I can't, you know, say one way or the other on any numbers on split cart at this point. I just want to make sure everybody's clear about that.
And I just want to be clear also that Craig and I did have an opportunity to check in briefly with Vice Mayor Shahal, and this is not a 6-month referral. As you heard as part of the presentation, the city staff is very much on different work plans that have already been council directed, such as work that's coming back in the spring that Director Mobeck shared, cleanup campaign, new service programs that have been well stated in earlier presentations as well as restated today. In the conversations, we really need to get through those previous council directions that are other components of the program. My suggestion was if there was any interest in this, that it come up as part of the council policy priority in January, so that we can bring on board appropriate consultants to guide on cost, and bring options back and understand whether the provision that was presented by Vice Mayor Shahal was even viable, and whether there was agreement on both sides for the area of interest that he's presented. So I cannot commit that this can be done for 6 months. The council should consider a longer term funding option if this is the direction that the council wants to go in. I think Craig had already stated what all is underway and what's coming back for next spring for council to determine, as well as how our resources would be used in this category.
Yeah, and one thing I did want to mention, when we do our negotiations for solid waste, it is a heavy lift. We don't have all the expertise because we don't do it every year on a regular basis. We're doing it long-term every 10, 15 years. So we hire a consultant. We went through a process and selected our 3 last time. We built that into the rates. We don't have them on board to do negotiations again, and that wasn't in our rates either. So that's another thing that would have to be considered, funding that, and then the time frame to go through a RFP process to select a consultant and then go back and start negotiating. I mean, and then that's a whole other discussion in and of itself. I think the city manager mentioned on how we would need to get direction on how we do that.
So what we had talked about is this is really, one, it was something that should have come up in January when we were looking at our policy priorities and how we would expend our resources, but that because of the time frame and the other work, this is really something that should come up in January so that we can put forward an appropriate plan and support the council in what changes or what additional costs would need to be accounted for.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
This is Assistant City Clerk. Just want to remind you that the public hearing was closed and it was closed at 10:39.
It was. Yeah, that's what I thought. We closed the public hearing. Do we need to reopen the public hearing to hear the protests, city manager?
Nora or Brian, I would
Can I just reopen the
proper protocol. I know at some point in the hearing, we have to report out the Prop 218 results.
So it's at the conclusion of the public hearing that I read into the record.
So we should get those.
Okay, so we should get those going now. Sorry, I'm very tired. So
that should be reported before you take any motion. Yes.
Okay, before we take a motion. Okay, thank you, City Attorney.
So I'll read what I have here. As of the conclusion of the public hearing, the city of Santa Clara received 79 written protests to the proposed solid waste increase. The number of written protests does not amount to a majority of the identified parcel owners subject to the fee. Consequently, there is an insufficient number of written protests to constitute a majority protest under Proposition 218, and the City Council may proceed with considering the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We had one or two motions on the floor. Well, why don't I go through the council again? Everybody has their hand up, so. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. So I want to state that even I was in favor of mixed waste processing, given the only split bin options we were offered. But it's 2 years later. The question is Mission Trail able to support our requirements now? Vice Mayor Chahal seems to think so, and maybe we could look into other options. Again, it is 2 years later. Surely there have been some amazing progress during that time. I mean, look at City Council. But then again, CAC, the Citizens Advisory Committee, looked at a variety of options and even a shared fourth bin option. And Sunnyvale worked with their split bin service providers to try different options. And I don't see why we can't do the same thing. And people said well, they didn't like the organics processing. They didn't use the organics processing. The organics processing did, I believe, have mechanisms for ensuring that the organics became clean, so to speak. And there were a lot of failures because for most people, organics waste processing was new. Vice Mayor Chahal's interpretation of the survey data seems like it could take another look, which is the people who used it and understood it seemed to like it. And there were some other things that they would have liked, like different options. Maybe we could have another pilot, but this time with groups who are asking for the service and understand organics processing better. Vice Mayor Chahal is not second guessing staff. He is asking for possibilities, which is exactly his job and the job of every other city council person here. It is true that the rates were approved for discussion in March, but now that people have had their input, it doesn't seem like enough of them have protested. But this is their meeting after all, and us council members are just the civil servants that address their concerns. I understand that contracts are in place, and I am with Vice Mayor Chahal again in asking for additional options and discussions. Will the vendors renegotiate their contracts? Can't hurt to look into options and ask. I mean, it's 2 years later. But this is about rates. And I appreciate Director Mobeck's presentations then and now. I think I've seen some version 3 times at least. And I believe that I brought up these issues at every presentation he gave, which is people are reacting to large increases in the rates. And I'll say it again. Perhaps we can enact an ordinance to limit the percentage change for a biennial or longer period, like Prop 13, but for services. Seniors, retirees, other people are often on fixed incomes, and having percentage changes that are larger than the cost of living increases may be an undue burden. I appreciate the rate assistance program, but we need to realize that there are many others who do not qualify for the program that are also on budgets, especially during and after COVID. And I think that these are the concerns that we're looking into. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. So my question is, seeing that the state is being pretty aggressive and pretty, I guess, trying to get us to a certain standard of being more environmentally friendly, less waste, less stuff in the landfill. I've noticed it next to other cities, especially when I'm driving into work. I sometimes take the back way into Mountain View and I go through Los Altos. I kept seeing these tiny little cans they had out on garbage day. And I found out it was actually a compost organics can that they actually come by and they pick that one up. And then in Sunnyvale, I saw something kind of similar. And then another city near Los Altos, I saw they had a split bin that they were using. So I'm wondering it almost reminds me of, one of my favorite movies where the line, No Country for Old Men, where you can't stop what's coming. Are we going to end up being forced down the road to end up having a split cart because the state is going to move in that direction and want us to have more of a less of a waste footprint?
Director Mobeck, would you answer that, please? Can you?
We don't have any information that the state is going to start mandating how you meet your SB 1383 requirements and saying that they're going to force people to do a split bin. No, we haven't received any information like that.
Okay. Just curious. I mean, we've adapted a lot, and I'm wondering if we're going to have to adapt again in the future. I remember we went from those gray little containers that we used to put out in the driveway to the blue container. And so I'm wondering, you know, in another 10 years, I'm wondering if we're going to end up basically going to that kind of method, because it seems like all the other cities around us are kind of going that direction. And that just kind of out of knowledge, I was just curious.
Yeah, no, and I mean, obviously nobody can predict what the regulators. I know, I believe San Jose is mixed waste processing. I know they've noticed rate increases of 17% this year. You know, when we did look at a lot of different options, you know, a whole separate container for organics on a whole separate picked up was discussed early on, but it was ruled out just because of having a whole other collection cost and the whole other truck coming through was not desirable. You know, we looked at it, putting it in, because like City of Cupertino, my understanding is just approved putting it in the yard waste. We looked at that too. That was an option that was carried for a while, but ultimately what that meant is all of the townhomes who don't have clean waste now have to start subscribing to that service just for organics. And that proved to not be a desirable when we went through for approvals as well. So we looked at a number of options. You know, the carts were a big deal, and that gets brought up. You know, I remember at the public meeting that we held prior to making a final decision on this, that was a big topic. That was a topic all along, and I don't know why, you know, Mission Trails didn't try and spend money during the process to make a better product, because I think that could have helped. But, you know, we're not aware of a product that was, you know, sent out to our public that everyone felt was solid. There was issues with it, you know, so.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I believe Sunnyvale and Milpitas have the split carts. Do we have, and I think we were talking about how maybe 20% of our residents, I mean, this was in the third survey, were saying they're just not going to use the food waste side of it. I just don't see how our residents are any different than the residents in Sunnyvale or Milpitas. Is it an education thing that we have to do, or and you just said that San Jose, which is also mixed waste, their increase is 17%. So it seems like going with split carts is a way to control cost, because you don't have all those people processing it, but you do need to meet 1383. So I'm just confused about why we can't do it if Sunnyvale and Milpitas can meet their 1383.
Well, yeah, no, I don't think we've said that if we did a split cart, you know, back in 2019, that we would have issues with 1383. There was no issue there. I think the discussion revolved around if people weren't using, you know, how do you know who's using it and who's not? That was always a big question mark. And then how do you get to the point where you start having to be the split cart police and start, you know, trying to monitor that whole thing? Those were some of the questions, but certainly, you know, not that it couldn't be met.
Because I mean, I imagine Sunnyvale and Milpitas would have the same issue of being the split cart police.
Well, I think if you get to a point where you start mandating certain recovery rates and cities having to prove that, you know, that's a question. Right now, that's not in play. But if, you know, things change in the future, which they can on the regulatory side, that becomes a question. I know we talked about it. You know, how would you do that? Right now, it's not an issue. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I just want to say that, you know, I understand what the Vice Mayor is trying to do, you know, in terms of looking at options. But I just want to bring up that, we had this discussion as a council back in March 10th, where the rates were proposed. We knew what was going to be coming in front of us. And so between March up till May, you've had almost 2.5 months. And I just don't appreciate the fact that this is now coming to us and the staff at the last minute. And here we are to make a decision. It's 11:35, and we're stuck because you waited until the last minute to bring this forward, and it's just not fair. And I don't know how we can move forward. I think the city manager has stated pretty clearly what the implications will be if this does not get resolved tonight. And they're pretty serious implications. And here we are trying to work out a budget, and this is just going to be a setback. And it's not fair. We knew this on March 10th.
Okay, so council, here's our options tonight. We either approve the rate increase subject to the contracts that we have with the haulers, or we don't approve the rate increase and we find other areas of the budget to cut, or find out how we're going to finance this because we have obligations. So this is not a discussion about going to mixed waste or anything like that. That happened in 2019. So the action tonight is about the rate increase. And if we don't approve it, then I guess according to the city manager, we have to find a funding source or cuts in the budget. I don't know, city manager, is that it? I just want to be clear what we're voting on tonight.
Yeah, so if the rate increases are not approved, then we still have to keep in compliance with our contracts and find $5.4 million, because there's nothing that we can do over the next 6 months that would bring about a result that would allow for us to not have to use the other funding source. There would still be rate increases, very likely, with any renegotiations as well.
If there were even any.
Yeah, it's very likely, just given what has already been described.
Okay, so knowing that, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to find the $5.4 million number given by city manager. I'm not asking for that. The reason being that $5.4 million is if we don't increase the rate for everybody.
Everything, right.
Right? Mm-hmm. And I'm not asking that. I'm not even asking you wanna don't increase the rate for cleanup. I'm not asking you not to increase the rate for yard cleanup. I'm not even asking you to rate for recycling. Go ahead, do the yard recycling, CUP recycling. I'm only asking a fraction of a component for the residential garbage card rate should not be increased. That's what I'm asking. And that cannot be
right. I misspoke after I heard you say that. So that is correct. So you said that, so I would need to ask Craig or Dave if they know the increment amount of dollars for just the residential cost. But I do stand by that this is not something that can be done in 6 months, where we could turn something like this around. If you recall, the last time we endeavored, this process took a good year the last time to get something back to council and have multiple engagements with the community. So this is not a 6-month assignment.
So I have pinpointed the problem I'm trying to fix. The reason being the residents are being punished by $2 million a year. I hope everybody agrees to that. The number.
Nobody agrees to that. So Vice Mayor, could you just please get to your motion? It's 11:45.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there is that motion, if we have the cost of what the general fund would have to cover.
Do we even have
look, we're doing some rough calculations right now, so I don't want to be held to this, but when I checked in and Dave's working some numbers, it's potentially, if if cart increases are not increased, but bins are, it's probably about $1.5 million. But I don't want to be held to that because I need to go back and really make sure those numbers are correct. I know the numbers I showed you earlier on the slide were correct in terms of the shortfall, but I don't like calculating things.
Right, I agree. I agree.
But the one thing we just need to realize about this, I don't know how we even start negotiating. Can we tell someone that sole source, change what you're doing? I've never done that before. So I think we'd have to work through what that process is going to be. And like I said, I need to get a consultant lined up, procurement, going through a process, doing an RFP, running through the city process. It's 4 to 6.
And delaying the other programs that you just mentioned, Craig, would come back in the spring and all the resources that we've expended.
Yeah.
We are not in a staffing position where we can absorb those the additional initiative without putting other priorities aside or delaying them.
And you're talking about going back to the providers and saying, we want you to reopen the contract.
Yeah,
so you can give it to someone else. Basically, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, and based
so what
on,
is the likelihood of that happening? I'll say pretty much zero.
And
besides wasting everyone's time and costing a lot more money.
Madam Mayor, I object to that. It's a question of $2 million we are asking residents to pay for next 14 years. And that is $28 million. When you say
according to your calculations, which are not accurate.
I had the staff calculation last year. It was $1.9 million. Just for your kind information, that calculation was given by the staff. It was $1.9 million. So if you're thinking we as elected officials, it's our moral and ethical and financial, fiscally responsible duty to protect our residents' money. And that's what I'm trying to do. And if you don't care about $2 million for—
It's not that, it's just your efforts are going to cost us more. That's what I'm saying. Your efforts will cost us a lot more.
If
and
I
you don't
tell you
see
that,
you don't see that.
If I tell you your policy decision which you made in 2019 is costing residents $30 million, that's the right statement to make. If we would have at that time decided about split bin, we would have been saved $28 million for the residents. I'm putting that thing back to you. That's what we did. We made a blunder.
I listen to the residents. Okay, city attorney.
Yes, can I just make it just a kind of friendly suggestion here? I've had a lot of experience negotiating all kinds of contracts, very, very big contracts and small contracts. And the section of the contract that you've cited, Vice Mayor, is purely voluntary on their part. So were we to talk to them, I would assume that they would want to recover the costs of everything they've invested, believing that they were going to keep this contract, in which case I would imagine that the cost of renegotiating the contract would easily equal $2 million. So I just, from a practical standpoint, I understand where you're coming from, and maybe you think it's worth the effort. Perhaps what we could do is, I really do think it makes sense, and I truly believe, just from my experience, and I have a lot of experience with this type of thing in terms of negotiating contracts. That's pretty much all I did in San Jose. I don't believe that we will save the money. I understand your desire to try to save some money. So why don't we do this? Why don't you approve the rate increase for the next year? It's just for 1 year. And within that space of time, without even hiring a consultant, we can just, during that course, we can engage in some discussions with both contractors and see if there's a way of saving money, if there's a way of changing course here. And we can bring a report back, within that year. If it looks like there's progress that can be made by hiring a consultant, then we could look at that too, but we would come back with that that is as something that we would come back with, maybe a report back within 6 months about whether we need to hire a consultant or not. But there's, from the standpoint of, and the concern that I have about changing to split carts is, if we're not going to be able to do that by January 1st, we're not going to be able to have that in place by January 1st, which Director Mobeck, isn't that the date by which we need to have some plan in place? I mean, we can't not have one plan or the other in place by January 1st. And
yeah,
we're not going to have both in place by January 1st. That would be really expensive.
Well, our plan's already in place.
Right.
So, yeah, we couldn't stop and have a gap. We'd have to.
So we would have
one
to
day finish one and roll into the other. The
right.
next
When
day.
we'd have to plan the transition where we wouldn't have a gap.
Yeah, you got carts to deal with. They've got to procure new trucks that are compatible to, I mean, there's a whole bunch of things. And just to clarify on our consultant, a big part of what they do is take the contract amounts and start rolling them into, now how do I break them out into the rates, which we went through in March. It's a
I was going to say, Brian, that we pretty much need a consultant.
Yeah, but at least we could have the conversation. I mean, what I'm suggesting is we approve the rate and we take that year to consider whether or not there's other rates going to happen over the next couple of years, but there's just, because the idea that we're going to be able to solve this problem by July 1st and suddenly save money by July 1st, it's just not going to happen. It's simply not going to happen. And, and I have just very, very well-founded doubts that we're ever going to save any money by trying to change course at this point, because you have enormous transaction costs just in changing the program. And I just don't, we could talk till the cows come home about what we woulda, coulda, shoulda done. But at this point, I don't think the savings are going to be there. I mean, that's just my honest opinion. But which is not to say that, if council directs us to see if we can find savings by switching to a different program, I suppose, but it should be done in an orderly fashion where the city manager can, give you all the ins and outs of the costs of that and the timelines and everything else about, these are the costs. This is what it's going to cost you. And, at a minimum, just to even look at the question. And knowing that, do you really want to try to engage in this effort at this point? So I think it would be a wrong assumption of the council to think that that not approving the rates will result in some kind of ultimate savings at this point.
Thank you, City Manager.
I also want to include that I'm happy that people have been transparent about who they've met with, because as part of, I too, like Brian, have done significant contracts for other cities. And each city I've done garbage contracts. So this is something that I've had the perspective to work on over the course of my career. If we go forward with this type of recommendation, it is absolutely critical that the council provide a process integrity policy on itself, as well as Mission Trails and any other person that we would be speaking with, because it sounds to me as if a lot of ideas have already floated that can contaminate good, honest communications, especially if conversations continue with council members. So we had the process integrity policy put in place the last time. It worked well for the city, and I think I would recommend that again, just given where we're at.
Definitely. Councilmember Hardy, your hand is up.
Yes, I was willing to make a motion. I heard very clearly from Deanna a while ago that we're going to have to do this because of the reality, but I also heard that we could make this part of our priority setting. So I'd like to make a motion to take the recommendation from staff for 1, adopt the overall rates, 3, authorize the city manager to incorporate the transfer from the general fund from the from the operating budget and the subsequent operating budget for the assistance, and direct the city manager to bring forth an amendment to the proposed biannual to look at alternatives for the cleanup. And I would add to that, and that we add this concern to our priority setting for January.
Okay, as a motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Becker. All right, discussion on the motion. Vice Mayor Chahal.
I have a question for city manager or director Moback. Do we have a garbage utility stabilization fund amount, any amount in that?
So we went through the stabilization fund on our March 10 meeting. We drew that down significantly last year. And what we proposed and what council approved on March 10th was that we do not build it back up. So we did not include any rate increase to help build our fund back up. But they also agreed that we should not be drawing it down any more than it was, because right now we're in the midst of a new program. And so any risk associated with going below that reserve, that gets eaten out of the general fund. So that was a discussion on March 10th as well.
I recall it was 2 or 3 months of cost.
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
I'm going by memory here, so.
Trying to find that number in my old slides. Here, okay, reserves. So rate stabilization, we said our target was $3.36 million. Because of the drawdown, it looks like we're only 47% funded at about 1.58, and we're not proposing replenishing or using, like I said, because of the risks of right now, we're under these new contracts. If things don't go as we projected, then that's where the delta would get covered. If we have zero, if there is any overage, it's coming out of the general fund, and everyone agreed we don't want to be in that position.
About 3 months.
Okay.
Or less.
Yeah, but I'm trying to use that only for residential component of it, which is not the total component of the rate increase or the total component of the billing we are concerned about. So if we can use that for 6 months or a year, what you call, and then we bring back whatever we have, so that, because to me, I fundamentally cannot think of that. I ask my residents to pay $2 million more every year for next 14 years. We need to fix this thing. And if we don't start somewhere, we don't end up somewhere. But so I'm trying to fix this thing on priority. My priority is, we are thinking that because residents are paying and general fund will be used, residents are the people who are utilizing the services from the city, and residents are paying everything to the city general fund also, basically, whether it's sales tax or whatever it is. So we work for residents. And if we are thinking that $2 million of residents every year is nothing, then I think we are mistaken. I cannot think about it like if there is a way out to fix it, we should be putting that fixing thing on priority. And I'm not asking, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not asking for any other, just the garbage rate cards only. And that's only the hike on whatever this year hike, probably 20 to 21. I have that number. Only for the 20 gallon is 39%. All three other 32, 64, 96 gallon is 16%. And if we calculate that collection, we will, it is basically, that's the hike I'm asking. 9% probably for the Mission Trail waste system. And I think 2 or 3% for, what do you call, green waste. That's it. And that's the total amount. I'm not asking for a big amount on that. That's what I'm requesting right now. Just the halt on the residential part of garbage carts. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify, get a clarification on the motion that It is
Staff recommendation. It's staff
recommendation. However, it's not just up until the priority session. The motion is that the council will be discussing this item again, or bringing it up for discussion at the next priority session, but the rate hike will continue beyond that. It's not just temporary. I just want to make sure.
And it's the January session, not the check-in, not the check-in in August.
I understand. Thank you, City Manager. But the hike, it's not temporary. It goes beyond the priority
recommendation. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a time where it would be useful to know what the difference is between the current unchanged rate and the amount we need to satisfy the contracts, at least just for the residential costs as Vice Mayor Chahal requests. I also don't see the urgency for recommendation 4. If we can defer the study and use the monies to fund the difference I asked for just previously, I would rather save the monies for that. I just don't see the urgency for a study into alternatives for the cleanup campaign when we've got something that will directly affect residents. You know, their pocketbooks, even if it's just for a year. I mean, that's pretty big. I would rather know how much money we need to make up, so that we know how much funds, how much funding we need to, make up or divert, and use the monies that we're spending for, things that frankly aren't very urgent, like the cleanup campaign, to fund the difference. But again, without knowing these numbers and without having these available, it's really hard for me to make a decision. And if somebody can come up with those numbers quickly, I'd love to hear them. Thank you.
The manager.
Yeah, I just, I guess I just want to make a couple of comments about how we work together, because this item was before the council in March, and with all due respect to the council, and we try as hard as we can, there was an opportunity to bring these questions to us so that we could serve you well in your decision-making tonight, as well as in the months ahead. It is very disrespectful to your colleagues as well as to staff to put us in a place where we have to calculate on the spot. I think you've heard that from the director this evening, that he tried, but he doesn't want to provide misleading information. The questions and the calculations could have come through the question and answer process. It was 13 pages yesterday. We put out more information. There was an opportunity there as well as in March. This is not the way to govern these contracts. This is not the way to govern this important public health and safety service. And I have to say that because staff put a lot of time into bringing back option number 4, which you directed as a council to us to come back, and we put that in place. We programmed that into our resources and our capacity, as well as we brought this item forward because at the time you did not express these concerns nor these questions. We would have happily answered them, but it's near midnight and we're barely being asked for these types of specifics. I just have to say, we started with a great conversation in governance as your orientation, and this is not how we govern over important contracts. We will not be serving this council with the support that it needs. And we as a staff deserve the opportunity to have your advanced questions and inquiries so that we can bring back accurate information. I have to say this, and I hope you take it with only the effort that we want to serve this council well.
Well, and I think it's only fair. Vice Mayor submitted his PowerPoint sometime today, and anybody who has served on this council for a while knows that on the day of a council meeting, when you get a voluminous amount of information, some of us have jobs and we're working our jobs. We get this information. We can't even read it, much less try to determine whether or not, it's accurate. And again, this is nothing new. This has been going on for a while, and our staff does put a lot of work in. I just think it's so disappointing. And it's midnight now, and we're going to finish this item, and I don't even know if we're going to go to the next one. We can't even finish an agenda because of all this last minute stuff. So it's just purely dysfunctional. It just really is. All right, Councilmember Park, do you have something new to say? Because I'm trying to get people to stop repeating so we can move on with the motion. Let's vote it up or down.
Yeah, so I will say that the concern that I've had about the percentage changes and the effect on seniors and retirees on fixed incomes has always been an input. I've said this at every single meeting that we've had, that, you know, I've had some explanations as to why this is, you know, why the percentages are different. But again, it has been a concern at every single presentation that we've had. And I think that if you look back, that is a concern that I've had at almost any single city council meeting, anytime there's a rate increase. So I do understand your frustration, but at the same time, to say that, you know, some of these requests are last minute, well, my requests may be last minute, but they've also been consistent. They've been constant through every presentation. The other thing that is new is now we're getting a little bit of feedback from the residents. And if you say the residents are giving last minute feedback as well, well, that's fine. But I also think that that's their prerogative. I mean, that's what—
I'm talking about residents.
No, but I'm saying, but the residents, their input also affects the way that we make rulings here, because again, it is their meeting. I mean, the city council serves for their will. And again, I think that the term civil servant is used because it 100% puts to the fore our role as servants of the residents. And I think that when we start saying, well, we're going to make the decisions on behalf of the residents, we're going to do all these different things, that's the reason why some of us became city council people. And that's the reason why some of us were really disappointed with the decision that was made in 2019. So I understand where this is going.
Councilmember Park, I would like to move on to Vice Mayor Chahal.
Okay,
some
but
of us did listen to the residents in 2019, and that's why some of us did make the decisions we made. It was all about the residents.
And you listened to some of the residents, because I was also a resident, and I know that we had a CAC meeting. We had several. David Staub came to these meetings where we talked about the organics, we talked about different options, and we talked about things that we could do. And all of those discussions looked like they were dropped.
I don't know what that means, but Vice Mayor Chahal. We have a motion and a second on the floor to the motion, please.
Okay, so I want to clarify. I have been in touch with city manager and Director Moback for multiple of this time. Yes, I do say, because I made this calculation, all the spreadsheet late, but I have been exploring this thing for a long time. It's not that I started this thing today only or yesterday only. This thing was on horizon, and the city, I had a last meeting with city manager 101. I pointed that out, and this thing was been going on for long time. So if somebody's telling me I brought this thing today only, I think that's a wrong notion.
You did bring it today only. You did bring it.
Yes, I did bring to Madam Mayor. I don't need to contact you to put my idea forward. I need to contact.
I just said you only submitted it today. So don't say it wasn't true. You submitted it only today.
Yes, I did. And I'm saying that I did make this spreadsheet yesterday night. I agree with that. I'm not denying that. But I'm saying the discussion about this thing was going on for a long time. That's what I'm trying to say. And if
my only point is we cannot calculate residential cost on the fly at midnight at night. To serve this council well and make a decision. Had I had that request early, then certainly we could have worked to provide what the estimated cost was and what were even potential strategies to cover those costs. Just like what we're doing with the budget study session, we're taking input so we can bring it back.
Yeah.
The respect of having that in advance so that the council doesn't have to make a decision without full information is the proper way to govern under these circumstances.
So let me give you some idea, city manager. There's a 9% hike on the Mission Trail, which comes out to be $360,000. There's a 4% hike on the green waste, which comes out to be $107,000. So this comes out to $467,000 for green waste as well as Mission Trail. And I don't know what's the hike on disposal at Newbie is and city program costs. So for these two major ones, the difference is around 467,000.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to intervene, Vice Mayor Chahal. We're not going to, if we're not going to take our Director of Public Works numbers, we're not going to take your numbers either.
No, you don't take it.
Why? I'm going to
just
ask
giving a
that we
guess.
call for the question because you're going to throw all these numbers out at us and it's after 12. You're throwing all these numbers. They mean nothing at this point because if we're going to do it reasonably, it needs to come from our staff. So I'm going to call for the question. Assistant City Clerk, we have a motion and a second on the floor for staff recommendation.
Mayor, she's inputting the information now.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor. And just to the maker of the motion, I'd like to just read this back and make sure I captured it correctly.
Who made the motion? Councilmember Hardy.
Councilmember Hardy,
Right.
seconded by Councilmember Becker. It
All right.
is motion to approve staff recommendation 1, 3, and 4, and in addition, add this topic for discussion at the next January priority setting session.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I request that we take 1, 3, and 4 separately? If somebody wants to,
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
I'm fine with that if we need to.
Okay, so what am I doing now?
We could do 1 and we could do 3, 4, and my addition and break it into just 2 motions.
Okay, so
Right.
the first motion will be
4 motions and break them into 2.
No, it was 1 motion and break off only the first one and keep the rest all together and have 2 votes.
So we're going to vote
staff
on
recommendation number 1.
and then vote on staff recommendation 3, 4, and referral.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, here we go.
Is that okay,
Councilmember
Nora?
Hardy. Yes, thank you. Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Watanabe.
What am I voting on?
Staff recommendation number 1.
Staff recommendation 1.
Are we getting any last minute amendments?
No, it's staff recommendation 1. That's it.
Okay, yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Is he awake? Councilmember Jane, are you
No.
here? Oh.
Councilmember Becker.
No, I'm confused.
You seconded the motion. Okay.
So was that a no, Councilmember Becker? Councilmember Becker, is that a no?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that motion fails. Okay.
Okay, the second part of the motion is for staff recommendation for 3, 4, and to put that on the priority setting in January.
Does it matter, city manager, if the first motion failed?
This would continue the $10 subsidy for ratepayers that need the financial assistance.
Okay.
So we do have to go back to number 1 to fix that so that we have some funds to maintain the contracts.
Okay. Okay. So we're voting on now 3, 4, and referral. Right? Correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. 3, 4, and referral.
Okay, here we go. Councilmember Watanabe.
I feel like I'm playing poker. I mean,
Let's just come on. Let's just get on with the vote. It gets more absurd as the time moves on.
I
Go
agree.
on.
That's right. Yes.
If I may interject, like, because motion number 1 failed, so the 4 one does not have any, like, the addition part of it, topic for discussion next January, because previous motion already failed and we were to talk about that one. So I think we should be doing motion 3 and 4 together and leave that aside, basically.
It was a very calculated move on your part, Vice Mayor, wasn't it? Because now there is no funding. As a result, the rates are not going to go up. And I think that's a very, very calculated, but a very unfair move that you've done.
Council Member Watanabe, it's a open public process. Whatever you call
we have a motion on the floor, and did we have a second to this motion for 3, 4, and did we have a second?
We had Councilmember Becker, who had originally seconded staff recommendation 1, 3, and 4, and the addition.
But then he voted against his own motion. So I'm not sure where to go on any of this now. What if we tabled this? Because I don't think we're going anywhere with this. What happens?
I second that.
We continue this for some other meeting.
It'll be past June.
Brian, or
I don't know what
I
we
would ask
do
you to
here.
chime in.
Yes,
We're
you
not
can,
gonna
you can
get
just, you
anywhere.
can entertain a motion to continue the item.
Let's
I
continue.
think that might be the best thing.
I can make an
Yeah.
alternate motion. I can make an alternate motion.
Motion to continue the item. Motion to continue the item.
Continue this because there's nobody thinking clearly right now.
Correct.
And
Going
I just-
over 8 hours. This is just ridiculous.
I just have to clarify with Craig, if this is continued, are we left unfunded for a portion of the new fiscal year just based on the timing and how we implement rate
Yeah,
increases?
I would need to understand from finance at what date is the last date that they'd be able to make the changes out to the billing. That's
Yeah.
always a big issue.
What I want to be clear is a deferral could end up causing, and I think we experienced this the last time,
Yeah.
a 1 month delay in the rate increases. So we would need to find, I think it's $547,000 to cover the monthly cost.
I'm sure this council can find $540,000 somewhere. So let's continue it. I'm just not comfortable at this time of night to make any reasonable decisions on this. And it's not fair that our staff is up as well, going over 8 hours into something that shouldn't have happened. So and certainly members of the public, this isn't fair that we're talking about these kinds of things at this time of the night. It's just not right. So if it costs 500,000, then we can, look to the people that brought this forward. So I'm going to entertain the motion to continue. And then I'm going to ask that we continue. I'm so sorry, the rest of the meeting as well.
Yeah, I made the motion, Mayor.
Is there a second? I'll second the motion to continue.
Okay, thank you.
Are
we continuing this to a date certain?
Whatever.
Madam Mayor,
Manager?
Madam Mayor? I have a hand up.
I see that. I'm going to the city manager. Is there a certain?
I would suggest June 8th if that's,
okay.
This matter is timely considering that there's funding, general fund potentially at risk.
All right, motion to continue this item to June 8th so that we don't have to notice it.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Oh, okay. On the motion to continue, I only want to hear on the motion to continue. Vice Mayor Chahal.
I am trying to resolve this thing that instead of doing that thing, now we are continuing the whole raise of all the solid waste and everything. I'm ready to make a motion that we only hold the raise of rates only for residential and rest of it we can.
But we don't have any numbers. We've already been over that. We don't have what the numbers are.
Now we don't have a number. Now we are putting everything in jeopardy, basically.
You're well, thank you very much. Yes.
No,
thank you.
It's here. No, I'm trying to, I know the problem. I'm trying to fix the problem, but you
We don't have any numbers to vote on. We don't have the numbers to vote on, and it's not fair to ask
Doesn't matter.
Director
The council
has
has,
something we don't know what the numbers are.
Madam Mayor, council has a prerogative to, why is this coming to the council? Whether this raise has to be approved by the council or not. So council, what the numbers are, then we'll decide later on. where to appropriate. But today's agenda is not to appropriate where the funds are. Today's agenda is whether the council is ready to hike the rates or not. That's it. And that's what I'm trying to fix. If we were trying to that, okay, hold on the rates for residential for, even if you have to do 1 year and we can revisit down the line.
We
after
have
6
no
months.
idea what that means. We have no idea what the numbers are. So we can't vote on something we don't know.
So
So we
even
can bring it back on the 8th.
So,
We can bring it
if
back on the 8th.
if council makes that motion, whatever that number is, it
We
will
don't
come,
make
come to
motions
the
on
fruition.
some fictitious number. We don't even know what
We
it
did
is.
made it when we made this policy that we have to use green waste. That time we didn't have the numbers, but what we are presenting, we had the same thing at that time too.
All right, thank you very much.
No numbers were
Thank
presented.
you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what Mayor Gilmore was saying just a moment ago. That's why I couldn't vote on the motion, is because I was getting confused at actually what's going on and what the wording and what the verbiage is. So I feel comfortable moving this to another time.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jane.
I agree with Vice Mayor Chahal that we can separate out the residential waste from the recycling and the CUP and everything else. Adopt Director Mobeck's rates for all those other things and just leave this separate. But on the matter of continuation, depending on the dates, we could have a special meeting to make sure that we hit the billing dates. I would not be opposed to that. So,
The continuance is to June 8th.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, to the continuance motion.
Yeah, actually, I agree with Councilmember Jane, which is if we could find a way to break out the certain part of the costs, the non-residential costs, then we could approve that. And then find out what the residential costs would be, or what the difference would be at the next meeting, and have staff directed to find ways that we could recover those costs.
And we can get that information on June 8th. We're continuing.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. But in addition, it wouldn't just be continuing it. It would be getting additional information in addition to what was presented.
Well, the staff is hearing that. So city manager.
Yes, we will provide responses and number calculations that we were not able to provide tonight.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, to the continuance, because we really need to move on.
So
12:30 now.
So as per the discussion, are we voting to approve everything? We are continuing everything, or we are trying to approve?
We're continuing everything. Everything, the whole thing. June 8th.
And June 8th.
But with the residential portion calculated and broken out on June 8th.
The city staff will come back with that information.
We will do our best to come back with numbers
when they have them. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes it.
All right. Motion second, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. All right, that passes unanimously. The next item, the public hearing, city manager.
I'd like to request that this be deferred to June 8th as well.
But we need to just open the public hearing and continue it so we don't have to
That's correct.
re-advertise. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm gonna declare the public hearing open and ask that we have a motion to continue that to June 8th.
Motion to continue until June 8th.
Second.
Okay, Assistant City Manager. Assistant City.
Mayor, can you just see if there's a member of the public that wants to comment on
I'm
that?
so sorry. Is there a member of the public that would like to speak on the continuance? And I'm so sorry for the people that waited all this time. I see none. So Assistant City Clerk. Roll call.
So
vote.
Mayor, I have an e-comment on this one. Do you want me to read that?
Yeah, go ahead.
E-comment is from Susan Hinton, states double checking Frank Schmidt and Associates per acre land value trend is as simple as looking up Zillow records for individual multifamily condos, etc., that are for sale or that have recently sold. Zillow estimates and current sale prices for all zip codes, including 95054, are up. It is disingenuous for developers to suggest otherwise. End of comment.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to continue this public hearing to the 8th of June.
Okay, and Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. Maker of the motion was?
Watanabe.
Thank you. And second?
Becker.
Thank you. Sorry.
Glad someone's paying attention. I don't remember.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. That passes unanimously. I'm going to ask that we have a motion to defer the rest of the council meeting.
Motion to defer the rest of the council meeting until June 8th.
Second.
Motion and a second. Defer the rest of the council meeting. All right. Any member of the public want to say anything? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, which leads us to our adjournment. And I have 2 adjournments this evening. I'd like to ask the council to adjourn this council meeting in memory of the following individuals. John G. DeRuse, a lifetime Santa Clara resident. John George DeRuse, lovingly known as Farmer John, was born in Santa Clara on April 15th, 1926, to John and Wilhelmina DeRuse, the 5th of 7 children. He grew up on the family farm, which was now a section of Santa Tomas Expressway. As a child and adolescent, he raised rabbits and sold pears along the old Bayshore Highway to help support his family. When the family farm flooded, the family moved to Market Street across from the Harris Lass Museum property. Joanna Lass and her family were neighbors and family friends. As a teenager, John worked as a janitor in Sunnyvale at Joshua Hendy Ironworks, which later became Westinghouse and is now Northrop Grumman. During World War II, he left for 2 years to serve as a sailor in the U.S. Navy. Afterwards, he returned to Westinghouse, where he worked his way up the ranks from machinist to foreman, mostly working on the graveyard shift. After 39 years with the company, he retired from Westinghouse in 1984. His final role was supervising machinists in the Marine Division. John was an Iwo Jima survivor. He was assigned to the South Pacific and served as an LCM coxswain. Unknown to John, his father passed away in Santa Clara on D-Day of Iwo Jima, February 19, 1945. On that same day, he transported U.S. Marines ashore and the wounded back out to hospital ships. He also undertook many rescues of B-29 flight crews who had to ditch their bombers offshore. He witnessed the raising of the flag on Iwo Jima twice. John was one of the longest serving Navy sailors on the island of Iwo Jima from February 19th to November 1945. John married his wife of 62 plus years, Jean Bernard of San Francisco, on November 24th, 1946, and had 3 children, Jeff, Jeanette, and Jim. John's favorite hobby for 75 years was his backyard garden. It garnered him the nickname Farmer John. He grew copious quantities of fruit and vegetables that kept his families, friends, church, and neighbors blessed. He would also prune family and neighbors' fruit trees and help pick and distribute their fruit. John and Jean enjoyed extensive traveling in the 1970s and 80s, including a trip to his ancestral home in Madeira and to Portugal with Santa Clara sister cities. Through his last years, John was cared for at home by his loving family who honored his wish to live at home for as long as possible. John DeRuse died peacefully at home on April 5th, just 10 days before his 95th birthday. He was a true pillar of the community and will be missed by all who had the good fortune of knowing him. What an incredible gentleman. Next, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of Mateus R. Vargas, long-term Santa Clara resident and father of Anna Vargas Smith, Historical and Landmarks Commissioner and President of the Santa Clara Parade of Champions. Mateus Vargas was born on September 8th, 1928 in Silveira, Pico, Azores, Portugal. He was the loving son of the late Manuel and Maria Rodriguez Vargas. He was a proud resident of Santa Clara for over 58 years. Mateus's love of Pico, his family, the farm, and Portuguese traditions were firmly embedded in his heart. Upon moving to Santa Clara, Mateus quickly went after his American dream and built a life for his beloved wife and daughter. He bought 2 homes, joined St. Clair's Parish, supported his daughter through Catholic school, through university, one of the first in his family. He was a member of the Santa Clara Our Lady of Fatima, St. Anthony, and the SCSA, Society of the Holy Spirit, a 125-year-old historic nonprofit with deep roots in Santa Clara since 1896. He was also a founding member of the Portuguese Social Hall in Silveira, Pico. Mateus loved community, festas, and parades. He was a real people person and relished giving back generously of his time, love, and attention. Mateus fearlessly chose to start a new life in America and made the most of the land of opportunity. He believed anything was possible with faith, family, a plan, and hard work in America. Mateus believed his biggest accomplishment was his family, who he loved and was so loved in return. Mateus Vargas passed away on May 6th, 2021. He was the beloved and adoring husband of Edelina Bentoncourt Vargas for nearly 70 years, and a devoted father to his daughter, Anna Vargas Smith, and his son-in-law, Derry Smith, and was preceded in death by his 11 siblings, and was a proud uncle, cousin, and friend to numerous beautiful nieces, nephews, extended family, and lifelong dear neighbors. So I'm asking the council if we could please adjourn in both the memory of these incredible gentlemen.
I would like to so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.